Yo, what is up, everybody? Hey, hey, man, it's good to be back. I always get excited when I get to talk to you guys, or actually when I get to do a monologue and, share my thoughts, share my ideas, share part of my spiritual journey with you guys. So, yeah, welcome to the live, everybody. Welcome to the live. This is your brother Shamar, aka Oscar with the Ancient Watchmen. We have a channel on Facebook called Guardians of Truth. You guys can join. Other than that, you guys can follow us on TikTok and Instagram. Welcome to the live tonight. Yeah, man. Tonight, we're gonna ruffle some feathers out there. In a lot of belief systems. Yeah, we're gonna do a little destruction before we do a little rebuilding. You know what I'm saying? That's part of the process of rebirth, right? When you guys die, and when you die, everything's destroyed within your system. Your body stops. You know, um, all your systems shut down except your brain. Your brain can last up to 5 minutes after you die, which means still active, recollecting all your entire life. But so before there is like rebuilding, there has to be destruction, right? And this is basically where the world is at right now. There's a lot of places in various categories of knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, and different what would you call it, different layers of life, where a lot of stuff and a lot of things are being exposed for what they are, whether it be the media, whether it be, you guys know what I'm talking about, what happened 2 years ago. I don't want to say the name because everybody's getting banned nowadays, because Facebook and everybody else and the status quo and the powers that be and whoever's fucking ruling this planet, in its various layers, they fucking want to have control of what we say. We cannot speak our minds, otherwise you get banned, right? You guys cannot speak against the lies and the deception that's being laid out there in many forms, whether it be you know the medical institutions out there. I don't want to name names. You guys know what I'm talking about. You guys know who controls the system of the medicine system, the medicine world. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? And this is why weed, mushrooms, ayahuasca, uh, they're illegal, right? Because these are plant medicines that enables the mind to cross over. This is why you guys call in Bible, what you call it, uh, Shem. What's it call it? I forgot. There's a word that symbolizes like you crossing over to the other side. You cross over. You go through the waters, right? In esoteric terms, the waters can have various meanings according to the context of your life or your journey or the conversation or whatever. So I don't want to generalize because everybody's different and everybody's in different levels. But welcome to live, everybody. Welcome to live. So yeah, man, I hope everybody's doing well over there in Florida. I remember I used to live in Florida, in Orlando, as a matter of fact. And let me show you my journey, right? 'Cause 5 years ago, I was crazy enough to like go travel 1,400 miles to go and be with the brothers that were left behind in Florida 5 years ago when Hurricane Irma came. You guys remember that? So I was I was at my mom's house in Minnesota, right? That's, we're talking about 1,400 miles from Minnesota to Florida. So I was like watching the news. I'm like, yo, like I want to go and experience what it feels like to be inside of a hurricane, right? It's crazy. I know it's crazy. It's kind of like part of my personality. I'm very I go to the extreme sometimes. I go against the norms. I go against like the status quo since I was a little child, right? And this is kind of like what I want to share with you guys, because I know there's people out there that also have this mentality where they don't fit in the world, right? You guys don't fit in the world. Like ever since you were a child, I'm gonna tell you a story, bro. I'm gonna tell you a story. Ever since I was a child, right, like I was always faced with like haters, even at a young age, bro. Okay, we're talking about when I was going to kindergarten, middle school, and high school. Like back home, that's basically what happened. Like, yeah, I had a lot of haters, cause like bro, like I really don't want to exalt myself, or I don't want you guys to think that I'm like above everybody else, because that's not what I'm saying. But growing up, I was very gifted when it comes to, like, psychic powers and abilities and knowing stuff, right? Knowing stuff, and that's what freaked people out. And I was basically cast out as the strange or the weird one because of that. Not to mention that I was like one of the top smartest children in school, in the entire school. So, like, I don't want to go into details, but anybody that wants to know, you guys, we can always talk in private. But yeah, man. So I've always been faced with, like, I don't fit in this world because I know stuff. Like, I've seen stuff. I've experienced like different like levels of spiritual experiences, even when I was a child. You know what I'm saying? So I began to question stuff, like, and this is gonna connect with what we're gonna talk about tonight, because we're gonna talk about the God of the Bible. We're gonna talk about the characteristics of the God of the Old Testament that a lot of people believe in today. Okay, I don't care if you call yourself a Christian, Muslim, what else? Jehovah Witness, Lutheran, non-denominational, denominational, evangelical, bro. I don't care. At the end of the day, everybody that subscribes to all these religions that I just mentioned and the other ones that I didn't mention, they all subscribe to the same God. But tonight, I'm going to give you uh, the part of the research that I've done and the cross reference when it comes to the God of the Bible, and so on and so forth, and who he really is, right? Is he really the God of the world, the God of creation? Is he the prime creator, right? We're gonna actually dive into the Bible itself. We're gonna go into the Torah, and then from the Torah, we're gonna move down to like Dead Sea Scrolls, and then from the Dead Sea Scrolls, we're gonna go to the Gnostics, and I'm gonna give you guys the difference between the God of the Old Testament versus the God which the Gnostics spoke about, right? The Gnostics. So, but stick around. Welcome to the live, man. Welcome to the live. Don't forget to, if you like our stuff, share our videos, man. For real. What is up, everybody? Yo, yeah. Well, censorship is already here, sis. Like, a lot of people think that censorship is like completely like canceling all your accounts. Like, that's not it. Like, the canceling has been going on for ages, and this is what I'm talking about. This is like what we see today is just kind of like the remnant of what's already been here for thousands of years, which is the control of a lot of these deities that you guys call gods or creator or the most high. And this guy goes by many 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 names throughout the ages. Okay, so but we're gonna dive deep into that. We're gonna go back to the actual original Christian scrolls, which are the Nag Hammadi scrolls, which is the Gnostic Gospels, you guys call them. Which, again, the word Gnostic was just kind of like a word that was invented way back in those days during the father days of the church, of the Catholic Church, beginning with Irenaeus of Lyon. You guys know what I'm talking about? Irenaeus of Lyon was like a bishop of Rome, of the Catholic Church, and his job was to go around and basically censorship everybody else that was trying to go against the teachings of the Catholic Church, of the Vatican, of the papacy of Rome. You guys understand? So the censorship has been going on for quite some time. As a matter of fact, now that we're talking about censorship, let me bring you up to speed with like Alexandro Bruno, and we're gonna read a little bit about that, because what I'm talking about, I'm gonna give you guys an example of what happened before. During the papacy of Rome, they were trying to shut down a lot of the Gnostics, right? A lot of the Hebrews. As a matter of fact, the Hebrew Gnostics, they were Hebrews, Israelites, that basically separated or divided from the nation of Israel. It was kind of like an offshoot of the nation of Israel. Why? Because a lot of these brothers, a lot of these so-called Gnostics, they found out like the true character of the God of the Old Testament, right? And again, just hang tight, fasten your seatbelts, because we're actually gonna go into the Torah itself. This is my foundation. I'm gonna start. We're gonna go into the Torah. We're gonna dive into that. I'm gonna ask you guys a couple questions, so that you guys can kind of like understand the root of the situation, right? And this situation has been going on for thousands of years. Again, the censorship, right? Going back to the censorship. Let me see. Um, okay. Yo, yeah, Nazarene faith is Shalom. Shalom, everybody. Sis, what's going on? Hey, if you want to come to the panel, let me know. I'm gonna share the link for anybody that wants to come on the show and share. Right? I'm not here to debate nobody. If somebody wants to debate or question me on the matter, you guys can wait until the end, right? I don't want no interruptions right now. So if you guys feel like you guys want to challenge my stance, uh, you guys gonna have to wait until the very end so that you guys can bring your arguments to the table, and then we can go about it, right? Because I'm not gonna allow nobody here to come and disrespect me, like a lot of people have done in the past, right? That line is not gonna be crossed. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. So you guys have to learn how to have like actual discussions without getting all butt hurt and getting in your feelings because you don't agree with the information. Therefore, the person that's bringing that information all of a sudden is the devil. Must be worshiping the devil for some reason because they don't agree with me. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of like the close mindset that a lot of religious folks out there have, and that stems from indoctrination of the mind, indoctrination of the soul, and enslavement of the soul. As a matter of fact, so censorship, right? Alejandro Bruno, let's see. Yeah, so the link is right there for anybody that wants to come in. You guys can click on the link. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna touch upon some statutes and commandments given by God to Moses, right? Now, you guys remember in the book of the law, in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 4, I believe, verse 26, if I'm not mistaken, when it talks about and these shall be your righteousness, right? That you will observe all the commandments, right? So, according to the Torah, all these commandments that we're about to read in a minute, they're righteousness. Now, we're gonna go into those commandments themselves, and then as a spiritual beings that we are, or that you guys claim to be, you guys gonna have to test the spirits, right? Because that's basically like the foundation of your journey. If you're not testing the spirits, then you're just following blindly, right? But when you test the spirits, then you're able to contrast information, right? You have to like be able to see through the lies of deception, right? And be able to see like, okay, what's going on. So by studying the character of the God of the Old Testament, we're gonna be able to decide and be like, step back and look at the bigger picture, right? Because a lot of people are, they claim that they follow Torah, but they practice favoritism, which is basically against the Torah. So a lot of people, when I have brought this information out for quite some time, a lot of people basically label me like, oh, Shamar is going off, ancient watchman, the spirit of the Most High left him, and this and that and the third, right? Because they're still indoctrinated with that ideology that, oh, the God of the Bible is actually a righteous God, and this and that and the third, and Yahweh and all this other stuff, and the freedom of the Israelites. But we're gonna analyze all that, so stick around. Yeah, stick around. Shalom. Rio, Rascon, hey, Shalawam, all the way from Rico, Arizona, brother. Yeah, I never been there, but sounds interesting, man. Sounds interesting. I had 3 acres of land that I had bought like when the whole pandemic came to the earth, and everybody was freaking out. I'm like, yeah, I'm out of here, bro. So I went into Arizona. I actually bought 3 acres of land over there, very cheap. But yeah, that's where I live off grid for like 3 months, and only two people knew about that. That was Efraim Rivera and Jose Vega. They were the two guys that knew where I live, like literally in the wilderness, like with no running water, nothing, bro, just out in the wild. And it was such an experience, man, such an experience. Let me see, man. Giordano. Yeah, my bad, my bad. The guy that I was telling you guys about, his name is Giordano Bruno. Yeah, yeah, hold on. Giordano Bruno. Here it is, bro. So this is basically like in regards to what the sister was saying, that uh, the censorship will be worse come 2023. But my saying in that is that the censorship is already here, and it's been going on for quite some time. Um, so Giordano Bruno, um, he was born in come on. He was born in Filippo Bruno, January 1548. He was an Italian philosopher, mathematician, poet, cosmological theorist, and Hermetic occultist, right? He's known for his cosmological theories, which conceptually extended the new novel Copernican model. He proposed that the stars were distant suns surrounded by their own planets, and he raised the possibility that the planets might foster life of their own, a cosmological position known as cosmic pluralism, right? So his mind was like somewhere else, even though he was like, he was living during the in the mouth of the beast, meaning in the mouth, well, during the when the popes basically ruled all throughout Europe. They were the ones that basically making the edicts and the laws and the commandments and the statutes of the laws of the land. So imagine like challenging the thought and ideology of the Catholic Church. We're talking about the beast, like kind of like imagine like a mouse trying to go against a dragon. Well, that's basically what Giordano Bruno and many others basically were doing way back in those days. This is kind of like in connection with what happened with like during the Inquisition of the 1400s, right? When when you have the Catholic Church basically persecuting a lot of Gnostics, a lot of people that were free thinkers, a lot of people that knew their own divine powers, their own divine gifts and whatnot, right? So the Catholic Church went against all that. They wanted to shut down everything else, right? So censorship has been going on, like, and yeah, like it might get worse because of like now we're gonna have AI, which as a matter of fact, I don't want to dive deep into that because like that should be another podcast in itself. The whole AI system taking over. Um, yeah, man. So And that's basically again, this is connected. Well, what I'm talking about is not off subject. I'm just giving you guys kind of like I'm kind of like setting up the ground, the foundation of what we're gonna go into, because I want you guys to understand that this whole concept of like people going against other people because those people do not agree with your doctrine, and all of a sudden you want to kill them or you want to do like violence against them. That's kind of like the same character of the God of the Bible, right? We're gonna dive into that as well. But stick around. We're gonna go into various scriptures and whatnot, and prove all things, right? It says Bruno is perhaps chiefly remembered for the tragic death he suffered at the stake because of the tenacity with which he maintained his unorthodox ideas at a time when both the Roman Catholic and Reformed churches were reaffirming rigid Aristotelian and scholastic principles in their struggle for the evangelization of Europe. You see that? So anybody that basically came out of nowhere with like talking about, oh, no, the God of the Bible is this, or what, no, the church is not, oh, the popes are not the priest of God or whatever the like, and like everybody went off script. Yo, when you guys go off script, right? That means that you're the glitch. You're like here to destroy. Like, and I'm not talking about, oh, go out and like burn the stores. No, I'm not talking about that. Just in case the algorithm tries to listen and try to like demonize me, like, well, let's cancel your channel because I have a strike already. I have like over like 3-4 videos that were taken down where I was simply talking about like, the rebirth of the soul, how humanity is basically like in a system of slavery that you guys call the matrix, right? And this is why you have the brother named Andrew Tate. If you guys, Tristan Tate, Andrew Tate, you guys go ahead and search. Go ahead, YouTube, go on YouTube. Guess what happened to that individual? That was a man that was basically helping out like the male population and exposing basically the lies within the feminist movement that is basically trying to like take revenge for what it's being done to the feminine woman world or whatever the like, right? And so now you have this conflict. So Andrew Tate was out there basically like exposing the cabal, exposing the matrix, and his channel got shut down. He was banned from YouTube. He was banned from Twitter. He was banned from Facebook, and like I think he was banned on I don't know where else, bro. But the whole point is that, yeah, like whenever you go against the status quo, right? Whenever we go against the status quo, like we're like the enemy of the state. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. So let me see. Give me a minute. Yeah, see, this is what I'm saying, Jeremiah. You can debug me right now after this live. I'm gonna share the link and see if you're brave enough. Take notes now, and then at the end of the live, we can talk about that. Yeah, I don't need to go and do another live, bro. You can go. You can do it right here after the live, right? Unless you want to run, that's fine. But yeah, I'm ready for that, bro. If you want the smoke, we can have the smoke at the end of the day. And then I'm gonna share the link at the end of this podcast after my presentation is done, and then we can discuss whatever you want to utter out of your mouth. Uh, yeah, they think they want to debunk me, but we'll see if they want to do like freestyle right now. I can freestyle, Jeremiah's. We can talk about it if you like. I don't have a problem with talking about it. We can have an actual discussion, right? If you really want to talk about the subject matter. But anyways, as a matter of fact, yeah, I'm gonna share the link, bro, and see if we brave enough. People forget who's the conquerors and why they do what they do with the information warfare, propaganda, education. Exactly. So basically, like, and this is a concept that basically has to do with like the cosmic powers, right? Because way back in ancient times of antiquity. Now, I'm gonna give you guys like the very the very brief history which predates the story of Genesis in the Bible, right? The story of creation, the God creating everything else, and this and that and the third, right? Now I'm gonna give it to you off top of my head, right? Because we can actually read this whole the entire tablets in which the information that I've talked about is from. But we're gonna be here all night, 10 hours, 12 hours, right? But I'm just gonna give you the information, and in a different live, in a different podcast, I'm gonna bring all that information in a more detailed manner. So basically, like what happened way back in ancient times, according to the Sumerian tablets, right? And then we're gonna do a comparison between the Sumerian tablets and the Gnostic scrolls themselves, and the cosmogony and the cosmology of the Gnostics themselves. But yeah, stick around for that as well. What's up, sis?
Shalom, brother Shamar. How are you doing?
What's going on, sis? Pretty good. Just chilling, enjoying the evening. I'm just excited to bring this out. But it's good to have you on the show. Like, what's going on? What's new with you?
Um, well, a lot actually.
Well,
I've
like,
been
what's a lot? Like, make
I've
like,
been leveling up on a whole different level of spiritual consciousness with the veils being broken from religious dogmas, from false indoctrination.
hold on right there. Like, when you talk about like religious dogmas and the veil is broken, like, what are you talking about? Like, so that people can understand what you're saying, because
I am
I
talking
understand what you're saying, but like a lot of people do not know.
I am talking about the image that we were fed through the Council of Nicaea back in the times when the scribes and the evil men in power decided to indoctrinate us with the God of this matrix, which is what quote unquote everybody reads today is Yahweh, Jehovah, the God of the Bible is the God of this matrix. It is not the God of creation. And that is why we are so disconnected. I mean, people who are still in religious dogmas, following Hebrew movements, following religions of this lower vibrational plane are very disconnected to the actual creator.
Right, exactly. And so this is why you have like Jeremiah over here saying like, oh, see, I'm gonna have fun debunking these ayahs, right? So this is why you have brothers like Jeremiah and a lot of these people that basically are nothing more than agents, right? Because the agents, they're part of the system of the matrix.
Right.
They're guarding the gateways, right? The
Yes.
gateways of information, kind of like the Pharisees, like back in the day. Even Christ himself said in the book of Matthew, chapter 23, I believe, when he talked about the Pharisees saying like, you guys are basically shouting the kingdom of God to everybody else that wants to come in, and you yourselves don't even get in the kingdom yourselves. Like, you guys are trying to stop everybody else from like really diving deep into the matrix and into the rabbit hole, but you guys do not even there. You're not even there. You know what I'm saying? And so when people come and say, "Oh yeah, we're gonna debunk Ayash," okay, do it right here. We can dive into all that, bro. As a matter of fact, that's what I'm about to do in a minute. You know what I'm saying? And so that's part of like how the agents work. The agents are just here to distract us and to try to stop us. As a matter of fact, not only to try to stop us, but even to try to kill us, right? Because you have a conversation with a lot of these individuals
Absolutely.
that claim to be Torah only, this and that and the third. But for example, I'm gonna give you a greatest example. I had conversations with like what is this guy's name? man, shoot, Martha's his guy. What's his name again? Well, yeah, I can't remember the guys, but anyways, I've had conversations with a lot of people that believe in the Torah only, right? And basically, and basically, what's going on is that I ask him a question. I'm like, okay, well, according to the Torah in the book of Leviticus, it says that if your son or your daughter blasphemes against, as a matter of fact, sis, can you pull that up in for me real quick? You know what I'm talking about? I think it's in the book of Leviticus, chapter 24. You there, sis? Yeah. Yeah, see, this is what I'm saying. I don't know, Jeremiah. Hopefully, like, you click the link at the end of this live, bro. But anyway, so let me see. Let me read this real quick. I don't know what happened with the sis. I think her signal was fading or something. Let me see. Um, Hold on, I'm looking for that scripture. I think I think it's in the book of Leviticus. Hold on, give me a minute. We have time. This is why I do these podcasts. So right now, I'm just like, I'm not even, we're not even into the lesson yet. I'm just preparing like the whole thing, and then I'm gonna dive into it. Just stick around though. Against, oh man, there it is. All right, sis, you are you there? Okay, perfect. Hey, sis, you're back, right?
Yes, I am, brother. I'm so sorry. There's so much heavy energy being sent your way and to your podcast, but it just makes me laugh because they don't even realize that they're working against themselves. Because in the end, they're the ones who are still listening in on your podcast. They're still tuning in to the message that is being filtered out of their veil that they have over their eyes, right? So it's just so funny because none of that energy can filter into me or to you because we're at a very different spiritual level of consciousness. Nothing phases us, it can't touch us, it doesn't affect us, you know?
Right. Yeah, exactly. So, do you have? Can you read a scripture for me? It's in the book of Leviticus, chapter 24, verse 10 to 16. So this is what I was talking about. That I asked a question to a lot of these brothers that claim to be
Did you say
Torah
4
only.
and
That
16?
Leviticus 24, verses 10 through 16.
Oh, 10 through 16.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Leviticus 24:10 to 16 says like this. And the son of an Israelitish woman whose father was an Egyptian went out among the children of Israel, and this son of the Israelitish woman and a man of Israel strove together in the camp. And the Israelitish woman's son blasphemed the name of the Lord and cursed, and they brought him unto Moses. And his mother's name was Shelomith, the daughter of Dibri of the tribe of Dan. And they put in him ward that the mind of the Lord might be showed to them. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Bring forth him that hath cursed without the camp, and let all that heard him lay their hands upon his head, and let all the congregation stone him. 15, and thou shalt speak unto the children of Israel, saying, Whosoever curseth his God shall bear his sin. And 16 says, And he that blasphemeth the name of the Lord, he shall surely be put to death, and all the congregation shall certainly stone him, as well as the stranger, as he that is born in the land, when he blasphemeth the name of the Lord, shall be put to death.
There it is. So I was like basically asking a question, right? Can you hear me or no?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah. So basically, like I asked a question when a lot of these brothers came, well, back in the past. Like I asked him a question. I'm like, okay, brother, you have a daughter, right? You have a son, or whatever, like, right? A lot of these brothers that come into the live, or that come into the live before, or they want to challenge my stance and what I teach. They have all come out and say the same thing. I've asked them a question. I'm like, are you willing to stone and kill and shed the blood of your own son and your daughter because you want to follow the commandment of these God that basically hijacked the entire nation of Israel out of spiritual and subconscious levels? And they all say, yes, we are willing to do such and such deed. See? So again, and this is basically like kind of like the main theme of the conversation that Christ was having. When I talk about Christ, I'm talking about the Gnostic Christ, the real one, right? And so the conversation that he was having with the Levites, the argument that he was having is that a lot of them were following a demon, right? A devil. As a matter of fact, Christ himself in the book of John, chapter 8, calls him like, you are of your father the devil.
The devil.
He was a murderer from the beginning, and he never abode in the truth because there's no truth coming out of his mouth, right? Because every time he deals with the nation of Israel, he dealt with the nation of Israel deceitfully. As a matter of fact, let's go to the book of Ezekiel chapter 25. I'm just laying the foundation right now. What is it? Ezekiel 25. Let me grab my Bible. Let's see.
What verse are you looking for, Brother Shamar?
Yeah, hold on.
You know, it takes a lot of discernment to be able to decode and decipher what word sorcery they use to alter everything that was written in the scriptures anyway, to confuse people to what was being said from the usurpers who altered Christ's image to what Christ was really saying.
Right.
And a
So
lot
it'll
of people
be
still have that blindfold on.
right. It'll be Ezekiel chapter 20, verse verse 24 and 25. And this is basically what I'm saying, that the God of the Old Testament was basically like a deceit, the deceiving one, because not only he demanded that they do shed for this God. Oh, you gotta sacrifice, you gotta shed the blood of this animal and this other one and this other one. And if it's not enough, well, maybe like human sacrifice will suffice. Well, if that's not enough, according to the curses of the book of Deuteronomy chapter 28, well, guess what? I'm gonna make you eat your own babies, which is basically make you practice cannibalism, right? The book of Deuteronomy chapter 28 is one of the greatest example in which basically you have this God that is toxic as fuck, and then if you don't do this, well, guess what's gonna happen? Well, this is what's gonna happen if you don't follow my rules, right? And mind you, a lot of these rules that like some of these rules that you guys read in the Torah, they're completely unjust. Just like the one we read earlier about, you have a family structure, right? Father, mother, children, and one of the children all of a sudden, like, he just says something bad against Yahweh and whatever. Like, well, according to the Torah of Moses, they're supposed to bring the child outside the city and basically stone that child to death, right? While the parents are witnessing that. Are you like in your conscious mind? Are you guys like consciously enough gonna tell me that that's basically following righteous laws from a righteous God? Really? So Ezekiel 20, 20 24 to 25. Let's read that.
Did you say Ezekiel chapter 20?
Yeah, verse 24 through 25.
You want me to read that?
Yes, please.
Okay. So Ezekiel chapter 20, verse 24 says, because they had not executed my
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I think the sister signal is fading, but let me read it for you. Ezekiel chapter 20, verse 24, it says, because they had not executed my judgments, but had despised my statutes. See, so God is basically talking to the Israelites. See, these Israelites have not followed my statutes and commandments. Now, mind you, a lot of the statutes and commandments that were given to Moses so that the Moses could give to the Israelites were basically bloody commandments, right? Talking about, oh, let's kill this and that and the third, and thousands upon thousands of animals that were innocent, right? Sacrificing like these animals to this God, kind of like the same idea that the Canaanites were doing with their god Baal. Now, mind you, the word El is basically found in the Bible many times in the Hebrew, right? El, the word Allah, right? And the Hebrew El is found many times in the Old Testament, referring to God Yahweh, the Lord, which is a deity, which is an angel. And I'm gonna prove all that in a minute. I'm just gonna set the foundation up for everything else that's gonna come after. So Ezekiel 20, verse 24, because they had not executed my judgments, but had despised my statutes, kind of like what I despise against against the God of the Old Testament, when he basically commands like the chosen people, right, the Israelites, to go and basically slaughter man, child, animal, like even mothers that are pregnant, and mothers that are given sucking and milk to their children. That's basically what the statutes and commandments were part of also, right? And so a lot of Israelites didn't want to abide by that. They didn't want to do none of that. As a matter of fact, this is why King Saul was punished, right? Because the commandment to King Saul was that he was supposed to go and basically kill all the Amalekites, all of them, children, all pregnant women, suckling babies, whatever the like, everybody, all of them. And Saul didn't agree with that. He's like, no, like, I'm not gonna do that. He went basically against the commandment, against the statutes. And so in Ezekiel chapter 20, we're like we're having like this conversation that God is like he's basically disliking this whole idea that his own people is not following what he wants them to do. Why? Because a lot of some of these laws that the God of the Old Testament was commanding the Israelites to do were basically unjust. So we're gonna dive deep into that in a minute. So, but I'm just setting the foundation, bro. Stick around. So Ezekiel 20, verse 24, because they had not executed my judgments, kind of like King Saul. That, as a matter of fact, let's go read that story. Let's go read that story in a minute. Let me look it up first, and then uh all right, we're gonna read First Samuel chapter 15 in a minute, but let me finish the scripture first. So, because they had not executed my judgments, kind of like King Saul, when he did not execute the executive order by Yahweh, which is what, to go and kill all the Amalekites according to his commandments, which is basically the righteousness, right? Because you guys talk about these shall be your righteousness if you will keep the statutes and commandments, right? That was the righteousness of God. The righteousness of God given to the Israelites was that they were supposed to do this and that and the third. If they didn't do that, well, then you have a problem, sir, because you signed up a contract with me. That's basically the whole idea behind the curses, right? The curses and the blessings of the book of Deuteronomy is basically like the contract in a written form, because the Israelites, they all agree that they will follow, but at the end of the day, a lot of the Israelites didn't follow Yahweh. They wanted to like basically like break contract and basically do their own thing, right? And that's basically what the God of the Old Testament didn't like it. And so he began to punish his own people. He began to like send other nations to basically straighten them out. And so in a way, like to like, oh well, if you don't love me, then I'm gonna fuck you up. And that's basically what happened to the nation of Israel. This is why the God of the Old Testament refers to the nation of Israel as a woman, kind of like how many men out there, right, are very like toxic and violent against their women, right? They're woman beaters, right? And so basically, like, you have this relationship which is very toxic. The woman is so used to the beatings. The woman is so used to the mistreatment. The woman is so used to the to this like idea that she has to suffer to stay in this relationship with this man, right? Otherwise, like, if she leaves that relationship, like, oh, what is gonna be about my life? Like, what's gonna be of my life? Well, and that's exactly like the same character that the nation of Israel acquired throughout the years. Why? Because there was so much like going back and forth, like, oh, let me treat you good and then I'm gonna treat you bad. Let me treat you good and then I'm gonna treat you bad. Let me treat you good and I'm gonna treat you bad. And that's basically what was happening with the nation of Israel, bro. That's exactly what was happening, and that's one of the greatest examples is King Saul. King Saul didn't want to do the statute and commandment to go and slaughter all the Amalekites. For what? What have they done? Now, mind you, like, some of the Amalekites were like, they were dicks. They were mean individuals against the nation of Israel. It's kind of like everybody else. Nobody's perfect on this planet, right? Everybody's working through perfection. But anyway, so Ezekiel 20, verse 24, because they had not executed my judgments, but had despised my statutes and had polluted my Shabbats, and their eyes were after their fathers' idols, right? Now, mind you, like, Abraham himself, his father used to worship the Sumerian gods way back in the day. As a matter of fact, when you guys read the Sumerian tablets, it tells you that Abraham's father was a high priest unto the gods of the Sumerians, whatever gods they were, whether it be the Enkiites or the Enlilites, along with their sons and daughters. I don't know, but the whole point is that a lot of these ideologies that Abraham came out of the land of the Chaldeans, out of the land of Ur, which is the land of the Sumerians. He came out of those lands, and he brought with himself like all the ideology and the doctrines of the Sumerians, and obviously that's basically what happened. This is why you guys read in the book of Genesis, chapter 15, that Abraham was having a conversation with Yahweh, right? And all of a sudden, like Yahweh did something to him that Abraham fell down to the ground in a deep sleep, and then basically he had a trip, and he went and basically saw the heavens, and he had a conversation with Yahweh, and basically he showed him like what was going to happen to the Israelites. Now, mind you, like, this is where it begins to it begins to get interesting. Why? Because the promise that Yahweh gave to Abraham is like, he was like, listen, you see all this land that is right here, like, all this land is, I'm gonna give it to you, right? Now, mind you, when you have like these entities that come to you, right? Like, if you have appearances, like, if you have like entities that really come and show themselves to you, like to me, like I have, like, way back in the day, bro. If they ever come to you and like they offer you something, do not accept, right? That's why it is important to like sharpen like your spiritual sword, and like sharpen your spiritual being, so that you guys are able to discern like spiritual matters, like at higher levels, right? We're talking about cosmic powers, archons, entities, gods, lords, and whatnot, that dwell in different dimensions, right? Beyond this three-dimensional world, right? Like, with our own eyes, physical eyes, right now we can see the walls, we can see the other houses, we can see the cars, we can see the trees, right? But bro, there's an entire world that is much greater, more vibrant than this planet, than this world. This is just like a shadow, right? Everything's a shadow. But anyways, I think I went off topic. But anyway, so verse 25. See, so basically that was what Yahweh was saying. Is like, because they had not kept my Ezekiel chapter 20, verse 24, because they had not executed my judgments, but had despised my statutes, and had polluted my Shabbats, and their eyes were after their fathers' idols. Wherefore, see, Yahweh, I gave them also statutes that were not good. See that? And judgments whereby they should not live. In other words, he basically deceived his own people. He's like, okay, well, you guys don't want to follow me? Well, let me just give you like bad statutes and commandments so I can have an excuse to do what? Let's see. Let's see. Verse 26. And I polluted them in their own gifts. See, their own spiritual gifts. and in that they caused to pass through the fire all that opened the womb, that I might make them desolate, to the end that they might know that I am the Lord. In other words, he made them do what? Baby human sacrifice, bro. The God of the Old Testament, Yahweh, the God of the 12 tribes, Judah, Benjamin, Levi, Issachar, Zebulun, Simeon, whatever, Gad, Ephraim, right? All the 12 tribes. The God of the 12 tribes basically made them go off so that he could make them what? Do what? Baby human sacrifice, bro. See that? Bronze Yogi, Shebrew Faith is 144. Shalom. Welcome to live. Yeah. Let me see what's going on. What's up, sis? You back?
I've been back.
Oh, yeah, I didn't see you. I've been reading.
It's okay.
Hold on, give me... All right, I share the link for anybody else that want to come on the panel, and share away. And those like Jeremiah's that you want to challenge my stance, you can wait until the end. I'm pretty sure you're able to be patient, sir. But anyway, so Ezekiel chapter 20, verse 24 to 25. Now I'm reading on verse 26. It says, "And I polluted them in their own gifts, and that they caused to pass through the fire all that opened the womb, that I might make them desolate, to the end that they might know that I am the Lord." You see that? So basically, the God of the Old Testament made the Israelites go off by making them sacrifice their children to the god of the Canaanites, which is Moloch, right? That's basically what was going on. I'm sorry, Baal. Baal was the god of the Canaanites, and one of the characteristics of this god and what he required as a form of worship was the sacrifice of babies. And that's exactly what we're reading here in Ezekiel chapter 20, verse 24, 25, and 26. Just like now, we're going to read the book of 1 Samuel. Let me see. Chapter 15.
What? First book of Samuel?
Yeah, chapter 15.
Why it's doing that? Hold on.
See, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Like, Jeremiah says, like, now I don't want to challenge you on a neutral. I want to challenge you on a neutral platform where we can get on our fair time to speak, like you and Vega did. Yeah, we can do that too, bro. But like, we having a conversation. If you want to have a conversation here, we can have a conversation. Like, I don't know why you guys are so afraid all the time to have a simple conversation, bro. I don't understand what the problem is, sir. Like, every time I have a conversation with a lot of these followers of the Torah, and these followers of Yahweh or Yahweh or Jehovah, all of a sudden they turn into like, bro, it's just having a conversation. Like, you can ask me any questions. As a matter of fact, if you want to ask me a lot of questions, I'm open to you asking me a lot of questions. See, this is how conversations are made, by having conversations. I don't understand why people are so afraid all the time to have a simple conversation with a Yash, with Oscar, with Shamar, with the ancient watchman. Like, we're having a conversation. I don't understand what the problem is. Let's have a conversation and see where you're coming from, right? Instead of always like going behind my back and trying to stab my back like you guys have always done. But anyways, 1 Samuel chapter 15. This is basically the commandment that was given to King Saul by Yahweh. Samuel also said unto Saul, "The Lord sent me to anoint thee to be king over his people, over Israel." Now, see, so again, sometimes like when you go into power, like you gotta do certain things to get into power. Sometimes a lot of these rappers, what they do is they do certain rituals in ceremonial magic and black magic and human sacrifices and some other things in order to achieve what? Greatness, fame, money, sex, and whatever the like. You know what I'm saying? So here in First Samuel 15, it's basically something's going on the same category. Check this out. First Samuel chapter 15. Samuel also said unto Saul, the Lord sent me to anoint thee to be king over his people, over Israel. Now therefore, hearken unto hearken thou unto the voice of the words of the Lord. Check this out. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, I remember that which Amalek did to Israel, right? How he laid wait for him in the way when he came up from Egypt. Verse 3. Now go and smite Amalek and utterly destroy all that they have, and spare them not, but slay both men and woman, infant and suckling, ox and sheep and camel and ass. Gather and number them in Telaim, 200,000 footmen and 10,000 men of Judah. Whatever, like. Now you guys know the rest of the story, right? King Saul basically rejected that law. He's like, no, I'm not gonna do it. Now, mind you, bro, according to the Bible, according to the Torah itself, it says that the same law that is for the stranger that lives amongst you shall be for the same law that applies to the Israelites shall be for the same stranger that lives amongst you, right? That's it. That's the law. That's in the book of Exodus, right? So now, mind you, the scripture just say that Yahweh basically remember, right? He remembered what the Amalekites did to the nation of Israel. Now, mind you, those Amalekites that were living during the times of Saul were not the same Amalekites that were living during the times when during the Exodus. So why would God all of a sudden have like this sort of resentment against something that someone did in the past versus like the people that were in the present? I mean, who's at fault? You know what I'm saying? So it's like the blame game kind of thing with the God of the Old Testament. It's like, well, I remember what they did to the Israelites. Now, those people have already been dead. Like, why would you bring judgment against people that had nothing to do with the matter?
Facts. Big time facts. Wow.
But yeah, man. So
Now, Brother Shamar, mind you, it's funny that you say that because when you read, now go and smite Amalek and utterly destroy everything in that land, that is the same satanic entity that the colonizers followed, the same bloodshed when they came and they killed the natives and everything in their land and took everything from innocent people. And that's the same God that yet people are defending, holding a Bible and saying that they worship and follow his commandments.
yeah, so exactly. So a lot of people, a lot of people are still caged within this mentality, and we're gonna dive into all that. Like what I'm talking about is gonna be proven in the scriptures. As a matter of fact, one of the greatest example of what I just said and what the sister is saying is that like a lot of people way back in the day, they thought that they were doing the will of God. One of the greatest example is the man by the name of Paul, right? Paul of the Bible, right? The New Testament. The Bible says that he was going around and basically killing everybody else that wasn't following the Torah, right? He was a strictly Torah. He was like almost like a doctor of the law, right? And so his job was to go around the city of Jerusalem and whatever the like, some of the land of Samaria, and basically capture a lot of those Hebrews that were not following the Torah, and he would basically kill them. He had a band. He was riding a horse with a band of guys, and they would just go around and just basically travel across the country of the nation of Israel and capture the Hebrews and kill them off because they didn't follow the commandments, right? And all of a sudden, he basically had a revelation. All of a sudden, it's like, wait. As a matter of fact, the Bible, Christ even says like, there's gonna come a time. Let's read that first. As a matter of fact, let me not paraphrase. All right. So it'll be John chapter 16, verse 2, right?
You want me to read it? You're going to read it.
Go ahead and read it.
All right. John 16:2 says, they shall put you on out of the synagogues, yea, the time cometh that whosoever killeth you will think that he doeth God's service.
Right there. So you see that. So basically, you have a lot of individuals like Jeremiah's and like a lot of individuals that are in these chat groups on Facebook that I'm not part of anymore because I'm not part of that toxicity. Right. Once you guys get away from like a lot of these toxic individuals, bro, you guys will be at peace. You guys will be able to elevate even higher in when it comes to your spiritual journey, your mental and spiritual and emotional elevation, and your healing of the soul, right? Because the soul is what's sick. The entire humanity at a soul level, it's there's sickness. There's like a cancer there that's been eaten away at the souls of mankind for thousands of years, right? How do we heal that, right? Well, one of the ways to heal, one of the quickest way to heal the soul is to by submitting yourself to the truth. And obviously a lot of people are not ready to swallow that pill. They're comfortable swallowing blue pills, right? They're afraid of what's going to happen if they go down the rabbit hole and all of a sudden they found truths that basically clash with their current understanding. Oh my gosh, how dare you? Like, no way, like that's impossible. And that's basically what people go through today. They go through what we call, and everybody calls, what, cognitive dissonance, right? The clashing of two different ideas of understanding that are trying to like take control over like the root of yourself, of what you are and who you are, right? And so imagine you living a life of lies, like going throughout your life experiencing lies and living a lie, and you die in a lie, and all of a sudden you wake up, and then all of a sudden you wake up in a different lie, in a different timeline, in a different epoch, and whatever, like, right? And then that's basically going on for thousands of years. That's basically the wheel of reincarnation that's being taking place at this very moment. Everybody's going through the same thing. And so now today, it's like, well, you have a lot of individuals, the crazy ones, the tinfoil hats that a lot of people call us, these crazy theorists or whatever, like, bro, these guys are nuts. Like, don't listen to these guys. Well, guess what? We're the ones that basically sounded the trumpet for quite some time, for a lot of years, right? And so it's kind of like the same thing that happened 2 years ago. You guys know what I'm talking about, the jab, right? Kobe Bryant, you guys know what I'm talking about? I don't want to say the word because you guys know what happened. So it was the same thing, the same deal. We were talking about all this stuff. Alex Jones was talking about this 20 years ago. Okay. I remember Alex Jones. I used to watch that guy. Bro, I used to be the guy that was just go around the church and just like start talking about all this crazy stuff and like, bro, like you're nuts, bro. That's not gonna happen. Well, guess what? 20 years later, everybody was in shock for their lives, right? And all of a sudden, what? All the theorists were right. All the conspiracy theorists were right. See? And so what we're talking about right now is the same idea. Right now, we're talking about these crazy subjects, these crazy ideas, these crazy conversations that I'm having, or this monologue, or these whatever we're having right now, podcast, show. Well, whatever we're having right now, it's not gonna make sense to a lot of people. It's gonna make sense to like some people out there that have done the work. They have done the work of basically uh, 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 reborn again, being reborn again. Because when you are reborn again, it's a painful process. Because you go through that process, you all of a sudden have to let go of these. You have to let go of that. This and another. You have various layers that you have to peel off so that you can like go and get to the core of the matter, which is the soul. Once you get to the soul, you have already done the work. All the layers are off. Now you are anew, and from there you begin to grow anew again. That's the new birth. And so that process basically, it's painful for a lot of people, and it takes many months, years, whatever, according to your own journey. I don't know where you're at spiritually, emotionally, subconsciously. Everybody knows their own spiritual path, right? I'm not here to dictate your lives. I'm just here to share information and share what I've experienced, and the information that I come across, right? And basically share with everybody else. But at the end of the day, everybody has to walk their own spiritual walk, right? But when I read the Bible, I'm just letting you know, like, you guys, if you guys are reading from the Bible and everybody is being like indoctrinated into this ideology for thousands of years, basically we're following, everybody's been following like other people's experiences, other people's supernatural experiences, supernatural abilities, other people's chaos and whatnot, which is in the Bible, right? What about you having your own spiritual experience? What about you sitting down with like powerful plant medicines, going to meditation, dive deep into yourself, heal your traumas from your childhood, heal the soul of your own being, right? Take care of your body, and this is another our image and whatnot. Go and travel, go in nature and spend time and understand nature and the cycles of her. That way you'll understand your own mind and yourself, and then this is how we begin to like make peace with humanity. This is how humanity begins to heal, by dropping everything else that we think we know, and basically having your own spiritual experience, right? And like when someone else comes like, oh, guess what, I had a vision, I saw like, just two angels that were coming down upon a mountain, and this and that and the third. So now imagine if they wrote down that event, and all of a sudden people started following that event. That's basically what the Bible is. So everybody is supposed to have their own experience, right? Do not be afraid to like let go, and that's part of the process of being born. Nobody wants to go through the process of pain, and like when you go through the process of being reborn, people are gonna come up against you. They're gonna call you crazy. They're gonna call you, this guy lost his marbles. This guy, bro, this guy's done. Yeah, this guy did a lot of mushrooms, or a lot of these concepts that are just like comments about distraction. They're trying to distract you from the truth because they can't accept it. But
Shamar, it's funny that you said what you just said a few moments ago, where you said, the event was written down, and then you have people following that event. And if it was written down as a prophecy, it's funny you said that, because in one of the lives that I did, and one of the lessons that I did, I was trying to show people, according to my own spiritual journey and ascension, how there is the indoctrinated Bible prophecy to the very difference of when a seer is receiving and downloading information. It's not a learned prophecy. It's not an indoctrinated prophecy. It's not a taught prophecy. It's your personal relationship with the source. It's your personal creation, not personal creation, personal relationship with the creator and with mother. And it's your established journey to experience Christ on your own, out of a book. So it's powerful you said that, because that's exactly the information I was downloaded.
right. Right. And when we talk about like having your own experience outside of these books, I'm not saying that do not read the Nahmari, do not read the Bible, do not read the OASP Bible. I'm not saying that, because a lot of these books have things to teach you, bro. I'm not denying the fact that there's certain things in the Torah that you can learn from, but it's not at the aspects of you guys what that you guys were taught, or that mainstream Christianity has taught for thousands of years, since the creation of Christianity by what's his name, Constantine, so it's kind of like the same ideology that everybody subscribes to today, but like it's not what it is, and this is why you guys read in the book of Hebrews chapter 10 that like a lot of those things were just a shadow of good things to come, like the law. It was just a shadow. So if that was just a shadow, that means what is a shadow? A shadow is not a physical thing. Even though you see it, it's not physical. You can't grasp it, you can't grab it, you cannot touch a shadow. Well, the laws that pertain to the Old Testament, they're basically like cyclical laws of the heavens and the cosmos. They're basically showing you like the cosmic events that happen every time like one of the houses of the constellations changes. It's like you have a cosmic clock in the heavens, you guys call the 12 constellations. Well, that's basically like a clock that signals the shift of an age, right? You have 12 ages. Well, humanity is about to enter into a different age. The age of Piscean has ended, right? We're entering into the age of knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, right? Where people are basically trying to dive deep, or trying to discover their own divinity. And that's basically like the greatest message of the Gnostics themselves, is that one of the ways for us to like save our soul is to like know our own potential, our own divinity, right? I
Yeah.
mean, and the whole point of me saying that, it's not, I'm not saying that we are gods, but I'm saying that if you guys claim to be the children of God, like in which way you guys mean it? Do you guys mean it in the way that, okay, well, I'm a children of God because I have been adopted by God, or are you saying that you are like the direct creation of God, meaning you are literally a child of God? You guys understand the difference? Like, if you guys claim to be the children of God, well, which kind of child are you? Are you adopted, or are you the actual children of God, like the real descendants of the gods that are walking amongst humanity today? That's basically what I'm saying, and that's basically one of the concepts that you have with the FBI and the CIA, and a lot of these institutions that have experimented with a lot of gifted ones. You know, that's why you have Stranger Things. Stranger Thing is based on a true events. You have various operations, Mockingbird, operations that are very secretive, that were basically trying to tap into the subconscious mind of humanity, how to like travel in various dimensions, consciously and unconsciously as well. There's an
You also have
experiment done.
Divergent, Brother Shamar. You also have Divergent. Divergent shows you that they are operating a low key with oppressing the mind. They keep these people in a matrix virtual world, right? And the government or the founding fathers in the Divergent series is showing you that if they go outside of, like, quote unquote, the matrix, right, outside of this altered reality, they're going to encounter something that they're making these people believe is fearful, right? They have to fear what's outside of that world. And then they inject them with something, and where is their battlefield? Where are they messing with you? They're messing with your psyche, with your mind. And it's intense. You mentioned movies because they show you in these movies what they are after: your golden fluid, your chi, your aura, your the gift that is deposited in you, because you're a direct source from the most high creator, right?
Right, and so this is basically kind of like the enslavement comes when religion comes into and the conscious on the collective, and that was one of the jobs very well done by the Catholic Church through the papacy of Rome during the times of Constantine, all the way down to today, right? Because they're the ones that spread out this message of mainstream Christianity, where basically you put your
Christianity, yeah.
trust in the man, where you put your trust in a man, that he died for your sins, and now you have to put your trust in the man. Now that basically takes away for your own spiritual experience, right? And that's basically what was like uh was the whole thing about you understanding your own divinity, right? Because if you understand your own divinity, then you understand that you came here on this planet to experience this reality, right? You guys knew, like, when you guys remember, right? When you guys remember, you'll know that you came to this planet, you signed up a contract to come into this planet to learn. And so during the well, let me not get ahead of myself. I'm gonna bring that out later into the middle of the class. But let me all right, so we're diving in now. We're diving in. So the wrath of God, right? And again, like we talked about earlier, right, about how King Saul basically denied one of the statues of God, of Yahweh, which was to go and basically kill all the Amalekites and slaughter them, infants, children, suckling, pregnant women, elderly, animals, all of it, right? That was the commandment given to King Saul. King Saul denied it. He didn't want to do that, right? He thought that was unrighteous, right? And I give you guys kind of like the context of the matter is that, like, why would God remember something that the Amalekites did in the past, when those people that did that to the Israelites were already dead? Like, what is the fault of these present day Amalekites, like the ones that were during the time of King Saul? You know what I'm saying? So it's like unrighteous judgments, kind of
Yeah.
like the same thing that happened in the book of First Chronicles chapter 21 and Second Samuel chapter 24, where you have Yahweh, or aka Satan, according to the Torah, right? If you guys want to go by the Torah, well, the Torah says Satan or Yahweh. So either one of those is one of the same, right? And so he commanded David to go and basically do a census to the nation of Israel. And later on, Yahweh comes and be like, "Yo, David, what's up? Like, why are you doing that for?" Like I didn't command you to do that. Like what the hell? It's like, wait a minute. Didn't you tell me to do that in verse 1? First Chronicles 21, 2 Samuel 24. You guys can go ahead and read it. I brought this out 4 years ago, and everybody lost their marbles. As a matter of fact, the Sicarii did a video response against me and against Quana, right? And they did a poor job. But the whole point is that you have Yahweh commanding David and numbering the Israelites, and later on he changes his mind and slaughters 70,000 men. It says that 70,000 men were being slaughtered by the angel of death. 2 Samuel 24, 1 Chronicles 21. Read it, right? And it says, even in verse 17, right, when David basically finds out what's going on, it's like, whoa, 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 wait a minute. Why are you guys killing all these people? Like, they had nothing to do with what I did. I did this sin. I committed the deed. I made the officers go and number the Israelites, not these people. Like, why are you guys killing them? Verse 17, right? And all of a sudden it says that the angel of death stopped killing the people. So the whole point is that you have 70 individuals that die for what David was doing, which, by the way, Yahweh commanded him to do in the first place. You see what I'm saying?
Brother Shamar, you know what's funny about what you're saying about King Saul with everything in the present times now? Exactly what King Saul did not want to abide by is the same thing that is happening in the present quote unquote time, or time elapsing right now with the state of Florida. DeSantis did not want to abide by the hidden child grooming laws that they were forcing and imposing on Florida. You guys can look up what child grooming is. It's similar to offering up your children to Baal. You have court appointed orders where pedophiles are allowed to request by psychological medical means that if a 60-year-old feels like he's 20, he can date a 10-year-old, an 11, a 12-year-old like he's still a child, and so forth. So child grooming, and he did not apport and mandate the vaccines in his state. So as Saul was punished, the same came upon this governor, right? The same came for him and his leadership over his people. And then a mass sacrifice was brought upon these
Hey,
people.
so before we go into all of that, just use the word jab for the other word, because I don't want this live to get taken
Right,
down. Yeah,
right,
just
brother.
try to use the code. Yeah, try to use the code words, because I have like 4 videos that were already taken down, and I mentioned the same word that you mentioned earlier with the V. Just use the word jab, and everybody understand what jab means.
All right, brother. Yeah, the same thing is happening with me.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. But yeah, so when the jab was mandated and he did not decide to go forth with that, that is the same punishment like we see in the biblical story with King Saul. That's all I wanted to say. It's just crazy how these lineage of beings, we know who these are, they follow the same agenda even through each era, through each time shift. It's crazy, brother. It's crazy.
All right, so let me let me show you this real quick, okay? And then we're gonna move on to the actual class. All right. Everybody that's tuned in, thank you for tuning in. Welcome to live. Again, this is your brother Shamar with the Ancient Watchman. We have sister Michaela with us on the show, and it's good to have people come on the show and just share ideas, share their own experiences and whatnot. But yeah, so I hope everybody's doing well after the storm. Let me see. Yeah, I hope everybody's doing well after the storm. I know there's a lot of people that lost their lives out there. And let me just show you this real quick, right? Because that was 5 years ago, right? And I remember that was 5 years ago when I went. I was already down in South Florida, Florida, and I remember that the eye of the storm was gonna like go over us in Orlando, and like we were praying. We were at the house of like brother. I forgot the brother, man. I forgot the brother's name, but yeah, we even did a class in the middle of the storm, bro. It was crazy. So And yeah, so that's 5 years ago, and this is basically how it happened over there in Miami. This is basically Miami. You know, it got all flooded. It was like nuts. It was nuts. Let's see. So it's right there. See, 5 years ago, you see that? 5 years ago, and I was right there. You can kind of see the wind. See that? You can kind of see the wind. I was like, this is the story I was telling you guys about, that I went travel 1,400 miles to go and be with the brothers, you know, because a lot of the brothers stay behind from the camp. This is when I was part of the Kings and Priests camp in out of Tampa, Florida. You know, we used to gather right there, and like you know, I did a lot of live lessons during the Shabbats and whatnot. But it was such an exciting. It was crazy though. I don't know what I was thinking though. Oh, so this is Brother Batista, right? So this is the brother that I did the lesson with. Uh, see, when I was in the cold while being in the middle of the storm, you see. So that was 5 years ago, and we were doing a lesson when the hurricane was coming in, bro, and it was beautiful, man. Like I remember those times, you know.
But it says live. Yeah, it says live. Should be good. I don't know, how do we check?
Let's see.
Verse 9. And pestilences and earthquakes in diverse places.
Yes, and earthquakes in diverse places. So the earthquakes will be more frequent in these last days. You know, like I was just reading. You know, there was just an earthquake in Mexico.
Anyway, so I'm just gonna show you guys that, like, you know, that I understand what you guys are going through, like in Florida. Remember that? See, this is right here. 5 years ago, I was like traveling south. I was going through Georgia, and it was empty. The freeway was empty. It was nobody coming in but myself. Right there, you see all the cars coming out of Florida, and I was the only one going into Florida. You see that? Everybody leaving Florida while I'm going in. LOL. See all those cars? That's like caravans of cars for days. So you know, I travel down south and basically stay with the brothers, and you know, thankfully the eye of the storm changed, like I mentioned earlier. You guys remember? Yeah. But anyways, I just wanted to show you that. All right, we're gonna dive into the lesson now. Let me take myself out. All right. Woo! All right. The wrath of God should really be called the wrath of men. How is it possible that God, the creator of the universe and all things in it, could have intentionally created such a hateful and violent creature as the humans, right? And after creating us in this disturbing way, in his image, right? The God of love and the God of forgiveness turned into a God of retribution, punishment, vengeance, but also a God of reward if he got what he wanted, right? And mostly he wanted a lot of material things like gold, silver, saffron, foods of a wide variety, special flavors, and he even requested his pilgrims to go to war in his name, destroying man, woman, and beast. See that? See, so and this is we're gonna start diving deep into the character of the God of the Old Testament, right? And we're gonna see if Jeremiah is actually gonna be able to answer certain questions that we're gonna go into his Torah. Now, the way the way I would like to do it is I'm gonna bring out 5 questions, but instead of using the name of God in those questions, I'm gonna use the names of such you know, individuals that created like atrocities in the world, like massive atrocities, like Hitler, Stalin, you know, like Genghis Khan, and all them individuals that basically kill for pleasure. So instead of, when I ask that question, I'm gonna change the name of God, and I'm gonna put the names of these individuals that I just mentioned, and among others. And then later on, we're gonna see what do you guys think about all that. What do you guys think about the crimes that they were committing, and the massive genocide that they were doing throughout the planet, throughout millenniums, right? And we're gonna see if you guys like actually agree with such character. Now, mind you, we have like individuals that commit murder out there in the world, right, in the population. um you have various types, you know, like shooters, people that are shooting in the schools, people that are killing women, you name it, right? They're all out there. When those people commit such crimes, what happens to them? According to the justice system, what happens to them? Oh, all of a sudden they have to go to jail. All of a sudden they have to like do lifetime in jail. All of a sudden they have to be like killed, right? Because they committed such crimes that, you know, they're not, nobody's able to forgive them. That debt is basically the atonement. So if that's the case, if that's what happens, like in the natural world with humanity, like what do you think happens when you have a lot of these gods that have claimed to be the creators, and they have destroyed humanity at all levels and created massive genocide and bloodshed on the planet? What do you think is going to happen? You don't think there's going to be retribution and judgment against them for what they've done? And this is exactly what we say, that Yahweh and all them gods, they're basically like all angels. And I'm going to prove that in a minute in the Torah and the New Testament. A lot of brothers that are watching know what I'm talking about, right? So here we go. So question one, and I want everybody to pay attention, right? I told you guys this is how we're gonna find out and dive deep into the character of the God of the Old Testament, right? I'm gonna replace the word God or the word Yahweh or Yahweh for these individuals that have committed crimes on the planet throughout the ages, right? Question one: how many men did Genghis Khan kill because someone decided to peek into his chest of treasure? What do you think? How many men did Genghis Khan kill because someone decided to peek into his chest treasures? Right? You guys can free to answer on the comment section. Question two: how many men did Stalin's henchmen kill in one day because they failed to say they supported Stalin? How many men were killed? Right? How many people did the KKK kill in a frenzy before someone pleased them by ending a mixed marriage with the murder of the couple? How many? What do you think? How many people died during the KKK dealings back in those days because there was a mixed couple, black and white? Question four: how many animals did the British Royal Guard kill in Africa in an attempt to please the Queen? Remember, these are really not real questions, but I'm just giving you guys context of what do you think about these individuals making all these kills by the thousands. I'm gonna give you the answers in a minute, but I want you guys keep in mind like how you guys would feel about the atrocities that these people have committed, right? Versus the atrocities that God himself has committed. I'm gonna reveal that in a minute. You guys are gonna be like, whoa. Watch this. Question five: how many Jews did the SS deliver to Hitler's concentration camps to be slaughtered? See that? Now, let's go back to the first question, right? How many men did Genghis Khan kill because someone decided to peek into his treasure chest? What am I referring to? That is in the book of let's see, the book of 1 Samuel chapter 6:19. It says, and he smote the men of Beth Shemesh because they had looked into the ark of the Lord. Even he smote of the people 50,000 and 70 men. And the people lamented because the Lord had smitten many of the people with great slaughter. You see, so you have a God that gets upset because you have how many thousand of people died? Let's see, 50,000, 70 people die because they just looked into the ark. That was their sin. That was their sin. But the God of the Old Testament completely kill them because they were just looking at his TV. All right. Question 2. How many men did Stalin's henchmen kill in one day because they failed to say that they supported Stalin? What am I talking about? What am I talking about with that question? How many men did Moses kill in one day because they failed to say they supported God? I'm going to read that to you. The book of Exodus, chapter 32, verse 26 and 28. Mind you, Moses was just given the law. And in one of the law, it says what? Thou shalt not kill. Moses, thou shalt not murder, right? If you guys want to go by the Hebrew word, right? Because the argument is like, well, that's not talking about killing, bro. It's talking about murder. Well, murder, it equals killing. If you're taking someone else's life, I don't know how if you want to call it murder or if you want to call it killing, it's the same thing. You're taking someone's life. So I don't care about your little, what would you call it? I don't know. You want to play with etymology? It's dumb. Exodus chapter 32, verse 26 to 28. Then Moses stood in the gate of the camp and said, who is on the Lord's side? See that? Who is on the Lord's side? Let him come unto me. And all the sons of Levi gathered themselves together unto Moses. And he said unto them, thus saith the Lord God of Israel, put every man his sword by his side, and go in and out from gate to gate throughout the camp, and slay every man his brother, and every man his companion, and every man his neighbor. And the children of Levi did according to the word of Moses. They didn't do according to the word of God. No, they did according to the word of Moses. See that? You guys see the difference? See? And the children of Levi did according to the word of Moses. It didn't say, thou say the Lord. No, it's according to the word of Moses. And there fell of the people that day about 3,000 men. You see that? Now, again, mind you, Moses had just received the law in which it says, Exodus 20:13, Deuteronomy chapter 5:17, you shall not murder, you shall not kill. Yet Moses went against that commandment and went ahead kill his own brothers and sisters. His own brothers and sisters. You see that? But that's the God that you guys follow, right? Unrighteousness, right? So again, we're diving deep into the character of the Old Testament. Question 3 was, how many people did the KKK kill in a frenzy before someone pleased them by ending a mixed marriage with the murder of the couple? Well, what do I mean by that, right? How many people did God kill in a plague before someone pleased God by ending a mixed marriage with the murder of the couple? Well, the answer to that is 24,000 men. That's 24,000 souls. Earlier, Moses killed 3,000 souls, right? The first question, where you have God killing 50,070 people because all they did was they looked at the ark. That's all they did. That was their sin. They looked at the ark and they all died. 50,000. Moses killing 3,000 men. Exodus 32, 26, and 28. How many people did God kill because there was a mixed couple? 24,000 people. Check this out. Numbers 25, verse 6 and 9. And behold, one of the children of Israel came and brought unto his brethren the Midianite women in the sight of Moses and in the sight of all the congregation of the children of Israel, who were weeping before the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And when Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron the priest, saw it, he rose up from among the congregation and took a javelin in his hand. And he went after the men of Israel into the tent and thrust both of them through, the men of Israel and the woman through her belly. So the plague was stayed from the children of Israel, and those that died in the plague were 24,000. You see that? So, I mean, we're diving, like, we're trying to understand, like, why all these unjust killings just because someone decided to marry like another woman. You know what I'm saying? So it's like all these ideas of like division and territorial, and like this is what I'm saying, that a lot of these gods, they're nothing more than tribal gods. They control their own peoples, right? You have the Hindu gods, they control their own people. You have the God of the Hebrews cannot be the God of everybody else, bro, right? So these again, these gods are tribal. That's what I'm saying. That's the whole point. That the gods have their own people that he uses to manipulate and scatter or propagate his agenda to the world. And that's basically what happened throughout the ages. Yahweh basically hired these people, the Israelites, and basically deceived them into signing up this contract. Well, if you don't follow these commandments, well, this is going to happen. If you guys agree, you all agree. Well, Moses went ahead and sprinkled blood on the heads of the Israelites. That was the contract in itself. You guys know what I'm talking about? This is nothing more than like witchcraft 101. This is witchcraft 101. When you have blood being used as a medium to sign, to seal a contract. As a matter of fact, let's read that. So you guys don't think I'm making it up. You there, Sid? You good?
I'm here, brother. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. What was I forgot? I forgot what I was looking for. Uh, man,
Basically an entity assigned to every nation, Shamar. Yes.
yeah, I mean, yeah, you have like the main gods, like for example, in India you have Shiva,
Right.
you have Shakti, and you have like a third one. So there's always triune individuals. Like triunes means three. So there's always like three gods. Like in the Greek mythology is the same thing. You have Zeus, you have Hades, and you have Athena or sorry, what's his name? The guy from the seas, Poseidon. So you
Yeah.
have Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades. Well, and it's the same thing. Like in the Bible, you have God and you have Satan and you have someone else. Like they call it the son of humanity. In the Gnostics, they call him the son of humanity, which is basically one of the sons of the Archons that are here on this planet.
Mhm.
Which I'm gonna dive into that later on. So yeah, so every god has like their own country, but below those gods, there's like a hierarchy of like individuals that serve these gods, kind of
Right.
like their angels and their servants and stuff. And this is basically where the word angel or messengers come from, because these are the messengers of these gods. Like these gods have messengers, and these angels come and basically like give messages to the people. And this is how you have like different texts. Like for example, the Quran was given by angel Gabriel. He gave all that ideologies to Muhammad. Well, the same deal happened to the Israelites. The Israelites Torah's text was rewritten during the time of Ezra after the exile from Babylon. And so it says that Second Ezra chapter 14 in the apocryphal books tells you that they were basically automatic writing the entire Torah for 40 days and 40 nights, dictated by an angel. An angel gave him like some sort of like psychedelic drink, and all of a sudden it says that their mind basically expounded, and they began to utter like things that they didn't even know. They started writing stuff that they didn't even know. So that's how the Torah came about, because of angels. As a matter of fact, now that we're talking about angels, the book of Acts chapter 10, verse 51, I think. Let me see. Yeah. The book of Acts chapter 7, verse um verse 52 and 53. All right, let me read it. It says, the book of Acts chapter 7 verse 52, it says, which of the prophets have not your fathers persecuted, and they have slain them which showed before of the coming of the just one. You see that? Who is this just one? The just one. You see that? The upright one, the Yashar. So, of whom ye have been now the betrayers and murderers. You see that? Verse 53, who have received the law by the disposition of angels and have not kept it. You see that? So your Torah was given by angels, just like it states in the book of, in the apocryphal books, in the second Ezra chapter 14 verse 37 down to verse 40 or 41. You guys can read that for yourselves, but when you read it carefully and you read between the lines and read with the understanding, you're gonna find out that the Torah that you guys have right now is not even the original. Like the Torah that people have today has been watered down for a lapse of 300 years, from the Council of Nicaea all the way to the Council of Constantinople, right? And all the other various councils that during the Reformation. So it's like, it's like, what do you guys subscribe to anyway? And this is what I'm saying, like how the importance. This is why I remark the importance of like you practicing your own spiritual evolution, like diving deep into yourself, heal your soul, right? Part of the healing of the soul is you learning how to let go of all this bullshit that you guys have learned. And this is why you guys try to defend it, kind of like what the sisters read earlier when John, in the book of John, when it talks about many people are gonna think that by killing other people because they don't follow the Torah and they don't follow the ideologies of Moses, that they're doing the will of God by killing those people, which is exactly what a lot of people were doing way back in the day. And this is why you have a lot of prophets that were being killed off. Numbers 25, 6 and 9. And behold, one of the children of Israel came and brought unto his brethren, well, you guys know the story. Question 4. Where are we? Question 4. How many animals did the British Royal Guard kill in Africa in an attempt to please the Queen? What am I talking about? Am I talking in riddles? How many animals did Solomon kill in a sacrifice to please the Lord? You see that? 120,000 sheep and 22,000 oxen. And Solomon offered a sacrifice of peace offering, which he offered unto the Lord, 220,000 oxen and 120,000 sheep. So the king and all the children of Israel dedicated the house of the Lord. First Kings chapter 6 verse 63. See, now when we go and read the book of Isaiah 66 verse 3, let's read that and see what it says about sacrificing animals in the light. Let's see if that's actually like what God really commanded, right? The book of Isaiah 66 verse 3. There it is right there. Isaiah 66 verse 3. It says, he that killeth an ox is as if he slew a man. He that sacrificeth a lamb, as if he cut off a dog's neck. He that offereth an oblation, as if he offers swine's blood. Bro. He that burneth incense, as if he bless an idol. Yeah, they have chosen their own ways, and their soul delighted in their abominations. See, I will also choose their delusions and will bring their fears unto them, because when I called, none didn't answer. You see that? So when we're telling you guys, like, why are you guys so adamant? Why are you guys so excited to shed blood if they don't agree with you? Why are you guys so excited to shed life? Now, what does the Torah says itself about blood? When it talks about DNA? What is DNA and blood? Blood and DNA are basically the energy source. This is where you have all the souls running through your veins. This is why the Torah says, Leviticus chapter 17. As a matter of fact, let's read it. Leviticus 17. I think, let me see, Leviticus 17. Leviticus, life is in the blood. Life is in the blood. There it is. Leviticus 17:11. It says, for the life of the flesh, see, for the life of the flesh is in the blood. See, so your DNA contains life. So when you guys are shedding blood, whether it be from a human, you're literally not only killing that person, but you're literally shedding all the souls that that person is carrying within his meat suit, within his body. That's how terrible human sacrifice is. Because you're not only killing that person alone, you're spilling the blood of all his descendants that he carries within his blood system. His DNA is deeper than what you guys think. It's not just killing one person. You guys are killing millions. That's murder, bro. But you guys want to follow this guy, right? Now, we know that in the book of Genesis, when you guys read in the book of Genesis chapter 1, you guys read it in the Hebrew, right? The animals have a nafash, nafash, which means soul. Why? Because they're animated. They have a soul themselves. So now, King Solomon killed 120,000 sheep and 22,000 oxen. We read in the book of Isaiah, chapter 66, verse 3, that to kill all these animals is as basically as if you committed murder. Meaning what? Meaning that you breaking the Torah by killing. Question 5. How many Jews did the SS deliver to Hitler's concentration camps to be slaughtered? Now, if Hitler did that, you guys know how horrifying that is, right? Because not only did the Caesars die in the concentration camps, you have a lot of the gypsies that also died during the Holocaust. Nobody talks about this information, right? A lot of the gypsies went through hell all throughout the ages, right? And this is why we say, like, the brothers, like, they're literally like the lost tribes of Israel, because they've been wandering around throughout the planet for hundreds of years, bro, since they left Jerusalem, and since they left Egypt, right? That's why they call them gypsies, because that was kind of like a misnomer when they arrive in India, right? In the northeast India, when they arrive in northeast India, a lot of the like the Hindu people basically call them like, oh, you guys Egyptos, right? Like, no. And that's why the word like gypsies got stuck, because it's just a misnomer. But in reality, like, the gypsies are basically like the real Jews that fled Jerusalem. I mean, that fled Egypt during the times of Nehemiah and Jeremiah. That's basically what happened. Later on, they fled and they just been migrating. But the whole point is that, how many Jews did SS deliver to Hitler's concentration camps to be slaughtered? You guys will be like astonished. How many Israelites did God deliver to the people of Judah to be slaughtered? 500,000. Now we're talking about that the God of the Israelites deliver their own people to be slaughtered by the tribe of Judah. 500,000. Check this out. Like, if you cannot see human sacrifice in these scriptures, I don't know what kind of glasses you guys need, or what kind of spiritual ears you guys need to like unwax, because like the subject matter is clear as water. Like, it cannot get any clearer than that. How many Israelites did God deliver to the people of Judah to be slaughtered? 500,000. Then the men of Judah gave a shout, and as the men of Judah shouted, it came to pass that God smote Jeroboam and all Israel before Abijah and Judah. And the children of Israel fled from Judah, and God delivered them into their hand. And Abijah and his people slew them with a great slaughter. What happened to thou shalt not kill, Mr. Judah? See that? I guess they forgot about the commandments. And these shall be your righteousness if you observe the statutes and commandments of the Lord. Like, what happened with thou shalt not kill, right? And Abijah and his people slew them with a great slaughter. So there fell down slain of Israel 500,000 chosen men. See that? Thus the children of Israel were brought under under at that time, and the children of Judah prevailed because they relied upon the Lord God of their fathers. You see that? They were proud to have done such a deed as to kill like their own brothers and sisters, the northern kingdom, right? And obviously, this was happening during the time when King Solomon died around 938 B. What is it? BC. He died, and all of a sudden Jeroboam and what's his name? The other one, Jeroboam and I forgot the other one. Well, the kingdom of Israel, the king of Israel, Jeroboam, and the king of Judah, Jeroboam, were basically like disputing, like, because Judah wanted the northern kingdom to come back and basically join the crown of Judah, and like the Israelites, the northern kingdom didn't want to do that. Like, no, we're good. So God commanded Judah, and then basically they kill 500,000 of their own people. But the question is, like, why would, and it says right there in the Bible, it says, and the children of Judah prevail because they rely upon the Lord God of their fathers. So what happened to the God of the northern kingdom as well? Now people are gonna say, well, they got divorced, brother. They got divorced, and they got only like they got back into the marriage when like Christ basically brought and the 12 tribes, and that's basically the rhetoric that goes around in order to make an excuse to like the atrocities this guy has committed against his own people. We're talking about his own chosen people, right? And he sells you like these good speech. He gives you a good pitch, like a good seller. Like if you're a good salesman, you're gonna give like a good pitch in order to make that sell, bro, right? Exactly. So in the book of Deuteronomy chapter 7, God tells the Israelites, you are a chosen nation, a nation above all nations on the face of the planet. And he basically like brings you to he brings you the sun, the moon and the stars, and like it's kind of like a guy that wants to like lie and like deceive a woman into like sleeping with her. That's basically how this world works nowadays. You go out there into the world, and this is what's going on, right? You see it in Hollywood, you see it everywhere in telenovelas and soap operas, all this nonsense about the hookup generation, right? There's no real work anymore. Like nobody really wants to like put in the work and actually like be loyal and all this other stuff. It's all about like a quickie, you know what I'm saying? So uh how many people of Iraq were once killed or enslaved because they didn't give Saddam his due? You see that? How many people die? How many people of Iraq were once killed or enslaved because they didn't give Saddam Hussein his respect? See that? How many? Notwithstanding the above, how many people of Judah were once killed or enslaved because they didn't give God his due? See that? How many people of Judah died? 120,000 people. Valiant men were killed, and 200,000 women and the children were taken as slaves, not to mention the theft of property. For Pekah, the son of Remaliah, slew in Judah 120,000 in one day, which were all valiant men, because they have forsaken the Lord God of their fathers. And the children of Israel carried away captive of their brethren 200,000 women, sons and daughters, and took also away much spoil from them. 2 Chronicles 28, 6 and 8. You see that? So again, we're talking about even God going against his own people, and this is exactly what I'm talking about when we talk about uh there's a syndrome like when you're a captive individual, and you fall in love with that individual. There's a name for that. I forgot. Let me look it up. uh what's it called? Yeah, what do you call that? The byproduct of you being enslaved and mistreated, and all of a sudden, like, instead of you trying to flee your oppressor, you stay with them, you fall in love with them, and that. What do you call that again? There's a name. You know what I'm talking about? I got it. Stockholm syndrome, right? So Stockholm syndrome is basically when people develop positive feelings towards their captors or abuses over time. You see that? And that's and that's exactly what happened with the nation of Israel. The nation of Israel went through a period of like love bombing, like a grooming. Like the sister was talking about how like many pedophiles out there are grooming the children in the school systems and whatnot. Well, the God of the Bible was basically grooming the nation of Israel over time, over a period of time, to the point where they acquire Stockholm syndrome, which is basically where the Israelites develop a positive feeling towards God, Yahweh, even after their abuses against them, right? There's like a lot of times where like he killed his own people, he enslaved his own people, he gave his own people like bad statutes and commandments, and he made them like go off and like to the point that they were sacrificing their own babies to like Baal and whatnot, right? The book of Ezekiel chapter 20 verse 24, 25, 26. Like we went through that, you know. So it's not like I'm making this up. You guys are witnessing with your own eyes and your ears like what's really going on, like when you guys subscribe to this individual that you guys call God. And like I'm not even like there yet. Like we're just like this is the beginning, you know. We're gonna be here for a while, but I just want to appreciate everybody that's tuned in and everybody that's gonna tune in later on. Thank you for being here. I hope you guys understand the message. I hope like you guys are able to understand and grasp the severity of the subject matter. And I know like these subjects are very like serious and stuff because it is. You know, it has to do with humanity, man. Like humanity has been going on in these cycles for so many thousands of years, right? It's at this very moment right now that humanity is at the brink of collapse, like in every aspect of the word. And that's a great thing. And this is why people freak out about the apocalypse and people start talking about like, oh, I'm the end of the world. And you know, a lot of people get into the wagon of all that and they get all excited. But at the end of the day, like there's nothing to be excited about because that's part of the cycles of the planet. The planet has to go through all of that in order to like reverse the changes and what's been going on. Kind of like your body, you are born a baby, you don't know how to talk, you don't know how to see with your own eyes, and maybe you don't know how to breathe, and you don't even know how to walk. But as you process your life and you begin to grow, you begin to change, right? You're not crawling, you're walking, and now you're not saying ba 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 la ba ba. Now you're talking, having conversations. So at a spiritual levels, right, in the growth of humanity and the great awakening of the conscious mind of the human race, that's basically where we are right now. We're living in the most beautiful times ever, right? Because this is basically, we're like literally witnessing how the page of the book is like shifting, right? And this is why you have a lot of these people coming in and basically losing their minds because their doctrines are being exposed. Why? Because they want to remain with the old world, with their old understanding. They want to remain in the shadows. Hence, Hebrews 10, right? When it talks about the law was just a shadow of good things to come. Like all that was to shadow. Well, a lot of these brothers, a lot of people, they just want to remain in the shadows and remaining what was given to them by the Roman Empire. All this main Christianity and main understanding is the same that everybody borrows from. I don't care if you claim to be a Hebrew Israelite and you've been in the truth for 20 years, you still following the same rhetoric that the Roman Empire gave to the entire world through the papacy of Rome when Constantine took over, bro. So it's like seriously. Yeah, that was it. That was it. I'm gonna read a last question, and when I move on to a different layer of this presentation. So, how many members of the other races and tribes did the Lord deliver to be slaughtered by Israel because He favored the Israelites and was prejudiced? Prejudiced. Man, I always have a hard time saying that word against the other tribes. Prejudice. There it is. He favored the Israelites and he was prejudiced against the other tribes. The answer is 10,000 Canaanites and Perizzites, 10,000 Moabites, to name a few. Judges chapter 3, verse 28 and 29. And Judah went up, and the Lord delivered the Canaanites and the Perizzites into their hand, and they slew of them in Besek 10,000 men. Judges 1:4. And he said unto them, follow after me, for the Lord had delivered your enemies, the Moabites, into your hand. And they went down after him and took the force of the Jordan toward Moab, and suffered not a man to pass over. And they slew Moab at the time about 10,000 men, and all lusty, all men of valor, and were escaped not a man. See that? So, according to Leviticus 19:15, you're not supposed to show no favoritism. Yet the God favored the Israelites and basically hated the other nations. Now, mind you, in the book of the Torah, what is it? When it talks about thou shalt not show favoritism, right? Yeah, there it is, Leviticus 19:15. James chapter 2, verse 8 and 9. The book of Acts chapter 10, verse 34 and 36, when it talks about God makes no favoritism, right? So why would God basically go and command the Israelites to go and basically commit bloodshed, right? Like, what was the whole point about that? Now, mind you, earlier we talked about that the law, in the law in Leviticus chapter 17:11, that the life source is found within the blood. Now, if the God of the Bible is commanding the Israelites to go and slaughter these, slaughter that, slaughter this group, slaughter the other group, oh, I need more blood. I can't. I need more blood, more blood. Well, that lets you know that this God is feeding himself by a life source that comes from humans. This is why you have all this slaughter of humans, humanity and animal alike, by the millions. Why? Because these gods are basically like the Gnostics themselves calls them the Archons. Now, when you study like what the Archons is in the book of Ephesians chapter 6 verse 12, it talks about the principalities. As a matter of fact, let's read that. Let's read that, and then from there we're gonna jump into a different layer of the presentation. That way we don't get stuck, and we're gonna come back later on and like dive into like how God himself like loves slavery, left and right, left and right. Now, I don't care what kind of excuses you guys want to make about your God, but the facts are the facts. So Ephesians 6. Ephesians chapter 6 verse 12. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers, see, of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. See that? Now, the word principalities right there. When you guys go into the Greek, it goes back into the word archons, and the word archons means like magistrates or like rulers, right? Or the other words that is assigned to an archon is it basically means those from the beginning. Why? Because these individuals were like, well, we're gonna read the cosmogony in a minute. Ephesians 6:12. The other point that I wanna remark is this right here, when it says against the rulers of darkness of this world. You guys see that? Against the rulers of darkness of this world. Now the question is, did Yahweh dwell in darkness? I'm asking a question to the guys that believe in the Torah onlys. I know you guys are listening in the background. Did Yahweh dwell in darkness? Right? Because according to Ephesians 6:12, we are wrestling against entities that dwell in darkness. Now, let's see whether or not Yahweh dwell in darkness, right? Let's see. Wait a minute. We're going to find out whether or not Yahweh was dwelling in darkness. Give me a minute. I'm trying to find the scriptures. All right, watch this. Right, watch this. Now, uh, I want you guys to understand what I'm about to say. Right, we read Ephesians chapter 6, verse 12, when it's telling us that humanity finds itself in a war that is not physical but spiritual and cosmic, right? And we're dealing with like various entities that are cosmic principalities, and it says right there, right? I'm gonna show you. Ephesians 6:12 says, and for we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, which are the archons, right? Those from the beginning, against the powers, right? Against the rulers of the darkness of this world. Now, in the book of Psalms, chapter 18, verse 11. Check this out. We're gonna see who dwells in darkness. As a matter of fact, we're gonna read in context, right? For the naysayers out there that are listening, like, oh, well, you guys don't read in context. Okay, we're gonna read in context. The book of Psalms, chapter 18, verse 1. I will love thee, O Lord, my strength. This is King David. King David. The Lord is my rock and my fortress and my deliverer, my God, my strength, in whom I will trust, my buckler and the horn of my salvation, in my high power. Right now, I'm gonna jump to a verse. So we know that this is talking about Yahweh, because David was following Yahweh according to the narrative, right? According to the Bible, we know that this is not true. King David was following Sabaoth. I'm gonna give you guys the understanding who that God is. Sabaoth is basically like a name, one of the sons of Yahweh. I know it's hard to comprehend that, like these gods are families themselves, and they have taken control of the planet. But anyways, so the whole point is this: verse 11, it says, verse 7. Then the earth shook and trembled. The foundations also of the hills moved and were shaken, because he was wroth, he was angry. There went up a smoke out of his nostrils, and fire out of his mouth. He devoured, coals were kindled by it. He bowed the heavens also, and came down, and darkness was under his feet. See that? And he rode upon a cherub, and he did fly. Yeah, he did fly upon the wings of the wind. He made darkness his secret place. His pavilion round about him were dark waters and thick clouds of the skies. You see that? So when we go back to Ephesians chapter 6, verse 12, it's letting you know that like our battles are with these entities that are they're like darkness. Like this is the God that people follow today. A God that dwells in darkness, that his pavilion is darkness, right? This is why in the book of 2 Corinthians chapter 3:15 it says this, right? Watch this. 2 Corinthians chapter 3. We're gonna read what happens when people are following these with all these shadow. Well, now, what is a shadow? It's darkness. This is why Hebrews chapter 10 says that all the law was basically the shadow of good things to come, because you have shadow and the good things to come was the light of the world. Well, the light of the world was who? The light of the world was basically the Gnostic Christ that came and taught us like how to like come out of the matrix and elevate your mind in order to understand like what is really going on this planet, right? 2 Corinthians chapter 3 verse 15 it says, but even unto this day, when the Torah is read, meaning when Moses is read, when the Mosaic law is read, that's basically what it's saying. 2 Corinthians chapter 3 verse 15, what does it say? But even unto this day, when Moses is read, when the Torah is read, the veil is upon their heart. See? So there's darkness upon their minds. That's why it says the veil is still upon their eyes. Why? Because even though they read their Torah, they bring this out, like they know the scriptures, but they're living in the shadow. Why? Because they're following the God of darkness. This is why in the book of Ephesians chapter 6 verse 12, let's read it again. Let's read it again, right? Let's read it again. Ephesians chapter 6 verse 12. It says, for we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, meaning the archons, right? We're gonna read about the archons. I'm gonna give you guys the the understanding of who they are, how they came to be, and what happened to this world. We're gonna dive into that. So stick around. I know it's gonna be like a little lengthy one. It's gonna be a long one tonight, maybe. I don't know, depending how how it goes. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, the archons, those from the beginning, against powers. You see that? Against the rulers of the darkness of this world. Now, we read in the book of Psalms that Yahweh makes darkness his pavilion. So when we read in Ephesians 6:12, we're dealing with like these entities that are basically of the darkness. They're of the shadow. This is why a lot of people read their Torahs and they just want to murder. They want to kill everybody that doesn't agree with them, like Jeremiah's and everybody else. Like, you guys follow? Yeah, bro. The thing is deep, bro. Like when you guys read the Gnostics, it'll. I'm gonna give you guys like a little bit of that later on when we talk about the soul and how the soul is basically coming to this planet to like be born in different bodies in different timelines. So, but yeah, it gets deeper than that, bro. This is why like I'm saying that when we talk about matters of the soul, like we're really talking about the real deal, because this is what nobody's learning about this stuff in Christianity. Nobody's like, the camps are not going to teach you these Torah onlys, these rabbis are not going to teach you that either. They're all stuck in, reading their Torah, reading their Mosaic law, which basically was given by angels. And we know that what the angels did, we're going to find out what the angels did. What did the angels do? What happened during the time of creation? We're going to find out about that in a minute. But let me just continue to read this real quick. Psalms 97 verse 2. Clouds and darkness are round about him. Righteousness and judgment are the habitation of his throne. You see that? So that's basically the titles that this God is given to himself. It's like clouds and darkness are round about him. Righteousness and judgment. Now, like when he talks about righteousness and judgment, we're not talking about the actual righteous judgment, but his own idea of judgments. This is why when we read earlier, like all these commandments that was given to King Saul, to King David, to like the generals of Israel and the priests, to like go and slaughter their own people, go and slaughter like the Israelites, go and slaughter the Levites. Like it was all like a human sacrifice that took place at a collective level in order to feed these gods with like life force that comes from blood, right? Because blood sacrifice, human sacrifice, animal sacrifice is basically food for the gods. The book of Deuteronomy chapter 4 verse 11. This is basically when Yahweh comes and basically shows himself in all his glory and splendor to the nation of Israel, kind of like a peacock show. You guys know how like peacocks basically like conquer their females to like mate. Well, they do like a dance. They're like puff themselves up, and they bring all the beautiful flowers, and they make themselves pretty and like beautiful and attractive, and they start dancing, and that's how they attract their mate. Well, Yahweh was doing the same thing. The book of Deuteronomy chapter 4 verse 11. And ye came near and stood under the mountain, and the mountain burned with fire unto the midst of the heaven, with darkness, clouds and thick darkness. You see that? You see that? So basically, this is how Yahweh dwells. Yahweh dwells in darkness according to the book of Psalms chapter 18. He makes darkness his habitation. His dwelling place is in darkness. Now, in the book of Ephesians 6:12, it says, for we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of darkness of this world. You see that? Now, my question to the viewers that are watching right now, I have a question for you guys, and I hope one of you answers or is brave enough to answer. My question is this. Who is the God of this world? Who would you guys say, those that follow the Torah and follow Yahweh to the T? Who would you say the God of this world is according to the Torah? Let's see some answers, please. Shebrew Faith is Shalom. Hey, thanks for sticking around. You know, like I know it's I'm not halfway there, but I'm almost there. Right, yeah, that second First Chronicles 21. Now, according to a lot of these Torah onlys, a lot of people that believe in the Bible and you know they're very fanatics, they think that Yahweh is the God of this world. Now, we're gonna go into the New Testament and see what the difference is. And we're gonna see who the God of this world is, because a lot of people have this misconception that the God of this world is like that that the God of this world is Yahweh, right? That's what everybody believes. Everybody believes on the planet that this world is being ruled by God, like the God of the Bible, the God of the Quran, the God of the Mormon books, right? Everybody thinks that that's the God that is ruling this planet. Well, we're gonna see what your New Testament says, right? And then we're gonna compare it with what the Gnostics say in a minute later on, so that way, you know, I don't lose you guys, because I know there's a lot of information coming out, and I know I get carried away sometimes. But thank you for riding the wave. Thank you for riding the wave. I appreciate you guys being here. Yeah, man. So, like I was saying, I can get carried away, and like I can sometimes I lost my train of thought, man. So it's like I gotta like keep myself checked in with all this thing and information that's being brought out. So yeah, so we brought out Ephesians 6:12, right? And how it's showing us how we're at war. There's a war for your souls, right? Literally, there's a war for your souls, bro. And the souls, your spirit is being used as a battery on this planet. Every time you die, if you guys like don't know how everything works and how what's going on, and this is what's going on, bro. Like, and this is how people are very like simplistic when it comes to this matter, because they're like, well, you never been there, brother. You never been there. Well, I've had my like psychedelic spiritual experience that I want to talk about it right now. Later on, I will though. But there's literally like all the worlds, right? And so, for example, when you guys want to travel to like a foreign country, right? What do? You guys do a research, or like, okay, well, what are the things that I can do in that country when I travel in it? Like, let's say you want to go to Rome or Italy, right? You guys want to go to Greece? Okay, well, let's go to Greece. Let's go to Greece. So, in order for us to understand, like, and enjoy like a better vacation in Greece, like you gotta like do research, like do demographics, start researching like what kind of foods they serve, what are the good areas, like where are the hotels and this and that and the third. Like you guys gotta do research before you travel there. Well, when it comes to matters of the soul, right, matters of the spirit, well, you guys are supposed to be doing the same thing. You guys have to like study, like what happens like when we die, like does your soul traverse certain like worlds in the ethereal places in the spiritual worlds, like how does it work, right? When you die, like what do you stay? Because according to the Torah, it says that your spirit goes back to the Father. What happens to the soul? You know what I'm saying? So these are questions that the Bible doesn't answer. But when you guys read in the Gnostics, I've done like 3 lessons talking about all these, like the journey of the soul, talking about like the migration and transmigration of the soul as well, like in the various ethereal realms, like on your journey back to source, like and it's the same thing, bro. Like when you guys travel to a foreign land, you guys are there for a month, you have experience like what you guys have experienced, you taking selfies, you enjoy your stay, man, like you enjoy your vacation. But now it's time to come back. Well, when it's time to come back, I mean, you guys know how to come back home. You guys take the plane, you guys pay your ticket, you guys already pay your ticket in advance, I'm pretty sure, like a round trip. And now you get on the plane and you get out, you travel for like 2 hours, you land on an airport, and then you get out of the airport, you take a cab or like an Uber, and then you go back home, and then you unpack. right? Well, this is the journey of yourself, the journey of yourself on this planet, where you come to experience, you come to learn, bro. You come to like get naked, right? When I talk about get naked, I'm talking about like go back to your true self, right? Because everybody has basically, during your stay on this planet, you guys have acquired many, many things, many layers of many, many things, right? And some of it has clouded your judgment and your and yourself and your journey. And you know, it comes to a point where like, oh, well, where do I go from here? You know, where do I go from here? And so that's basically the point of like no return. It's basically where you decide whether you go forward or you stay in the same level of understanding, wisdom, knowledge, the same that's been going on for thousands of years. There's like there's like no way for you to evolve. You know what I'm saying? You are trapped in this matrix for many, many generations to come after even you die, because you gotta return. They gotta return you, bro, because they gotta drain your battery. That's the whole purpose of you being born on this planet. One of the purposes is for them to like drain your battery, which is what you guys call the first death. First death is when basically you drain off your battery in spiritual realms, like you're vanished because you're drained. Kind of like a battery, when you used up a battery and it's drained, it's gone unless it's rechargeable. So, you know, it's time to like really like understand like what's going on at a spiritual level. This is why I brought you guys to like Ephesians 6:12. We don't wrestle against flesh and blood, but against principalities, the archons, and the deities that dwell in darkness of this world. Now, earlier I asked you guys a question: who is the God of this world? Watch this. I'm gonna read the book of 2 Corinthians chapter 4, verse 4. It says, in whom the God of this world hath blinded the minds of them which believe not, lest the light of the glorious gospel of Christ, you see that, who is the image of God, should shine unto them. You see that? So we know that according to the Gnostics, this is talking about the Gnostic Christ. Well, I'm gonna read it in the Gnostic scrolls in a minute. I'm just giving you guys the Torah and the New Testament, and then later on I'm gonna jump into the Gnostic scrolls, and that's how I'm gonna close this podcast. But I want you guys to understand, 2 Corinthians 4, verse 4, it's letting you know that the God of this world, the God of this world, which is basically the God that we're in a fight against. We're in battle against this God today, right now as we speak. Why? Because we're going against his rhetoric. We're going against his like the same rhetoric of genocide, slavery, and injustice that he propagated all throughout the ages by the Israelites themselves and by the kings of Judah and the priest of Levi. Right? They're the ones that basically began to propagate this message of like racism and slaughter, even against the African nations. Right? I mean, we want to talk about like killing babies. Well, Yahweh commanded, he sent like an angel of death to slaughter the firstborn of the Egyptian people. Right? Hamites, African people were killed off right there. Right now, mind you, you guys are gonna be like, well, the Egyptians did the same thing to the Israelites. But wait a minute, we're talking about way past in the times, right? Why are you guys bringing out the times of the past? And this is part of like the same cycle of like resentment and the same cycle of hatred that the God of the Bible has propagated to his followers. This is why they keep remembering, like, well, this is what the Edomites did, this and that and the third. At the end of the day, bro, like, not all the Edomites did that. Not all the Africans did that. Not all the Canaanites did that. This is why, like, this whole concept of about hating and division and all the nations, and you guys are the top people and chosen ones, but they are not. They're like spittle, you know. They're like spit and mud, and they're not nothing. They're worth like a drop on a bucket of water. Like Second Ezra chapter what 5, chapter 4, chapter 6, verse 52, 54. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You guys know what I'm talking about. As a matter of fact, let's read it. Second Ezra, chapter 6, I believe. We're gonna see how racist the God of the Israelites is. Whew. Whew. Verse 55, 2nd Ezra chapter 6:55 in the apocryphal books. It says, all these have I spoken before thee, O Lord, because thou madest the world for our sakes. As for the other people, which also come from Adam, thou hast said that they are nothing, but be like unto spit, and hast likened the abundance of them and unto a drop that falleth from a vessel, from a bucket. So basically, according to the God of the Bible, only the Israelites are the shit. They're the it. They're like the top-notch nation, even though they went around and slaughtered many nations, even though they went around and slaughtered their own people, like Moses, like the kings of Judah, and the Levites themselves, even the priests of Israel, right? But you want to tell me that this God is a righteous God that has chosen their own people for what? To go and slaughter in acts of racism and like what would you call it, resentment for what they did in the past. You see what I'm saying? So it's all like a cycle of toxicity. Like, what do you think, sis? Like, do you think that's basically what's going on? Like, there's like a cycle of toxicity of what's going on back in those days and what's going on today.
I believe, Brother Shamar, that the same master deceivers and Archons that were deceiving the Israelites, causing chaos, and because Yahweh is the own God of chaos. It's the God of chaos and corruption. And that's the same God that biblical people and Torah lovers are following. And I believe, to answer your question, that it is the same agenda, it is the same master deceivers, and it is the same bloodshed that they're requiring. It's the same bloodshed that they're requiring through all the agendas that we're seeing played out right now. And I believe that this so-called biblical prophecy is to continue the division and to continue the deception of the mind of you believing that it's an end time, when in reality, it's the entrance of a new era, and it's the rebirth of each soul that comes to earth, like you said. But it's all about keeping the people divided, exactly like you said. Bloodshed, racism, and division. Keep everybody against each other, and it continues to fuel their matrix.
There you go, and you said it beautifully, because that's exactly how the Gnostics pointed. And I'm gonna read that later on, because like what you said is exactly how the Gnostics said it. But I'm gonna read one last question, and then we're gonna move on to a different layer. Thank you for watching, everybody. Thank you for watching. Thank you for being here. How many Ethiopians did God kill for His chosen people? Now, this is what I'm saying, and I know that a lot of Ethiopians believe in the Bible, because some of the Ethiopians believe that they're the descendants of the sons that they had with like King Solomon and Sheba, and then out of that came about like some Ethiopians that belong to the tribe of Judah, right? Now, if that was the case, right? If that was the case, check this out. The second book of Chronicles, chapter 14, 8 to 12. How many Ethiopians did God kill for His chosen people? 1 million. 1 million Ethiopians were killed by Yahweh for the Israelites themselves. But now you guys want to claim that God is the God of the Ethiopians? See that? Uh, and Asa had an army of men, and they came out against the Sarah the Ethiopian with an host of 1,000,000. Asa cried unto the Lord his God and said, Lord, it is nothing with thee to help, whether with many or with them that have no power. Help us, O Lord our God. So the Lord smote the Ethiopians. 1 million, bro. 1 million. So this is what I'm saying when we talk about the statutes and commandments. The Bible, the Torah itself, says that thou shalt not have any favoritism with nobody. It also says that the same Torah that is applied to the Israelites is applied to the foreign that lives amongst you or round about you, right? It's the same law. So instead of going to war and killing them, why couldn't they basically just convert them and be like, yo, like, let's just be at peace and just, it's all good. But obviously that's not ever going to happen. Why? Because the way this God moves throughout the ages has been with brutal force. That's the way that everybody responds, through brutal force, through genocide, through slavery. Why? Because it's through this mental manipulation, spiritual manipulation, that you can subjugate the masses. Why? Because now you have a set of beliefs that is based on fear. If I don't do this, well, this is gonna happen. If I don't do this, this is gonna happen. Well, King Saul, he rejected the commandment on going to slaughter the Amalekites. That was a commandment given by Yahweh. He didn't want to do it. It's like, no, I'm good. Well, guess what happened? He faced the consequences, and later on, Yahweh basically had him kill him and his son in battle. You know what I'm saying? And so that's how basically how this God operates. This is why you guys have to like break any contracts that you guys have made with any entities on this planet. Any type of gods and goddesses that you've made any pacts, any agreements, any soul agreements with them, you have to break them, right? You have to break them. It's kind of like when you have like a contract, you have an apartment complex, right? You rent in a duplex, and then that contract is for 2 years. Well, if you don't fulfill the contract in 2 years, you get out, or you get out earlier, like within a year and a half. Well, what's gonna happen? You're gonna get punished. You gotta get punished by the contract. So that's why, like, you guys have to pay like some dues. You gotta break the contract with these entities, bro. That's the whole point of like your liberation and the truth. And that level comes as you guys learn the truth of the matter and what's really going on. Bro, he even threatened the Israelites, if you leave me, no, if you leave me, this is what's gonna happen. Like, imagine like you being in a relationship, right? And then you have a man or you have a woman, depending on your case. And then the woman want to leave, and all of a sudden you're like, woman, if you leave, yo, I'm gonna chain you in the basement, and you're gonna stay down there, and I'm gonna feed you, I'm gonna spoon feed you, and that's gonna be it. That's gonna be your life. Well, do not leave me, because the consequences are greater than that. So better live in fear and on eggshells. You gotta walk on eggshells. See, and this is the type of relationship that's out there today. Like, a lot of women are like, they're just enamored. They're like in love with like relationships that are toxic like that. That's why they keep coming back to the same bullshit. The same bullshit, like kind of like a dog that returns to their vomit. The same thing. Like, why would you return to someone that's treating you bad? Why? Because it's kind of like the Stockholm syndrome. The Stockholm syndrome. That's basically it. It's the enslavement of the soul of the human race. This is why they live in fear.
Religion is always in the control business, and that's something people don't really understand. It's in the guilt-producing control business, and if you have heaven as a place where you're rewarded for your goodness, and hell as a place where you're punished for your evil, then you sort of have control of the population. And so they create this fiery place, which has quite literally scared the hell out of a lot of people throughout Christian history. Mm-hmm. And it's part of a control tactic.
But wait a minute, you're saying that hell, the idea of a place under the earth or somewhere where you're tormented for an eternity, is actually an invention of the church?
I think the church fired its furnaces hotter than anybody else. But I think there's a sense in most religious life of reward and punishment in some form. The church doesn't like for people to grow up, because you can't control grown-ups. That's why we talk about being born again. When you're born again, you're still a child.
When you're born again, you're still a child, bro. Like, that probably went over people's heads. But it's true, though. Like, once you're born again, like, this is where you begin your life, right? And this is basically where, like, I think Sister Michaela is at. This is where I'm at. This is where a lot of people are at. You know what I'm saying? Like, what Like, where are you at in your spiritual evolution? Like, what has made you like come back and like relearn everything that you thought you knew? Like, what like sparked all that?
It made no sense after I started studying etymology and gematria, which is decoding the Bible through number codes. um, I started to realize that the veil for us to believe what is not our reality as our reality, it clicked. The God of the Bible does not want us to be the masters of our own creative world. He does not want us to understand the power of manifestation. Christ was talking about the power of the mind to speak things into existence. And then I also had another dream where my revelation was the Most High and Mother Wisdom actually pulled me over to the side outside of this dome matrix. And they said, did you know that when you sleep, when you astral travel, when you've gone to all these places, when you dream, you're actually awake. And when you sleep, you're actually back in your hell, in your matrix, in your life. And I was like, whoa, that gave me a whole different perspective to my reality. And so that's why a lot of us don't grow, because we can't step out of the box that we are given and told we have to live in. Yeah. And I'm enjoying this new growth. I'm enjoying downloading information. I'm enjoying not fitting in, and I'm understanding now why I was put here. I understand that this is not my home. I understand that that was never my religion. That was never my God. I cannot subscribe to a God that is manufacturing all the diseases, all the genocides, all the false prophecies, and all the false indoctrinations that have men and women blinded to subjugate to these man-made rules, to these dogmas of Archons ruling over this matrix altered reality. It's just insane. And I look forward to evolving and growing further out of this system. I'm here on a mission, and that's it. I'm just a light worker passing on by. This isn't my place. I know where I need to return to, and I'm glad I was woken up out of the systematic rules that we're supposed to we're taught in this physical aeon to follow through religion, brother Shamar, through religion, because that's the main keyword for the enslavement of humankind.
Hebrew faith is 144. Second address 1421 says the law is burnt. Right. Yeah, and that's basically what I told when I came onto Brother Sila Shalom's show like a while back ago, and I show him all that because like what is it? Captain Tasari from the ISUPK was trying to completely like destroy like what the brother Sila Shalom was saying. But I'm like, bro, like these dudes, do they really know the scriptures themselves? Because Second Ezra 14 is nothing more than like automatic writing for over 40 days and 40 nights by 6 scribes, dictated the Torah. But anyways, so yeah, Natural Mystic, Peace and Honor in One Love will be checking out the upload tonight. Appreciate your word. Peace. Have a great night, man. Thanks for coming on. Yeah, we're almost halfway there. I'm gonna move to a different layer, and then yeah, we're gonna go into the Gnostic Gospels, and I'm kind of gonna give you like the brief cosmogony of the Gnostics and how creation came about, how the God of this world that many people follow as Yahweh, Yahweh, the Tetragrammaton, Jehovah, Yahuwah, well, how that guy came about and who that God is really. Because we read earlier, like in the book of Acts, chapter 7, verse 52 and 53, that the Torah was given by angels themselves, right? So if the Torah was given by angels all throughout the ages, not only to the Israelites, but also to like the Muslims, you have the Mormons as well, and some other cultures also have angels inspiring their own text, their own sacred text. So the Bible, the Torah, the Mormon books, the Quran, they're not the only inspired books by angels. There's other books that were also inspired by other angels in other different civilizations, right? We just don't know about it. The Bible is kind of like the most famous one because that's the one that was pushed out by the Roman Catholic Church. As a matter of fact, let me read that history real quick. All right. All right, let me bring you back just like a refresher on like the history on that. It says uh let's see. All right, here it is. The situation continued for nearly 300 years when suddenly Flavius Valerius Constantinus, AD 272 to AD 333, came to the rescue. Commonly known as Constantine the Great, he became known as the first Christian emperor of the Roman Empire and began the empire's unofficial sponsorship of Christianity, which was a major factor in the survival and spread of the religion. His reputation as the first Christian emperor was promulgated by Lactantius and Eusebius and gained ground in the succeeding generations. He founded the city of Constantinople as the new capital of the Eastern Empire. You guys remember when the empire got divided into Western and Eastern, which became the home of Christianity, filled with the number of churches and temples. He also proclaimed that Sunday will be the day of worship. um, It says the first council of Nicaea, which took place during the reign of the Emperor Constantine in AD 325, was the first ecumenical worldwide conference of bishops of the Christian church way back in those days. And this is basically where you guys begin to see like how all those councils that took place over 300 years began to like edit the Bible that you guys have right now. So this is what I'm saying, that when you guys are fighting against me and against what I'm saying, what I'm bringing now, because of what the Gnostics brought out way back before, way before the New Testament itself. You guys know that the Gnostic scrolls predate your New Testament for like many years, bro, at least 400, 500 years, because a lot of the scrolls of the Gnostics were even copies of much ancient writings from the BC era. So, in other words, we're talking about that the Gnostic scrolls are basically the original Gospels themselves. And this is where we're going to dive into in a minute, because now we're going to find like the understanding of why the God of this world basically took over the nation of Israel and began his campaign to deceive the world, to do acts of racism against other nations, to slaughter babies and mothers and pregnant women and elderly and older women and suckling babies and animals and towns, entire towns burned up, all to appease the God of the Bible at the end of the day. Okay, and this is why you guys follow. This is why we read earlier in the book of John when it talks about there's gonna come a time where there's gonna be people that are gonna think that they're doing the will of God when they're killing people because they're not following their rhetoric. And that's exactly what Christ was going through way back in the day. Christ wasn't following the Torah. Right now, you guys are gonna say, "Wait a minute, Shamar," and you guys have a lot of these people that are gonna like cut this video and they're gonna do a video out of context of what I just said, and they're gonna run with their doctrines and slander campaign against me. But this is what I'm here to say. Now, I know you guys are gonna say, "Well, what are you talking about, Shamar? Matthew chapter 5, verse 17 says that that God did not, Christ didn't come to like destroy the law, but to like impose it. Like, what are you talking about?" Really, if you guys keep reading that chapter 5, it's a different case, because Christ began to have a conversation with the people there in the book of Matthew chapter 5, and he was like, yo, you guys have heard to say in the Old Testament that, well, you're not supposed to make any oaths against like nothing. Now we know that the Old Testament tells you that you're supposed to make an oath, right? Kind of like during the times of Ezra, right? In the book of Ezra, when he made the people make an oath to like kick out all the half breeds that were living in the nation. They were all kicked out with their mothers, but that was because they made a vow. They made a vow. Well, according to Christ, like he was like, no, that's not. You're not supposed to do that, because anybody that makes a vow, it's basically comes from the devil. Now, when you guys study that passage, that commandment to make a vow to God, to Yahweh, comes from Yahweh himself. But Christ in the book of Matthew chapter 5, when you guys go into the Greek, bro, it clearly deciphers that God, the God who gave that law, that you're supposed to make a vow to Yahweh and fulfill your vows and this and that and the third, like that was given by a devil. That's exactly how it breaks it down in the Greek. But anyway, the council, which was also called a synod, dealt with the problems created by the Arian controversy concerning the nature and the status of Jesus. The Arians had their own views of who Jesus really was. Why? Just like I did a lesson like about like the missing years of the life of Christ. Well, the missing years of the life of Christ is because he spent most of his life from the age of 13 to the age of 29 in India, in Pakistan, in the Himalayan mountains, in the Tibetan mountains over there, basically learning like a lot of the wisdom from the East. And so when he came back, like when he was living around those times, the Aryans knew him. This is why you have the Aryans basically uh dealing with the Roman Empire, basically saying, well, no, that's not true. Christ is not what you're saying. Like, you guys are lying. We know who Christ is because he walked amongst us. Like, what are you talking about? So this is what's happening from the when Constantine came about with the Council of Nicaea in AD 325. The Arians were there to fight on behalf of Christ because, like, the Roman Church was lying to the world, and this is what everybody follows today. The Arians had their own views of who Jesus really was. He must remember that Jesus spent most of his grown life since the age of 12 or 13 in the East, under the influence of several Eastern religions, philosophies, and Arianism was just one of them. You see that? So with that, I think I'm gonna and obviously, you guys have the Greek Bible, the Septuagint, which originates from the 3rd century BC. It is the Greek translation done in Alexandria by a group of 72 rabbis, 6 from each of the 12 tribes. And you guys know how I feel about that, because at the end of the day, even with their translation, they're still following the same God that is not the true prime creator anyway. um, All right, I'm gonna read this little last piece of history, and then we're gonna move on to the different layer, which is I'm gonna go into the Gnostics, and then we're gonna call it a night. But I thank everybody that came on the show. Thanks for tuning in. I know there's a lot of information that sometimes I bring out, and I tend to be carried away, but it's information that has to be said, and it has to be uttered out of my lips into your ears, so you guys can actually like be like, wait a minute, what is he saying? And so that'll spark like You know, like no, I don't know. It'll spark something within your soul and your mind, and be like, let me research what Ayash is saying. You know, so is there anything you want to share, sis? You good?
Yeah. I just think that everybody's level of seeking your true self, I think there's no pressure here, right? You don't do your videos to pressure anybody into anything. It was like with me, Shamar. I took a very long time going through the school of life and going through religion itself in order for me to understand and start comparisons of what is the image of Christ that we're being taught. Like you said, the Arians knew who Christ really was. They came before the council to argue that, but the council was standing forth to just stabilize Christendom, because all they wanted was to stabilize Christianity. And it's similar to when you have this world today stepping into the era of the New World Order, right? Okay. Back then they just wanted that one set order of Christendom, right? Christianity, and that's it, nothing outside of that. And so it's so funny, because for me and for everybody who's watching, shalom to everybody, everybody's going to step out of that matrix and stop feeding into the motherboard of this fake matrix in their own time. For me, the experience was so unique because I took several retreats during the summer. I did a lot of traveling. I connected a lot with nature. And the further I went into it, the further the Most High took me into other steps of my awakening, of my self-discovery, of discovering Christ within me, not in a book. Herbalistic healing, natural healing, eating herbs, eating raw. It's all about detoxing from this world, detoxing from the BS physically, spiritually, mentally. The stuff we eat physically starts to help you awaken that third eye chakra, awaken that spiritual instinct within you, and to level up in your spiritual subconscious, right? And so I want to tell everybody that if you have that desire, you have to start by questioning everything. I had to seriously sit there and question, okay, well, if this is really the God of the Bible, why would there be so much controversy within itself? You're saying Baal, you're saying Lord, and then you have to dig and dissect everything. Like you said, Shamar, not everything is bad in there, but because the scribes of the master elites came in and switched the original writings over and over, word sorcery has everything to do with altering a word. One word can be switched around and it's already going to mean something completely different. But you have to step out of that matrix world in order to start deciphering things. For me, it started with etymology, then it's ascended into gematria, and now I'm downloading information by the seconds. And it's crazy to think that we're not here to shatter anybody's reality, but the truth is the masses are sleeping. We've entered that quote unquote end of the world era. We've already entered the artificial intelligence dimension where they're going to get ready to create several altered realities, Brother Shamar. They're getting ready to destroy the physicality of Mother Earth, which is this existent Earth within a dome of an altered reality, and they're getting ready to enter the next generation breed humanoid.
I don't want to dive. I don't want to dive deep into that because I want to do a special class on that because that's like really beautiful information that I would like to bring you on to as well. Because yeah, that's a different subject in itself. But yeah, that's the reality of things, and like the reality that we're talking about tonight is basically like the deception and the lies of the God of the Old Testament, and how everybody has like come to be subdued by these lies, right?
Yeah.
This rhetoric about this God that commits genocide and commits murder against his own people, enslaves his own people, murders other people and babies, and that's basically what he commands his followers to do. and you know,
And
you
they're
have a lot
still
of
doing
individuals.
it, and it's still happening.
Right, and brings me to like the book of Leviticus chapter 21, 17 and 21. Uh, intolerance toward the handicap is a sin unless the discrimination takes the form of, right? Because according to the God of the Old Testament, God does not like handicapped people at all. You cannot get close to the temple if you're a handicapped man or woman out there, right? You guys are listening. You handicap. If you believe in the Bible, well, according to the Bible, you guys wouldn't even fit back in that reality back in those days. Check this out. Whoever be, whoever, whosoever he be of thy seed in their generations that hath any blemish, let him not approach to offer the bread of his God. See that? So the God commands you to do certain things, right? Like rituals and ceremonies and this and that and third. But all of a sudden, because you're handicapped, well, you can't fulfill that commandment, sir, because you're handicapped, even though God created that handicap. Like what is going on, man? So I'm gonna keep reading on. For whatsoever man he had that blemish, he shall not approach. A blind man, you cannot approach and give your offering to God according to the Torah, according to the Bible. Or a lame, you see that handicap, or he that hath a flat nose. So anybody out there that has a flat nose, like you guys cannot offer like an offering to the Most High. Like, you guys see how absurd this sounds? You guys, like, are you guys here? Like, you guys are awake? This is exactly how absurd the God of the Bible is. You are not allowed to offer certain offerings into the temple because you have a flat nose. You're handicapped. You are blind, right? You are yeah, or anything superfluous, or a man that is broken-footed, or broken-handed, or crook-back, or a dwarf, or that had a blemish in his eye, or a blemish of the seed of Aaron. Oh my bad. Or had the blemish of his eye, or the scurvy, or scabbed, or had his stones broken. No man that had a blemish of the seed of Aaron the priest shall come nigh to the offering of the Lord made by fire. He had a blemish, he shall not come nigh to offer the bread of his God. You see that? Leviticus 21, 17 and 21. And this is for the lepers. If you guys are lepers, you guys have albinism. Check this out. It says, and the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, command the children of Israel that they put out of the camp every leper and everyone that had an issue, and whosoever is defiled by the dead, both male and female, shall ye put out. Without the camp shall ye put them, that they defile not the camps in the midst of whereof I dwell. See that? Bro. So these are basically the rules of a just God, a God that loves the nation of Israel regardless, right? I mean, you guys are gonna begin to witness and see for yourselves, like, I mean, you have in the Christian church, you have like lepers, you have like people that are blind that go in. Now, mind you, what was the ministry of Christ? Christ came and began to do what? He began to heal the sick, the blind, the lame. That's a huge difference. You see what I'm saying? So you have the God of the Old Testament basically going around saying, well, the lame, the blind, they're not even worthy to like give me any offerings, right? Even though I have chosen them, they're not worthy of that. None of that. Well, Christ went around basically going against all that because he began to heal the sick. He even resurrected the dead. He healed the blind. He healed the leper, and the lame. You guys know the story. So this is what I'm saying. There's like a big contracts between the God of the Old Testament. As a matter of fact, let's go to the book of John chapter 8. and then from here we're gonna jump into the Gnostic scrolls, and then yeah. All right, the book of John, chapter 8. I'm gonna read verse 1 and 2. It says, Jesus went on to the Mount of Olives, and early in the morning he came again in the temple, and all the people came unto him, and he sat down and taught them. You see that? And the scribes and Pharisees brought unto him a woman taken in adultery. So this is basically when the testing begins. But I'm gonna jump that because I want to stay focused on the matter. Verse 19, and this is basically where the scribes began to like question him, right? It says, then said they unto him, where is thy father? Jesus answered, ye neither know me nor my father. If ye had known me, ye should have known my father also. It says, verse 26, verse 23, it says, and he said unto them, ye are from beneath, I am from above. Ye are from this world, I am not of this world. I said therefore unto you that ye shall die in your sins. But if you believe not that I am he, ye shall die in your sins. Why? Because they always wanted to kill him, because they thought he was always breaking the Torah, because all his arguments were basically against the Torah. It says, verse 28, it says, then said Jesus unto them, when ye have lifted up the Son of Man, then shall ye know that I am he, and that I do not do nothing of myself, but as my Father had taught me, I spake these things. Verse 29, and he that sent me is with me. The Father had not left me alone, for I do always those things that please him. Verse 30, let's see, where is it at? Verse 37, I know that ye are Abraham's seed, but ye seek to kill me, because my word had no place in you. You see, so a lot of the things that Christ was speaking, it was strange to a lot of the Jews, because a lot of the Jews, they still subscribe to the idea of Yahweh. They were still doing animal sacrifices even during the times of when Christ was walking upon Jerusalem, right? So a lot of the things that Christ was speaking about, it was so strange, right? It was so strange. Verse 38, I speak that which I have seen with my Father, and ye do that which ye have seen with your father. You see that? Verse 41, ye do the deeds of your father. Then say they to him, we be not born of fornication. We have one Father, even God. You know, they were lying, because the God that they believe in is not the God. And I'm going to give you that in a minute. Verse 42, Jesus said unto them, if God were your Father, ye would love me, for I proceed forth and came from God. Neither came I of myself, but he sent me. Why do you not understand my speech? See, why? Even because ye cannot hear my word. You see, their eyes were closed. And this is why I was saying in the book of 2 Corinthians chapter 3, verse 3, verse 15, it tells you that what? That every time they read their Torah, there's blindness upon their minds. There's darkness upon their minds because they're following an angel. They're following like a fallen God. Verse 44, it says, ye are of your father the devil, and the lust of your father ye will do. See, what were the lust of the God of the Old Testament? He always wanted to go around and kill everybody else that didn't agree with him. He always wanted to enslave his own people when they basically went off or didn't agree with him. Now, mind you, like, you guys are parents, and you guys, like, when your child goes off, like like, you guys punish them according to what they done, right? For example, if your child basically like spills a glass of milk, are you guys gonna cut their arms off? Of course not. That will be preposterous. That will be like way out there. Well, according to the Bible, the Israelites went off, and instead of like Yahweh being like easy on them and like, you know, just being a merciful God, like you know, like he claims to be, like he basically went around and make the Israelites commit cannibalism. Yahweh made them like go off to the point that they started like sacrificing their own children to Baal. There's many instances that we read already that God, the God of the Old Testament, went around slaughtering the other nations just because like they didn't agree with him, or like for example that time when like the Assyrian king, right? Remember guys, the Assyrian king, the Assyrians were making fun of Yahweh, and basically God was like, nobody makes fun of me. What the hell, you know? And then the Bible literally says that he sent an angel and killed 185,000 of the Assyrians, all because the royalty of the Assyrians, meaning the king of the Assyrians, was the one that made fun of Yahweh. Now, if that was the case, why didn't Yahweh struck like the kings and the royalty and the all the officials of the cabinet of the Assyrians way back in those days? Why kill like innocent 185,000 Assyrians? Now, mind you, the Assyrians were going around and basically enslaving everybody else because that was their time to rule, right? Yahweh basically demands like who is gonna rule now because he's the God of this world. You guys understand? The same God that came down to like Christ when he was fasting. It's like, yo, like I know you're fasting, but let me just give you some temptations. Like, you see all this planet, it was given to me. Like whatever you want, like I'll give it to you if you bow down to me. You see that? So right there, it's letting you know that like Satan right there is the God of this world. And the God of this world is the one that's blinding the souls of mankind, the spiritual eyes. And this is why people subscribe to these like bloody ideologies. This is exactly why John chapter 8 verse 44 is saying Christ is having a conversation with the Levites and the scribes that still subscribe to the Torah way back in those days during the times of Christ. And he was like, ye are of your father the devil, and the lust of your father you will do. He was a murderer from the beginning, and abode not in the truth, because there is no truth in him. When he speaketh a lie, he speaketh of his own. You see, for he's a liar and the father of it. See that? And one of the examples about him being a liar is one of the councils that he had. You guys remember when he had a council? In the book of 2 Kings. Let's read it. We're gonna read that real quick, and then we're gonna move on to the next layer, because people are people want the answers to the thing. First Kings 21. Give me a minute. 21. Oh, 22. There it is. All right. So, and this is exactly why Christ was saying what he was saying in the book of John. I want you guys to understand why he was saying what he was saying. And I know that a lot of people are gonna be like, wait a minute. When Christ was referring to like he was a murderer from the beginning, he was talking about Cain and Abel. No, that's not what it's talking about, sir, because Christ is having that conversation with the Levites, and the Levites are from the tribe of obviously the scribes and the Pharisees are from the tribe of Levi. So Christ couldn't have been talking about like the Levites themselves or Cain, because Cain, first of all, is not from the tribe of Levi. So we know that it's talking about something else that is not written there in the New Testament. But when we go into the Gnostics, which we're gonna go in a minute, we're gonna find out what Christ was talking about when he said he was a murderer from the beginning. Who was that talking about? Now, the other layer of that passage in the book of John, chapter 8, verse 44, when it talks about, there was never truth in his lips, and nothing that came out of his mouth was the truth. Why was he saying that? Well, in the book of 1 Kings, chapter 22, verse 19, it says, and he said, hear thou therefore the word of the Lord. I saw the Lord sitting on his throne, and all the host of heaven standing by him on his right hand and on his left. See that? So now we're talking about this like spiritual experience that they saw. And the Lord said, who shall persuade Ahab that he may go up and fall at Ramoth Gilead? And one said on this manner, and another said on that manner. Basically, there was like a brainstorm amongst these gods. Like they had a council, and they were like, "Huh, how can we deceive these humans, right? How can we deceive Ahab and the people so that when we deceive them, like we just kill them off, like we just get rid of them, you know? Like how can we do that?" One said this, the other said another one. They were just planning now, brainstorming, right? Verse 21. And there came forth a spirit. What type of spirit was this? Watch this. And stood before the Lord and said, I will persuade him. Verse 22. And the Lord said unto him, wherewith? Like how? Like how you gonna do it? Like show me. And he said, I will go forth, and I will be a lion spirit into the mouth of all his prophets. And he said, thou shalt persuade him and prevail also. Go forth and do so. See that? So basically, it's basically Yahweh having a council with his minions, planning a conspiracy on how they were gonna deceive their own people, their own chosen people, bro. Talking about Ahab, and all that. Now, I know what you guys are gonna say. Well, but wait a minute, Shamar. That's Ahab went off, and he was following Jezebel and all sort of stuff. I understand that. But the whole point is that instead of sending like spirits of truth, spirits of like grace, spirits of like forgiveness, he sent a lying spirit. And this is exactly why when you guys read the book of John, chapter 8, verse 44, let's read it. And then we're going to move to the next layer. Okay. I know you guys are waiting for the next layer. I just want to thank you for being patient and following along. The book of John, chapter 8, verse 44. You are of your father the devil, and the lust of your father you will do. Why? Because the lust of the father of the God of the Old Testament is basically go around and slaughter and slave and basically like make you go off and if you don't agree with him and stuff. And that's basically like how he deals with you when you basically like go against him and stuff. And that's basically why people are afraid. They're afraid of like exiting that contract, you guys. So a lot of people want to follow the lust of the God, and those lust of that God is I'm gonna give you one example. Watch this. Let me finish this. Ye are of your father the devil, and the lust of your father ye will do. He was a murderer from the beginning, and abode not in the truth. Exactly what we brought out earlier, like the council of Yahweh, the Elohim had a council on how they were gonna go about to deceive the people. And they're like, well, I want to do it this way. No, I don't like that idea. Well, I want to do it this way. I will do this and that and the third. I don't know about that. Well, what about you? Then all of a sudden, an angel of deception, gets out of his seat, out of his seat, and then start explaining like, well, this is how I'm gonna do it. And then Yahweh's like, well, I approve. Go for it and do it. You see that? And this is the God a lot of people follow. Exactly the God that people follow. Yeah. All right. He was a murderer from the beginning, and abode not in the truth, because there is no truth in him. When he spaketh a lie, he spaketh of his own, for he is a liar and the father of it. Now, we know that the Gospels, like the New Testament Gospels, they do not explain, they don't farther out on like who this God is. Now, we're gonna find out, and I'm gonna give you guys like the understanding from the perspective of the Gnostics and how they view the cosmology and the cosmogony. So I want you guys to stick around for that, and then we're gonna probably like end with that. But I'm gonna do probably like another half an hour, and then we're gonna call it a night. I know this podcast can like be like long, but I'm glad you guys are here. And again, those who are gonna be watching later on when this podcast is posted, welcome to the live. I'm glad you guys are here. Hopefully you guys were able to learn something, at least 1%, 2%. If not, at least the seeds will be planted. Yeah, let me put a sweater on because it's like it's getting cold. Getting cold around here. How you doing, sis? Are you doing good? I mean, I'm gonna go a little longer, so I don't know if you're still gonna stick around, or is there something else you would like to bring out before I move to the next phase, or?
No, I just think I do have to go soon because the baby's starting to toss and turn. But before you go into the Gnostic scriptures, I just want people to realize that the Gnostic scriptures really does identify the true divine nature outside of the false imagery we've been indoctrinated to believe in, not just of the creator, but the destructive image that we were altered when we were taken from mama and given Holy Spirit male versus the feminine energy of mother wisdom, right? And also the divine character of Christ as a physical aeon when he was manifested in the flesh is not the same image that we are given from a false God, a false matrix God who had a Christ sacrificed. Again, bloodshed, chaos, confusion. And so I'm really excited that you're going to read from the Nag Hammadi scriptures. I now use that in all my lives. I've been discerning a lot of things within those contexts. I love it. It doesn't mean that we throw the Bible away completely, because there's some of Christ's words that still stick in there if you discern it, at a different level. If you go deep within the coded messages he did leave for his people. I am super honored that you had me on here today. I'm always learning from you. You're a great leader, a great teacher. I'm so excited for more of your spiritual healing journey. Don't forget to share and subscribe my channel, and I'm always here whenever you need. And like I said, it feels good to break these chains. It feels good to wake up from the illusion of this religious Bible, religious dogmas, the fakeness of everything that is doctrinated in there for us to stay asleep. I'm super thrilled for my journey, and I can't wait to continue to learn more and more, as the times that we are approaching are not easy.
Right. Yeah, thank you, sis. Thanks for coming on. And I'm just glad that, there's like a lot of people, you're not the only one. There's like a lot of more people that come to my inbox regarding many things that, because a lot of people that come to me, they were part of the Black Hebrew Israelites. And a lot of people, and you guys got to understand that my mission way back in the day, like 8 years ago, when I was like with the Black Hebrew Israelites, my mission was to learn their doctrines. Was my mission was to like understand where they were coming from. And I was never like, I never believed what they were like really teaching. I was hanging out with like various scums. Like I started like with the Comforter camp, and I began to question their doctrines. I lived with like one of the elders from New York, like one of the heads, like from the original school. So I was like with one of the top guys. So I lived with them for like a year, and we learned a lot. I learned a lot, but in my learning their doctrines, I began to see certain like discrepancies in their doctrines and discrepancies in the Bible, and that began to like push me out of that environment, and that's when I joined IUIC. You guys know me from IUIC, and I was like going camping out there in the streets, bringing out the word. I was camping, bro. Like my studies like range from like almost like 20 hours a day. Like we would dive in from 6:30, 7 a.m. in the morning, just diving deep into the Torah, like understanding, bro. Bro, like I took a lot of notes. So one of the one of my greatest journeys, like, is be able to like sit down and like study the text, like a lot of people do not understand their own Bibles, but like me, I spent like at least a year just diving deep, like every like 2-3 times a week, like on the Shabbat, like we would basically spend the whole day. The entire Shabbat was spent studying, diving deep, doing breakdowns. And this is exactly how I began to like question their bullshit. And that's when they began to like put me aside, because I was supposed to be an officer, right? I was supposed to be an officer within IUIC. I passed all their tests, like all of them. They made us do like a questionnaire for like 200 questions without using like your phone, nothing, bro, just memory. And I didn't, I was the one that finished first, but then because I was questioning their rhetoric and their doctrines, they never allowed me to like exercise my office as an officer within the IUIC congregation. So one time they all conspired against me to like kick me out of the congregation. So I came on a Shabbat, right? And so what I'm speaking right now, like I have witnesses, so it's not like I'm making it up. I'm speaking behind the brothers' back, because Officer Gabar, Officer Yaban, and his son, Officer Gabar and his son, and Officer Yabar, you guys were there. If you ever guys come across this live, you guys know what happened. So what I'm about to say is like, it's truthful, right? It's nothing made up. So they stood me up in the midst of the entire congregation, and they brought judgments against me, saying, "Well, Shamar, it seems like you're causing divisions and amongst the brothers and sisters, right?" And so they made me read the shirt that I was wearing, which was IUIC, and then IUIC stands for like Israel United in Christ. Now they asked me a question like, "What does your shirt say?" I'm like, "Israel United in Christ." They're like, "It says United in Christ, so why are you like talking about something else?" So that's when I began like my journey, like basically like 4 or 5 years ago. And I began to question the rhetoric, and this is basically why they kicked me out, because I began to question everything that they were teaching me. Mind you, I spent like a year learning everything left to right, right? I couldn't go into the Hebrew because they didn't let me go into the Hebrew and understand the Hebrew better. But so I got kicked out, and so my journey has been progressing ever since, So I went from IUIC to creating my own congregation, which was first called Soldiers of Salvation. You guys know me with like Soldiers of Salvation way back in the day. As a matter of fact, let me show you like a video of that real quick. So I'm giving you I'm giving you this like a little piece of the story, so you guys understand like the progression that I've been on. So it's not just like all of a sudden I decided to just like change the doctrine and be like, oh well, now I don't believe in that anymore because it's out of my feelings. Like I'm emotional about it. No, it's not even like that, bro. I don't resent the God of the Bible. I just feel like I feel sadness for humanity. I feel sadness for the world because the world basically like borrows and subscribes to the same ideology that was spread out by the Roman Empire until this very day. Doctrines of angels and whatnot. And that's exactly what I'm about to go in a minute. The Gnostics is going to explain it way better than I do. And you guys are going to find out, it's like, whoa, whoa.
Brother Shamar, that's exactly what he deceived the whole world means. I mean, people read it and they think it's just talking about Satan at a temptation of sin, causing you to sin and causing you to not see certain things, but it's talking about it in a whole. He came and he has deceived the whole world. What's the deception? The fact that everybody follows him as the true God. It's so basic.
Yeah, but sadly, like the Bible says in Second Corinthians chapter 3, verse 15, it says that every time they read their Torah, there is darkness upon their minds. So
Right.
so this is exactly why like even though it's simple for you, it's simple for me, it's simple for a lot of people. And when I say simple, I'm not saying that like we have achieved the pinnacle of wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. That's not it. I'm a student of mother wisdom as I go. Okay, I'm not it. I'm not like I have achieved the goal. I have achieved like gnosis, true gnosis. Like we die learning, but as we learn, we reach certain levels that other people have not learned. And this is why I'm here. This is why I'm sharing this information with people, and this is why like Sister Michaela also was able to understand. And she bought the Nahamadi scrolls. Same thing like Jose Vega also bought the scrolls, and amongst other people are buying the scrolls because they're like, a lot of things I'm saying, like deep within yourself, you guys know that I'm making sense. But because it's coming out of my mouth, because usually the messengers are not the most well liked. The
No.
messengers of the gods are never liked. This is why a lot of the Israelites were basically killing off a lot of the prophets, because the prophets were coming in, but like, yo, like God never said to kill nobody. Isaiah 66:3 tells you. Isaiah chapter 1, when Isaiah is having a conversation and a dispute with a lot of Levites that were like corrupting everything else. Chapter 1 of Isaiah, chapter 2 of Isaiah, chapter 3 of Isaiah is basically when everything goes down, is destroyed because of all that was happening. And none of the prophet, like none of the none of the people of Israel wanted to listen. They always wanted to kill, and destroy, just like their father, the devil. This is why Christ chapter in John chapter 8 verse literally says, you are of your father the devil, because you guys want to follow the same lust of your father. Now let me show you one of the lusts that it's talking about, right? Let me show you one of the lusts, because this is exactly what you guys preach. This is what you guys want to do, supposedly, when you guys come into power, right? Which I doubt you guys will ever be in power, because how you guys act, how you guys behave, is not even like, bro, it's not even achievable how you guys behave. You guys claim you guys claim to be the sons and the children of God, and yet you guys are behaving in such a way. Let's see, where are we? Where are we? All right. So yeah, man. I don't want to continue to go on, because like we're gonna be here all night. But yeah, crumbs from the master's table, Ephesians 2:12, having abolished in his flesh. And so crumbs from the master's table. I don't know who you are, but yeah, that idea that Christ died for the sins of the people, it's not true. That's made up. That was made up by the Roman Empire. And I'm gonna give you kind of like the glimpse of the understanding according to the Gnostic point of view. But yeah, that's like not true. That's and this is why, like, when I read the New Testament, I read it with like with understanding, knowing what the difference is, right? Because when you guys read the New Testament is highly edited. I give you guys the history. You guys can look it up for yourself. There's 300 years that the empire took upon themselves through councils of churches to edit your Bible, highly edited. So when you guys are talking about Ephesians saying, having abolished in his flesh the enmity, even the law of commandments containing ordinances, for to make himself a twain one new man, to make peace. Now, if you understand like the esoteric meaning behind all of that, that's talking about like the what would you call it? The kind of like the kind of like achieving the philosopher's stone, right? Kind of like the path of the soul, in which you take, like, you go through the dark night of the soul, and you sacrifice yourself, like in the flesh, meaning like you go through this suffering, you go through this darkness. That's basically like your initiation. That's why you guys read in the book of Isaiah chapter 48 verse 10, when it talks about the furnace of adversity. Well, the furnace of adversity is basically one of the points of initiation, like within the Christ consciousness. So when you talk about, he abolished in his flesh the enmity. Well, what is he talking about? Like, what he abolished, right? Because when you guys read the Gnostics, which I'm about to go in a minute and read it, he talks about how, like, the sons of light, we are trapped and crucified on this planet within the flesh bags we call bodies, right? This is our entrapment. And exactly this is what we read in the book of First Corinthians chapter 5. Let me see. Yeah. So this is why it's talking about where is it at? Give me a minute. I'm gonna find it for you. There it is. 2 Corinthians chapter 4 verse. And this is some of the things that you guys find in the New Testament are basically Gnostic in nature. But when you guys read it, you guys think it's very like literal, and it's not. Some of the things that you guys read in the New Testament is basically mystery knowledge. Okay, so 2 Corinthians chapter 4 is basically like Gnostic ideology or Gnostic thought, train of thought. Check this out. It says, but we have this treasure in earthen vessels. You see, what is the treasure that we have? Your soul and your spirit is basically dwelling within a temple that you guys call bodies, which are made up of what? Carbon, magnesium, zinc, made up of earthen, right? So it says, but we have this treasure in earthen vessels, that the excellency of the power may be of God and not of us. Chapter 5, verse 1. For we know that if our earthly house of this tabernacle were dissolved, we have a building of God, and house not made with hands, eternal in heavens. Talking about what? Talking about your celestial bodies, right? Because you are here experiencing this planet in a three-dimensional place, which in order to experience this plane of existence, you need 5 physical senses to like be able to funnel all that information that you're experiencing on this planet. This is why you guys need a biochemical machine you guys call body, a flesh bag, right? And so, but verse 2, for in these we groan, earnestly desiring to be clothed upon with our house which is from heaven. See, if so be that being clothed, we shall not be found naked. In other words, we are naked. Why? Because we don't have a celestial bodies. We are encased in these flesh bags we call bodies. They're earthen vessels, right? And so when we talk about Ephesians 2:15 again, having abolished in his flesh the enmity. Well, the enmity was talking about us not being able to like tap into our own Christ consciousness in order to activate our own powers, right? And this is why Christ said what he says, like, listen, man, when I go back to the Father, back to source, you guys are gonna be able to do greater miracles than I did. You see that? So having abolished in his flesh the enmity was talking about him basically overcoming this flesh, right? And I know you quoted another scripture earlier in the book of let's see, in the book of there it is. There it is. It says, blotting out the handwriting of ordinances that was against us, which was contrary to us, and took it out of the way, nailing it to the cross. You see that? So that understanding, that deeper understanding of the scriptures found in the Gnostics, because when Christ died, as a matter of fact, I'm gonna read it for you, and then that's how we're gonna dive into the Nag Hammadi. Hold on. Let me find it. Yeah, because a lot of people have this idea that Christ died for the sins and all that, but that's just it's not true, bro. And a lot of people have to come to these conclusions. It's okay, bro. Like, you guys are gonna be fine. It's like, no. All right, 494. All right, you guys are ready? So I'm gonna read out of the Nag Hammadi scrolls, which again predate the New Testament for like many centuries, bro, because the New Testaments were written down around the 40th to the 60th to the 120th century. The Nag Hammadi scrolls, like, they go back to the BC era, and they're basically like first to the second century. So all right, I'm gonna read it. It says, others will wander from evil words and mysteries that lead people astray. See that? Many others who oppose truth and are messengers of error will ordain their error and their law against my pure thoughts, since they see from one perspective only. You see that they're close-minded. They think that good and evil come from the same source. You see that? This is why you guys have in the book of Isaiah, what do you call it? Isaiah, let's see. What is it? Isaiah, when it talks about I create good and evil, I alone am God, right? In Isaiah, chapter 47, when Yahweh was saying that he's the one that creates good and evil. The Gnostics is saying otherwise. It's saying many others who oppose truth and are messengers of error will ordain their error and their law against my pure thoughts, since they see from one perspective only. They think that good and evil come from the same source. See that? That's why they subscribe to that ideology of Yahweh saying that I created good and evil. But good and evil cannot come from the same place, right? Unless you were basically like a son created, like, you know, in in deception, kind of like a lot of these gods of deception from the council of Yahweh. First Kings chapter 22. You remember that? I will go and deceive Ahab, son of deception. They do business in my word, and they will establish harsh fate in which the generations of immortal souls will run in vain until my return. You see that? For the immortal souls will surely remain among them, and I have forgiven their transgressions into which they have fallen through their adversaries, and I have redeemed them from their slavery to give them freedom. And that was basically kind of like the message, the central message of the Gnostic Christ back in those days. And this is basically what gets interesting. It says, some will create a mere imitation of the remnant in the name of a dead man. You see that? So Christ, like the Gnostic Christ, was basically letting you know that, like, later on someone was going to invent this idea that someone died for your sins. It says, some will create a mere imitation of the remnant in the name of a dead man who is Hermas. See that? Hermas. And this is basically like, you guys can kind of like do a cross reference with the writings of Hermas in the Shepherd of Herma. See that? So the firstborn of unrighteousness, in order that the little ones may not believe in the light that is. You see that? So that idea about like someone dying for your sins basically like takes away your own effort to like dive deep into your own self, to tap into your own divinity as a God on this planet. The firstborn of our these are the workers who will be cast into the outer darkness, away from the children of light. See that? All right, check this out. Again, and this is out of the mouth of the Gnostics, again, which predate the New Testament for like many centuries, right? So, and again, I show you guys that like many times before, even tonight, I like briefly show you that the New Testament was highly edited. So why would you guys like put your entire trust in these texts that have been highly edited? When I talk about these texts, I'm talking about the New Testament, because those are the texts that I'm talking about that have been highly edited, highly revised by the Catholic Church over a lapse of 300 years, right? So why would you guys fully subscribe to it? Now, mind you, I read from it because I'm trying to show you guys something. I'm trying to show you guys things out of it. It doesn't mean that I fully subscribe to it, right? So this is why I always come back to the Gnostics themselves. Now, all right, it says, I was in the mouth of lions. This is Christ talking about, right? They hatch a plot against me to counter the destruction of their error and foolishness. And this is basically where you go into Colossians 2:14, blotting out the handwriting of ordinances that was against us, which was contrary to us, and took it out of the way, nailing it to the cross, right? And this is basically what we're gonna go into, because it's just much deeper than what we read in Colossians and stuff. It says, I was in the mouth of lions. They hatch a plot against me to counter the destruction of their error and foolishness, but I did not give in to them as they had planned. I was not hurt at all. Though they punished me, I did not die in actuality, but only in appearance. You see that? That I might not be put to shame by them as if they are part of me. You see that? And that's basically what you're talking about when you said that. And having spoiled principalities and powers, he made a shoe of them, openly triumphing over them. Basically showing you guys right here, this is how he triumphed. This is how he basically, having spoiled principalities and powers, he made a shoe of them, openly triumphing over them. How did he triumph over them? By basically making them think, making the Romans think, and making the Archons and the rulers of this world that they had just killed the Son of God. So if they just had killed the Son of God, that means that they can go around to the other realms and basically slaughter the rest of the prime creators. This is basically like a war. Like this is like a war of the gods. So they thought that they could kill the Son of God, and they didn't. They was just like a mere imitation, like an appearance, like a holographic projection type of deal, and they thought that I killed the Son. But this is how you read in Colossians 2:15, saying that he spoiled principalities and powers. He made a show of them openly. Basically, he embarrassed them, bro. Check this out. Though they punished me, I did not die in actuality, but only in appearance, that I might not be put to shame by them, as if they are part of me. I freed myself of shame, and I did not become faint-hearted because of what they did to me. I would have become bound by fear, but I suffer only in their eyes and their thought, and nothing may ever be claimed about them. The death they think I suffer, they suffer in their error and blindness. They nailed their men to their death. See that? They nailed their men to their death. See? Their thoughts did not perceive me, since they were deaf and blind. By doing these things, they pronounce judgment against themselves. You see that? So a lot of these archons, a lot of these principalities, a lot of these powers that were there during the times of Christ, they really wanted to get rid of him. This is why a lot of these archons inspired a lot of these scribes and the Pharisees to go against Christ, to kill him, to plot against me, to basically take his life. And every time he walked around Jerusalem, like he was like gambling his life. Why? Because not only the Pharisees were going after them, but that were inspired by the Archons, these like parasitical entities that take over the body and the faculties of the mind, right? Well, now because they couldn't fulfill their mission to like physically kill him, they thought that they had killed him and they had accomplished their deeds. And this is why he says, blotting out the handwritings of ordinances that was against us, which was contrary to us, and took it out of the way, nailing it to the cross. And having spoiled principalities and powers, he made a shoe of them, openly triumphing over them. And this is exactly how he triumphed over them, by making them think that he actually died, when in fact he was one of their men, one of their Roman guys. It says, they were striking me with scourge, but someone else was, which is Simon. Now, you guys remember in the Bible, it says that Simon took up the cross, and then he was carrying the cross, and they basically began to lynch the brother. They began to lynch Simon. So this is why Christ is saying, someone else wore the crown of thorns, and I was on high, poking fun of all the excesses of the rulers and the fruit of their error and conceit. I was laughing at their ignorance. And this is why you guys have Colossians 2:15. Because Colossians 2:15 is giving you a glimpse of what really happened to Christ when basically he was traversing the other realms. This is why, like, a lot of these gods left, they all left their dimensions to witness the killing of the Christ. Now, the killing of the Christ was kind of like a diversion, because Christ, all he wanted to do is basically bring all the gods that rule the other dimensions, the other 7 dimensions, bring them down into one place to witness their foolishness, right? And he went behind their back and crossed over the other realms to rescue the ancient spirits of all that were trapped in there, right? Because the teachings of the Archons is that there's gods that control the gates of reincarnation, right? They don't let you out. They trap you into different dimensions so you guys can come back into this plane and relive your life again until you're drained out of your energy source, which is the soul. And so that's why, like, you know, they control everything. They control the corporation of the reincarnation when you die. You know, this is why people like see a white lie and this and that and the third. Like, no, like, you don't make no deals with them. And this is how he triumphed over them. He made fun of them. He basically like put them to shame, because while they were mocking his death on this planet, he was like basically rescuing like a lot of the ancient souls of ancient times throughout times immemorial. So check this out, and this goes back to Colossians 2:15 as well. It says, I brought all their powers into subjection. When I came down, no one saw me, for I kept changing many forms on high. See that? This is his transmutation through the various layers and dimensions that he went to rescue all the ancient souls. It says, I kept changing my forms on high, transforming from shape to shape. So when I was at their gates, see that? They have their own gates in every dimension. This is why I'm saying that the Bible doesn't teach you how to navigate these other dimensions. The Gnostics teach you how to navigate like the various dimensions when you guys die. What happens after you guys die? Again, I told you guys, what do you guys do when you guys travel to another foreign country? You guys want to go to China? Well, what you guys do is research. You look at the demographics, research where is the food places and whatnot, right? Once you have that information, you make the trip and you go there, right? You stay there for a month, you explore, you come back, you've taken selfies and pictures, and then now you come back, but because you know your way back. Well, again, and I sound repetitive all the time, bro, because I want you to guys get this information, right? This is exactly how the soul journey works. If you guys don't know the other realms, well, when you guys get to the other realms, if you're not familiar, your souls can get hijacked, bro, by other individuals and beings that can basically, like, they're like the pimps. You are like the teet, you know what I'm saying? They're the pimps, you're the teet. So imagine what they do with the souls, bro, that they don't know who they are, they don't know where they come from, they don't know the true divine nature, right? This is why it's important to like understand our own divine nature, because when you understand your own divine nature, you're dying, it doesn't really matter, because now you know what happens. You guys are aware, or at least prepare, right? It says, I assume their likeness. You see, so he was basically like shape shifting. In other words, you know, it's like it is what it is, bro. Like a lot of these gods, like they can shapeshift, and the idea is not far fetched, because you have like, and I'm gonna make this comparison, and I know a lot of people are gonna like feel some type of way, but you know, it is what it is. It's just a comparison, but like in the Greek mythology, you have Zeus that comes to this planet in the form of an eagle, in the form of a regular man, or whatever the like. So it's not far fetched that according to the Gnostic scrolls, like Christ basically like, you know, assume their likeness. It says, I passed them by quietly. I saw their realms. You see, so his Christ talking about his experience when he traveled to the ethereal realms, to the other dimensions, right? I passed them quietly. I saw their realms, but I was not afraid or ashamed, because I was pure. I was speaking with them and mingling with them through those who are mine. You see that? Jealously, I trample on those who are harsh toward them, and I put out their fire. I was doing all this by my will to complete what I will in the will of the Father above. You see that? So that was the mission of Christ, basically like to trick them into thinking that he died, when in fact one of his own died. But when all the powers of this world were like mingling and hanging out, witnessing like what they thought they saw, Christ was doing a different mission. He was basically doing a different mission. So again, when we read in Colossians 2:15, he literally triumphed over them. Like he came victorious when he went into battle and he was playing chess with the Archons and the gods of this world, right? And Christ basically came on top, and how he basically put them to shame because they thought that they could kill a son of God. Like literally they thought that they could kill a son of God. The soul from on high will not discuss error here on or carry herself away from these realms that are here. She will be cared for when she's liberated and treated nobly in the world. And she stands before the Father with no difficulty or fear, forever communing with the mind of the ideal power. These will see me from every side with no animosity, for they see me, and they are seen mingling with them. They did not put me to shame, and they were not ashamed. They were not afraid of in my presence, and they will pass by every gate without fear and perfected in their third glory. You see? So this is basically like the liberation of the ancient souls way back in the day. As a matter of fact, even the New Testament tells you that. Watch this. Even the New Testament tells you that Christ went and preached to the ancient spirits. Watch this. Peter 3:18 and 20, right? Check this out. See, hold on. I don't think it is. Hold on. All right. First Peter 4:6. Check this out. It says, for I'm gonna read it out of the. I'm gonna read it out of the. Let's see, what version can we read? I'm gonna read it out of the Aramaic Bible. Nah. Let's just read the regular version. It says, "For this is the reason the gospel was preached unto those who are now dead, so that they might be judged according to human standards in regards to the body, but living according to God in regard to the spirit." See that? Let me see. There's another scripture. Oh, there it is. First Peter 3:29. By which also he went and preached unto the spirits in prison. You see? So Christ the Gnostic in the Gnostic scrolls, in the Nag Hammadi scrolls, is letting you know what Christ did. He tricked all the Archons, the gods of this world. He brought them all into this planet to make him think that they literally succeeded in killing the Son of God, which they didn't. He went ahead and basically went to the every dimension, which is the 7 dimensions, and went and preached and basically saved the other souls, because they were trapped. Now, later on in the Nag Hammadi scrolls, like you have the spirit of wisdom that was trapped in the in a dimension, and a lot of these archons are nothing more than parasitical entities. They're parasites that are attached to the aura of mankind, and they begin to suction or suck all that energy from you, your life source. So, it's a lot. First Peter 3:19, by which also he went and preached unto the spirits, unto the spirits in prison. You see that? So there was like spirits that were in prison. You see? But in Peter 3:18, it tells you that Christ suffered once for the sins of the righteous and for the unrighteous, which is again, is the rhetoric of the apostles. And even in the Nahamadi scrolls, like Christ is like having a conversation with like one of the apostles, like, you guys don't get it, like you guys still subscribe to this idea about God, the God of the Old Testament. And this is why you have, again, when we read when I read the New Testament, I just give you guys like glimpses of what is there, but I don't fully subscribe to it. But I'm just giving you guys the broader picture, the bigger picture of the matter when you guys read your text, because it doesn't tell you, like Colossians 2:15, and it's talking about like what Christ did when he basically tricked the archons and stuff, because Christ didn't die. The crucifixion interpreter. This is according to the Gnostics. The world was not perceptive to my visible exaltation, my third immersion in an image that was perceptible. The flame of the seven authorities was extinguished. The sun of the powers of the rulers set. Darkness overcame them, and the world became impoverished. You see that? They bound these one with many bonds and nailed him to the cross, and they secure him with the four bronze nails. He ripped the temple veil with his own hands. An earthquake shook earth's chaos, for the souls of the dead were released and resurrected, and they walked out in the open. They laid aside ignorant jealousy and lack of insight by the dead tombs, and they put on new person. They had come to know the blessed, perfected one of the eternal, incomprehensible Father and the infinite light. That's what I am. When I came to my own and united them with me, there was no need for my words. Basically, like psychic connection, kind of like how the angels communicate. When I came to my own and united them with me, there was no need for many words. Our thought was one with their thought, so that they understood what I was saying. We made plans for the destruction of the rulers, and in these I did the will of the Father. That's what I am. And see, that was the mission of the Gnostic Christ, to basically expose and put them to shame. Who? All the archons and the principalities. Ephesians 6:12 tells you that we wrestle not against blood, not against flesh. So what I'm speaking about is spiritual matters. So if you guys do not understand like the spiritual matters, that's okay. I'm not here to convince nobody, but those who are ready to hear the message, they will understand that we are at war with spiritual entities out of these realms, cosmic entities, parasitical entities out of this planet. So it's like, for me, it's always been like this since I was a very young man, as a young boy. I've always questioned. I've always seen things like better than others, and I'm not saying that I'm better than everybody else, but like in my spiritual awakening that's been going on since I was a child, like I've been able to experience like many things. I've seen stuff. Like I'm gonna prepare later on, and I'm gonna share you guys some of the crazy experiences that I've had, like crazy spiritual experiences like that I've seen with my own eyes and whatnot. And I've left my body and I've seen stuff, bro. Like it's pretty crazy. So the sons of light, they're here right now. They're scattered abroad throughout the planet in various forms right now. They come in different shapes, different nationalities: Africans, Chinese, Japanese, Korean, Vietnamese, Mexican, South American, Latin, Native American, white folks, the sons of light, have nothing to do with like how they look in appearance in the physical form. This is how carnal minded a lot of people are that still believe in the Bible. Like, oh, they still have this sense of separation and division that you guys promote. Like, either whether it be white supremacy, whether you be a black supremacist. I don't really care. Both of the extremes are wrong. And this is part of the division of the world. Everybody's so divided. Everybody claims to be that. Everybody claims to be that. It's like no, bro. Like all these religions have divided the human race, like all of it. And this is why we find ourselves in the way we are right now. With all these unjust things. Yeah, they do exactly. This is why Christ was saying, like, I'm not, my father is different than your father in the book of John chapter 8. All right, sis, have a great night. And thanks for coming on the show. I appreciate your words of wisdom that you share with the community. Thanks for reading for me. I really appreciate it. Hopefully we're able to like break bread and and do another live later on. Have a great night, everybody. Yeah, so yeah, I'm gonna continue on. Now those who are gonna stay, stick around. I'm not even there yet, but I'm glad those who are gonna stay. Thank you for being here, bro. I really appreciate it. Crumbs for the master table. Shalom, brother. Thanks for all your scriptures. I really appreciate it. I know that a lot of people are not ready to hear the matter that your New Testament has been highly edited. And you guys gotta like, bro. If you're a drunkard, right? If you do cocaine, if you're like do meth, crystal meth, right? And you have a problem, right? You know what? The first step to your recovery is to admit that you have a problem, right? But within the spiritual matters, a lot of people are so full of pride that because the information is clashing with your current understanding and you're not able to grasp, if you don't want to grasp the facts of the matter, which is what? The New Testament is highly edited. Now, I read it and I know when I read what's going on because I've read the Nag Hammadi, which is the original scrolls of the Christian era. Like the first Christians were the scenes and all them brothers. Yeah, and that's exactly why Yishai Issachar is proving the point that the God of the Bible is basically like the deceiver. Like he's the demon that is plotting against his own people, even to the point, again, Psalm 78:49. Thank you for the scripture. He cast upon them the fierceness of his anger, wrath and indignation, and trouble by sending evil angels among them. You see that? So that was basically the whole idea of the God of the Bible, to basically like destroy his own people, curse his own people, command his own people to go kill his own people and their own brothers and sisters, right? So it is what it is. People want to follow that God. Well, no wonder why you guys act the same way as that God. Yeah, yeah. Thanks, sister. Much love to you. Thanks for coming on. It's good when people come and basically share. And that's what I'm about. Brothers want to share their thoughts and ideas. I'm always open. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna share the link. So brothers that want to come in, you guys can join in the podcast, the panel. I would love to hear you out. So bring yourself in. And then if Jeremiah is still watching in the background and he wants to like have a conversation about what is being brought out and what's being brought out, well, I'm open to having a conversation, brother. Yeah. Right. Right, Jisha, right. Yeah, but again, bro, like, and again, I get what you're saying. I understand your points of view, bro. Believe me, I'm not like Jeremiah and everybody else, bro. I understand like what you're saying when it comes to like the Bible, if the Bible is basically like nothing more than like psychedelic experience that a lot of people of the ancient ones had, uh so why is people like following that rhetoric? Why are people following like other people's psychedelic experiences? Like, people can have their own psychedelic experiences. I've had seven psychedelic experiences myself. I have sit down with like Teonacat, aka Magic. You guys know Magic. Look at the screen. Look at the screen. Magic. What am I holding? What am I holding in my hand? Well, I've done 7 ceremonies and stuff, and I've seen things that I haven't even talked to you guys about. I have heard conversations that like I'm not even allowed to talk to you guys about because you guys are gonna lose your minds. So I keep that to myself, and maybe one day I'll be able to share that with someone that I'm able to trust. So yeah. Hebrew faith is exactly. So a lot of people need to eat manna. They need to eat teonakat, the flesh of the gods. That's basically what it means. Teonaklat means the flesh of the gods, which is referring to what you guys know what I'm talking about. I don't want to get banned for promoting it, because I'm not promoting it. I'm just saying. Yeah. All right. So I'm gonna dive a little bit into like part of the journey of the soul and how the suns came down into this planet. Okay. I want you guys to understand this because this is important to understand. Like, how are you in a battle? How are you in a battle against the principalities, the cosmic powers that rule this planet? Now, I showed you guys earlier, like in the podcast, that the God, the true creator, is not the God of this world. The God of this world is the ruler of this world, which is an Archon. His name is Yaldabaoth. He goes by other names as well. And but before we get into that, to expose like how the God of this world came about, how he was created, and basically proclaim himself to be the only God, and there was no other God by himself, and this and that and third, all that rhetoric, the rhetoric that you guys read in the Torah, in the book of Isaiah, when it talks about I alone am God, and there's no other like me. Well, we're gonna find out if that statement is true, or actually he was lying about that statement. All right. So okay, so this is what happens, right? Again, this is according to the Gnostics, and the Gnostics themselves, they they were really deep into like matters of the soul, like the corporation of these the different dimensions, and the other realms, and who rules the other realms, and how humanity was even created, how the atom came about, and whatnot. So the sons of light, this is kind of like the journey of the sons of light on this planet. It says, when we left our home and came down to this world and became embodied in the world, we were hated and persecuted both by those who are ignorant and by those who claim to be enriched with the name of Christ. You see, because again, you guys know that the Catholic Church was the one that created this idea about Christ dying for your sins and all this other stuff and whatever the like. Now you have to worship a Christ that died for your sins, when in fact that's referring to something completely different, right? Let me see. Where's I had some notes about it. Yeah, I'll give it to you some other time, bro. But I was gonna bring like the esoteric meaning behind the crucifixion of Christ. I actually did a lesson on that. If you guys want to check it out, it's called initiation something. So let me show you real quick. Thank you for watching, everybody. Thanks for those who subscribe and have followed the Ancient Watch for quite some time. I know I'm doing things differently, and that's okay. And I know that a lot of people are not willing to like listen to the information because of the indoctrination that they have. But so I have a lesson about reincarnation. I did a lesson about psychic abilities. How like psychic abilities is not, it's not against the Torah, none of that. You know what I'm saying? Uh, let's see, where's it at? And anybody that's wondering about what we're talking about, Theonakat, aka the flesh of the gods, or angels' food, you guys can check out that lesson. I talk about all that. Oh, there it is, right there. So the initiation has begun. Elevate. Let's see, where's it at? Let me click on it. How to elevate. I don't know what's going on, bro. How to elevate the initiation process reveal, which is INRI. Now, INRI is basically esoteric knowledge. If you guys watch the lesson, I go like deep into what it means, like the whole crucifixion and what it means, but it's all in esoteric terms, right? And that's basically your true initiation has 3 layers. Well, if you guys want to find out, it's right there. But yeah, so let's go back to the reading, and then we're gonna take off in a little bit later. But yeah, the soul comes to this planet. It reincarnates into a body, right? And so because of the ideologies that was spread out throughout the ages from the Council of Nicaea by the Catholic Church and the Constantine, all the way until this day, a lot of people still believe in the idea that Christ died for your sins, literally, when that's referring to something else completely different. Check this out. So it says, when we left our home and came down to this world, to this planet, and became embodied in the world, we were hated and persecuted by those who are ignorant. You see that? And by those who claim to be enriched with the name of Christ, meaning, the ideology that was pushed out by the Roman Empire. Though they are vain and ignorant, like irrational animals, they do not know who they are. They hate and persecute those whom I have liberated. See that? If these people would only shut their mouths for once, they would start weeping and groaning in futility because they have not really known me. You see that? Rather, they have served 2 masters. You see that? They have served the master of the Roman Empire, created by the Roman Empire, and they have served the other master, which is the God of this world. So either way, they're enslaved. However, the sons of light will be winners in everything, in combat, fights, and schism, with jealousy and anger. In the brightness of our love, we are innocent, pure, and good, and we have the mind of the Father in an ineffable mystery. You see that? So that's the difference between us and like a lot of these people that follow the God of the Bible. Because a lot of people that follow the God of the Bible, they turn violent. They want to murder. They want to kill you. As a matter of fact, 4 or 5 years ago, 6 years ago, 7 years ago, there was a lot of people that basically plotted against me. They even paid some of the gangs in Orlando, Florida, to basically like do some damage against me. You guys know what I'm talking about. So, and because I was exposing their lies, I was exposing their doctrines, and all of a sudden they wanted to hurt me because they didn't agree. They didn't like it that they were being exposed, right? It was a joke. I tell you, it was a joke. The rulers do not know that all this is an ineffable unity of undefiled truth, like what is among the children of light. You see that? They have imitated it, and they have proclaimed the doctrine of a dead man, along with false teachings that mock the freedom or purity of a perfect assembly. In their doctrine, they bind themselves to fear and slavery, and worldly concerns and improper forms of worship, for they are ignorant and of no significance. They do not accept the nobility of truth. See, this is why we like bring these subjects out. A lot of people lose their minds. They're like, how dare you, you're literally worshiping Satan now. It's like people are not able to like see beyond the veil of deception, to the point that they're willing to kill you, the point they're willing to stone you to death. They're to the point they're willing to lie against your own character. And this is why there's a lot of people that come to and watch my videos, and they grab like a clip and they run with it in order to try to slander my name and try to destroy my character and this and that and the third. And this has been going on for the past 8 years. As a matter of fact, it's been going on all my life. In every aspect and layer of my life, like I've experienced like people that are haters. I work, like, I go through the same deal, like there's individuals that basically didn't like me. I don't know why. All I did is come to work and this and that and third, and they plotted against me, and if you guys are watching, you guys know who I'm talking about. So, because I know some of my coworkers still watch, some of them watch my podcast. So, anyways, it is what it is. So I've gone through my share of like, being disliked, being hated, because I am different than everybody else, right? I don't go with the current, like everybody else is going downhill. Like I go against the current, right? Like I show you guys like how I went to Florida. Like I drove 1,400 miles to be with the brethren back in the day, because I didn't want them to suffer on their own. And so when I got there, like the eye of the storm was gonna pass over us, and then like we just we said in prayer, like we sent some prayers out, and all of a sudden the eye of the storm switched and changed, and it went out into the Pacific Ocean, no, the Atlantic Ocean. And we just got hit by like one of the layers of the hurricane, like one of the spirals, because a hurricane is a spiral. It's like a spiral of energy, which is basically the same energy that is found within your DNA helix, right? The helix of DNA is nothing more than a spiral if you look it up from above, which is pretty interesting. um, they have imitated it. They have imitated it, and they proclaim the doctrine of a dead man, along with false teachings that mock the freedom of purity and the perfect assembly. In their doctrine, they bind themselves to fear and slavery, and worldly concerns and improper forms of worship, for they are ignorant and of no significance. They do not accept the nobility of truth. They hate the one to whom they belong, and they love the one to whom they do not belong. See, they want to be part of it, but they're not, because they're still subscribed to the same nonsense that they've been subscribing for many, many generations, right? And they're so brainwashed. Again, like they're literally willing to kill, kind of like what they were trying to do with Christ. Like, oh yeah, let's kill Christ because how dare you like blaspheme against Yahweh? It's like, yeah, Christ was like, what do you mean like blaspheming against Yahweh? Like when, how? So they were always they were always trying to trap him, like a lot of these individuals that always like try to like trap me in my own words, but they really can't. They do not have the knowledge of the majesty that is from above, from the foundation of truth, and not from slavery, jealousy, fear, and love of the material world. You see that? You guys want to have like, you guys want to have concubines. You guys are thinking about like setting up the kingdom of heaven on this planet in the physical world, bro. Like, are you kidding me? See, and this is why even your Bibles tells you like no flesh and blood will inherit the kingdom of God, because the real kingdom of God, they're not found on this planet. They're ethereal kingdoms, right? There's various dimensions beyond the 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 dimension, and beyond that, there's other realms and worlds. Like you guys think that this planet is it. This planet is just the densest of vibrations. This is one of the densest of waters in which you come in and swim, right? And if you don't know how to swim, you're gonna drown, right? And obviously, this is what's happening with a lot of people. There's a lot of dead bodies on the bottom of the waters, just like fat with like water in their bellies and in their brains. They do not have the knowledge of the majesty that is from above, from the foundation of truth, and not from slavery, jealousy, fear, and love for the material world. boldly, and freely they make use of what is not theirs, and what is theirs they do not covet, because of the authority and their law that addresses what they desire. You see that? Basically is saying that, for example, when you guys read in the book of Deuteronomy, when you guys go to war, Hebrew Israelites, right? You guys are listening. When you guys go to war, it tells you that if you see a beautiful, fine woman, and you like her, according to the Torah, you're supposed to kill their parents and their family members and whatnot, and then basically bring her to your house, shave her head, cut her nails, and basically allow her to mourn their murder of their parents that she just witnessed for a month. And after a month, she's supposed to be all happy and dandy and all lovey-dovey with you and marry you. Well, according to the Torah, that's basically what you guys subscribe to. You guys cannot make this up. It's in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 22, verses 10. As a matter of fact, let's read it. Let's read it, since I don't want to be called a liar, because you guys know how people get. Oh, Ayash's lying against scriptures. Ayash is lying. You know how you guys get all the time. There it is. The Torah, the law that Moses received from the God of the Bible. Check this out. The book of Deuteronomy, right? Right there. See that? I even have it highlighted. Right there. I'm going to read it. It says, the book of Deuteronomy, which is the Torah, ladies and gentlemen. This is what righteousness looks like for the Israelites. This is what the commandments look like. Some of the commandments look like. A majority of the commandments look like. Deuteronomy chapter 21, verse 10. When thou goest forth to war against thy enemies, and the Lord thy God hath delivered them into thine hands, and thou hast taken them captive, right? Slaves. And seest among the captives a beautiful woman, and hast a desire unto her, that thou wouldest have her to thy wife, then thou shalt bring her home to thine house, and shalt shave her head, and pare her nails, and she shall put the raiment of her captivity from off of her, and shall remain in thine house, and bewail her father and her mother in a full month. And after that thou shalt go in unto her, and be her husband, and she shall be thy wife. You see that? Now imagine you being a woman, right? You have a beautiful family, you guys are like a big family. You guys are a family of 7, 3 women and 4 children, 4 boys. You have a mom, you have a father, right? And all of a sudden the Israelites come knocking on your doors like, yo, in the name of Yahweh, bow down to the Israelites and pay tribute. Otherwise, but that's basically how it got down. The book of Numbers chapter 10 tells you that they sounded a trumpet, right? The Israelites had to sound a trumpet to like warn the other nations, be like, doo-doo, doo-doo, doo-doo. So when the nations heard that trumpet, they knew that the Israelites were there. They either had 2 choices. They either had to like surrender or like fight and die. Well, a lot of the other nations, basically, they didn't want to give up their sovereignty. They didn't want to like submit to the God of the Bible, and the Israelites which were really unjust themselves. So what they did is they fought. So again, Deuteronomy chapter 22. It's a great example of a lot of the laws, statutes, and commandments that were given by the Israelites so that they will fulfill them, and that was called righteousness. That was called the statutes and commandments of Yahweh, and that we just read right now is one of the many commandments that we read, right, of the God of the Old Testament. Yet you guys don't want to claim that that's the righteous God, that your God is telling you to go to war, and if you see a beautiful woman, you just finish killing her parents because she's a captive, right? She's a slave, bro. Insane. unbelievable that you have mental unbalanced mental individuals, like mentally unstable individuals out there that still believe in this nonsense, and they're willing to like kill other people. And it's happened before, bro. Okay, it's happened. You guys have like the brothers of Nimona Israel over there. You know, they have that cult where they were raping their little girls over there and stuff. You know, you have various testimonies from the Black Hebrew Israelites where they basically doing the same thing. You know, trying to marry other people, you know, by force and all this other nonsense, bro. It's like these people mislead folks who through the resent these people mislead folks who through them resemble those who have the truth of their freedom. See, these people think that they have the truth. You know, like a lot of these individuals claim that they're very zealous. They're very like zealous, like very like fanatic with their belief systems, that they're willing to harm other individual. They're willing to like hurt other human being. They're willing to hurt their fellow men and women, even their brothers and sisters, bro. It's like insane. These people have misled folks who through them resemble those who have the truth of their freedom, so as to place them under a yoke and coerce them with anxiety and fear. One person is subjected to bondage, another is controlled by God through threats and violent force. See that? But the difference is that the noble people of the fatherhood, however, are not controlled, since they control themselves by themselves without command or force. They belong to the thought of the fatherhood, and they are one with their will, that their fatherhood may be perfect and inexpressible through the living water. See, the living knowledge, your mind, right? Because your brain dwells in water, right? Gray and black. The left hemisphere, the right hemisphere. Your brain is swimming in water, right? Your entire being is water. There's water of knowledge running through your veins. So there it is, you know, like I just give you like sort of like a glimpse of how, you know, the Gnostics view the God of the Old Testament. Uh, I'm gonna read another one in the Nag Hammadi scriptures on page 484. Um, it says, the ruler was a joke, for he said, I am God and no one is greater than I am. I alone am the Father and Lord, and there is no other beside me. I am a jealous God, and I bring the sins of the fathers upon the children for 3 and 4 generations, as though he had become stronger than I and my siblings. We are blameless toward him. This is basically Christ speaking against like the God of the Old Testament. He's basically like exposing the God of the Old Testament in the midst of the people of the Hebrews way back in the day. This is the true scrolls, the Christian scrolls. This is the original scrolls which Christ was teaching about, you know, how the world works, who's ruling this planet, this and that and the third. On the origin of the world. This is the prologue, this is the beginning. Since everyone, both the gods of the world and people, see that? Both the gods, plural, gods and goddesses, Elohim, Alayam in the Hebrew. Since everyone, both the Alayam, the Elohim, the gods and goddesses of the world and people, says that nothing existed before chaos. See, that's what they teach. That's what they teach in the Bible, right? In the beginning, there was what? And there was nothing, and there was chaos, right? There was nothing, just nothing. I shall prove all are wrong because they do not know the origin of chaos or its root. Here's the proof. And this is basically Christ. Now, if Christ is telling you like how things work, it's because he's been there back and forth. Like he traveled to different dimensions, kind of like you have various prophets that also travel to other dimensions, you know, like they have their own psychedelic trips. You know, this is why you have in Ezekiel, Zechariah chapter 5 or Ezekiel chapter 5, when it talks about, you know, God telling like Zechariah, I think, Zechariah chapter 5, telling him like, listen, grab the scroll and eat it. And then he said that he ate the scroll, and it looked like a scroll, like looked like a little trunk, right? And he ate it, and it was bitter. And then after that, he went into like a psychedelic experience. He went into a trip, and he was able to see like the spirit realms, and like he was able to see like the future and whatnot. So um I shall prove they all wrong, because they do not know the origin of chaos or its root. Here's the proof. Although certainly people in general are inclined to say that chaos is darkness, in actuality, chaos comes from the shadow, and is the shadow that has been called darkness. You see that? So if there's darkness being cast on this world, that darkness is still darkness, but it's not the real deal. So imagine if there's darkness in this planet and that's not the real deal. Someone is casting that darkness onto this planet. So there's like an entity, basically, what it's saying. The shadow comes from something that has existed from the beginning. And so it is obvious that something in the beginning existed before chaos came into being, and chaos came after what was in the beginning. Let us consider the facts of the matter, and particularly that what was in the beginning, from which chaos came. In this way will the truth be clearly demonstrated. You see? And I'm gonna give you right now like a little bit of the cosmogony, and how basically the God of the Bible came about. This is gonna give you like a little bit of understanding of how your God came to be in existence, because the God of the Bible is a created being. He is not the creator. That's basically what I'm saying. And that's basically what the Gnostics are saying. And that's what the many mystics and ancient sages and mages and the shamans of ancient times were already teaching to the people. This is why they all had to go underground when the Roman Catholic Papacy Church persecuted a lot of the pagans of those days, a lot of the so-called healers and shamans and witches and whatnot. Well, them are the people. They were persecuting the sons of light. So here it is, right? So this is the beginning. I'm giving you guys basically like a little the understanding on the origin of the world, right? And how basically God came to be. Like, how is the God of the Bible the God of this world? How did he come to be? After the world of the immortals was brought to completion out of the infinite, meaning beyond the 12th dimension, right? Because according to the Gnostics, there's like 12 dimensions, but beyond the 12 dimensions, there's like infinity, right? Infinity. After the world of the immortals was brought to completion out of the infinite, a being with the likeness called Sophia. Now, this is where we're gonna dive deep into like mother wisdom, right? Because this is basically like how the world came to be as well. But let me just read. So she was called Sophia, flowed from Pistis. Uh, right? This being expressed its wish, or her wish, that it come to resemble the first light, and at once it wish appear as a heavenly likeness with an incomprehensible greatness. So a lot of these beings basically create with their own thoughts, right? They think about it and they create, right? Right, right, and that's exactly what I'm about to prove in a minute. Yeah, exactly. These beings came to the between the immortals and what came after them, like what is above. And Sophia served as a veil separating humanity from the things above. You see that? The eon of truth has no shadow within it. See that? Versus Utora, which is basically nothing more than shadow. It became infinite light. The eon of truth has no shadow within it. It within it, because infinite light shines everywhere within it. There is a shadow, however, outside it, and the shadow has been called darkness. From the shadow appeared a power set over darkness, and the powers that came afterward called the shadow limitless chaos. From from it, every sort of deity emerged. See, this is basically where all these gods began to be created. See, so from the darkness, it says, from it, every sort of deity and gods emerge, one after another, along with the whole world. So one shadow came after something that existed in the beginning, and then it became visible. See that? So right now, like we're beginning to see how like these gods, these Elohim, these gods and goddesses began to be created. They were deities with lower D. They're not the prime creators, right? So this is where we get, we begin to understand who are the gods of the Bible, right? When you guys read in the book of Genesis, chapter what 2, let us create man in our image after our likeness, right? Who are these gods? Who are these Elohim? Well, that's exactly what we're gonna find out in a minute. So yeah, stick around and thanks for watching. Thanks for being here. Making having a good podcast, I think. From it, every sort of deity emerged, one after another, along with the whole world. So the shadow came after something that existed in the beginning, and then it became visible. The abyss also came from Pistis, whom we have mentioned. The shadow sensed that there was one stronger than it. See that? So now you have the shadow, right? These entities, these gods, right? These deities that began to sense that there was like a higher God, like a prime creator. You see that? Yeah, you see Shibrophatis. I'm gonna show you this comment. And all the OASP gang that is here right now. Uh, according to Jeremiah, which is a Torah only, which by the way follows like all the manuscripts of the fake Jews anyway. He's saying that the OASP Bible is trash, just like the Nahmadi. But a lot of these individuals will never come and actually like talk about what they really feel, how they really feel. All they do, a lot of these individuals, when they cannot like come up against you, they'll try to like say things like, oh, the Nahmadi is trash, the OASP is trash. But when it comes down to the matter, a lot of these individuals, they're just behind, they hide behind the keyboard, right? Jeremiah's, it's good to bark sometimes, once in a while. A lot of dogs, like love to bark once in a while. It's okay. Isaiah 56, it talks about that, bro. It's not I'm making it up. A lot of people are just a bunch of dogs that could not bark, right? And so what is the purpose of a dog? Is to be a watchman, to be watchful, right? If a dog is not able to bark in the midst of danger, right? When things are going sour, when things are not properly in their place, they begin to bark because there's something there. Well, a lot of these individuals like Jeremiah and a lot of these Torah onlys that like they're subscribed to their God, their Lord, their deity, right? That's how they feel. Like they always say, oh, this book's trash, this book's trash. But anyway. Yeah, so let's continue on. Let's just a bunch of distractions. Cool. All right. So yeah, so these individuals, this is how they feel. This is why they always come up against you like sideways instead of like just having like a cordial conversation with you. They always want to like be like all bloody and in their feelings. And yeah, exactly. Like if the brother wants to make a statement, like come on the live. I'm gonna share the link. Come on the live and share how you feel like at the end of the class. So stick around, brother. If you feel some type of way, you've been watching here for 4 hours and 40 minutes. I'm pretty sure you must have taken a lot of notes. So I'm glad you're here learning. Anyways, let's keep going, right? Let's keep going. So a lot of these deities came about. A lot of these gods came about during those times, right? And this is basically where you have God, the God of the Old Testament, where he began to make his appearance on the planet. Check this out. It says, after these things happened, Pistis came and appeared over chaotic matter, which had been expelled like an aborted fetus. You see, kind of like what the green aliens are, like the grays, like the UFO activity and the UFO phenomena and all, and the aliens, the grays, like they look like fetuses that were aborted, right? These are interdimensional beings. Jeremiah, don't lie, bro. I have many screenshots of a lot of you basically condoning all the people to basically go kill them and beat them up and this and that and third. So don't try to play that you're like the holier than thou. I know how you guys get down, bro. I've been dealing with you guys for quite some time. So don't try to come over here and try to play the victim or try to play like the innocent that you're like so innocent. Cause I know what you teach. I know how your mind works, bro. And I know you're laughing because it's true. But anyways, let's see. Uh, yeah, so it was an aborted fetus without any spirit in it. For chaos is all limitless darkness and unfathomable water, which is exactly what when you guys read in the book of First Kings, chapter 8, 12, Second Chronicles 6, 1 and 2, it talks about how how the God of the Old Testament is basically like dwelling in dark waters, right? Let me show you that. Let me show you that. Watch this. Now, you guys know that the birth of the God of the Old Testament comes out of darkness, right? We're reading about it. I want you guys keep that in mind because the Nag Hammadi scrolls are first century and also BC era versus the New Testament, which is basically 60th to the 70th to the 120th year, and even later on when you have a lot of the canon of the New Testament that was composed, highly edited by the Roman Empire. But you guys want to claim that the New Testament is the New Testament and the Torah that you guys have right now is completely the truth, bro. It was given to you by angels. I brought this out many years ago, like 5 years ago, when I talked about that in the second Ezra chapter 14. Tells you that an angel gave you guys the Torah that you guys claim to have right now. But even if that was the case, that's not even true, because the Bible that was given to Ezra and the six scribes, Levites, way back in the days, it was highly edited. The one that we have right now, this Bible that people carry right now, like Jeremiah, is just like all proud about his Torah, bro. That's not the original. That's the highly edited version. This is why you guys are confused. This is why you guys are confused with your like rhetoric about you God, the God of darkness. Now we're gonna go to the first book of Kings, First Kings chapter 8, verse 12. Watch this. Watch what it says about the God of the Bible. Watch this. This then spake Solomon, the Lord said that he would dwell in thick darkness. Jeremiah's in thick darkness, right? The God of the Old Testament dwells in darkness. Why? Because the God of the Old Testament came out of darkness way back in the day. We're reading out of the gospel, out of the Nag Hammadi Gospels, which are the the original Christian Gospels themselves. So right there, it's letting you know that First Kings chapter 8 verse 12. Then spake Solomon, King Solomon, saying, "What the Lord said that he would dwell in thick darkness." Thick darkness. Why? Why would he dwell in thick darkness? Because his origin, the origin of the God of the Old Testament, came out of darkness. Out of darkness. See that? Exactly, brother. Yeah, exactly. Like this is why like the Israelites were jacked up every time, because even though they claimed they kept the commandments, they kept oppressing the people. They even kept oppressing their own people, bro. I brought all that out. Like later on, I'm gonna go into the slavery aspect of the Torah, and we're gonna see like how the God of the Bible loves slavery. He loves to enslave black people. He loves to enslave the Israelites. He loves to enslave the Assyrians. He loves slavery, bro. All of it. All of it. uh, so again, so it says the shadow sensed that there was one stronger than it. So he knows that there was another being that was stronger than him. When Pistis saw that came into being from her deficiency, she was disturbed, and her disturbance appeared as a something frightful, and it fled to her in chaos. She turned to it and blew into his face in the abyss below all the heavens. You see that? So when this being, Yaldabaoth, Yahweh, the God of the Bible, was created out of darkness, he was like freaking out because he was sensing that there was a powerful one besides him, beside Yahweh, beside Yaldabaoth, beside Yahweh, Yahweh or Yahweh, however you guys want to call him, right? Uh, when Pistis Sophia, meaning Mother Wisdom, wanted to cause this thing with no spirit to be made into a likeness of the divine and rule over matter and all its powers, for the first time an Archon appeared. For the first time an Archon appeared out of the waters, lion-like in appearance, androgynous with great authority in himself, but ignorant in where he came from. You see that? When Pistis Sophia saw him moving in the depths of the waters, you see that? In the depths of the waters. What kind of waters? Second Chronicles 6, 1 and 2. Let's go there. Second Chronicles chapter 6, 1 and 2. All right, it says, Second Chronicles chapter 6, 1 and 2. It says, then said Solomon, the Lord had said that he would dwell in thick darkness, but I have built an house of habitation for thee, and place for thy dwelling forever. You see that? So this God that was created way back in the days prior to the world is basically a being of darkness. See? A being that loves to dwell in darkness. This is why he's always being described in 1 Kings 8:12, 2 Chronicles 6, 1 and 2, Book of Psalms chapter 18, where verse 11, where he's basically being described as being in the darkness. He dwells in dark waters. He dwells in the canopy of darkness, all darkness and darkness, right? So that literally has to like give you a hint. It has to give you a hint. When Pistis Sophia saw him moving in the depth of the waters, she said to him, young man, move over here. See? Yeah, that's the God of the Bible, which is the name Yaldabaoth. You see that? Yaldabaoth, Yahweh, it's the same thing. The Greeks call them different, but I'm gonna give you that later. Since then, the faculty of speech has come to expression, and the faculty of speech pertains to the gods, angels, and people. The gods, angels, and people have brought to completion what has come into being by means of the world. You see that? So a lot of these gods, they're just gods and angels, and they're gods and angels with lower A's and lower G. They're not the prime creators. You see that? The ruler Yaldabaoth is ignorant of the power of Pistis. You see that? This is why he claimed to be like, I am the only God and there's nobody like me. See, that's why he said what he said. The ruler Yaldabaoth is ignorant of the power of Pistis. He did not see her face, but in the water he saw the likeness that spoke to him, and from the voice he called himself Yaldabaoth. Those who are perfect call him Uriel, which means the Lion of God. This is why you have an angel named Uriel, because connect the dots, because he is like a lion. See? So these individuals basically like are angelic beings. After Yaldabaoth assumed authority over matter, meaning the world, Pistis Sophia withdrew up to her light. See, so he was left over here. So again, God dwells in darkness according to the Gnostics themselves. He was created out of darkness according to the Gnostic scrolls and the origin of the world. But even in the book of 1 Kings 8:12, 2 Chronicles 6, 1 and 2, 2 Samuel 22 verse 10, Psalms 18:11, Exodus 20:21, Psalms 97:2, the book of Deuteronomy chapter 5 and 22, all those witnesses that I just mentioned, they all say that Yahweh dwells in dark waters, in dark clouds. He dwells in darkness, and out of darkness, this is why he came out of darkness. Exactly why. See, there's a shadow, however, outside it, and the shadow has been called darkness. From the shadow appeared a power set over the darkness, and the powers that came after were called the shadow limitless chaos. From it, many sort of deities and gods emerged. See, that's basically where how it comes from. He is a being of darkness, and this is why he acts the way he does, with genocide and slavery and hatred and division against the other nations if you don't subscribe to his ideologies, right? Kind of like a dictator on this planet. Man, check this out. Yaldabaoth creates heaven and earth and produces sons, and this is why he is the God of this world. Yaldabaoth is the God of this world, right? Because this is basically his domain. This is why when Christ was having a fast for 40 days and 40 nights, Satan came and appeared to Christ and said, like, yo, these kingdoms that you see, like they're all given to me, they're all mine. I'm the God of this place. Like if you bow down to me, I'm gonna give you like a piece of it. You want a piece of real estate of this planet, Jesus? And Christ was like, nah, man, I ain't bound down to no like Archon and like lower deity, right? So Christ didn't follow through with like the plans of the God of this world. But check this out. Yaldabaoth creates heaven and earth and produces sons. You see that? This is basically where you're gonna have your Elohim, the Alayam, like the let us create men in our image after our likeness. This is basically where it comes from, because the God of this world created sons, and these sons were the ones that basically began this whole system of genetic manipulation on this planet. This is how like the second creation of humanity came about, right? Because there's like the true sons of light are the ones that were created first, and we're gonna dive into that in a minute. I know it's we're going on 5 hours now, but maybe I don't know, maybe I'll do that another day. But it's a lot of reading. When the ruler saw his greatness, he saw only himself and nothing else except water and darkness. Ding, 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 ding. Remember 2 Samuel 22:10, Psalms 18:11, Exodus 20:21, Psalms 97:2, Deuteronomy chapter 5:22, 1 Kings 8:12, 2 Chronicles 6:1 and 2, where basically talks about that Yahweh dwells in darkness. See that? When the ruler saw his greatness, he saw only himself and nothing else except water and darkness. He thought that only he existed. See that? This is how prideful this God is. And this is why you have a lot of these individuals that follow this God that are also prideful as hell. Kind of like when Sila Shalom went and debated like the Saria and the other dude, the other dude that just lost as well. And they were basically like they were basically proud about what they've done, even though they cut themselves every corner when like brother Sila Shalom was basically bringing it out. Shout out to brother Sila Shalom and all the OASP gang that's came and watch my podcast. I appreciate you guys. Hopefully we're able to break bread with like Sila Shalom next Friday night. Mayam, stay tuned. Yeah, we're gonna dive deep into all that as well with Sila Shalom. He's gonna bring in the OASP, and you have a lot of these individuals that just open their mouths without understanding. Like this is what I'm saying. Like, a lot of these individuals, they're just full of pride. They don't want to like recognize their faults and like what they've done. Like they think they're it, and they're not. And I'm not saying that I'm it, but I'm at least like I'm bringing the information out so you guys are able to understand like what's going on, bro. Like you guys don't be proud, bro. He thought that he only existed. His thought was completed by means of the world, and it appeared as a spirit moving to and fro over the waters. You see that? This is why you guys read, and the Spirit of God was moving upon the waters. Well, who was moving upon the waters? It was not the Spirit of God. It was Yaldabaoth, basically, when he was creating this planet. When the Spirit appeared, the ruler separated the watery substance to one region and the dry substance to another region. See, this is the God created this planet, right? Now, the God, Yaldabaoth, didn't fully create this planet completely, 100%. Someone else took part of it as well, and we're gonna find out who that was. So, when the Spirit appeared, The ruler separated the watery substance to one region and the dry substance to another region. From matter, the ruler created for himself a dwelling place and called it heaven. And from matter, he created a footstool and called it earth. You see that? And this is why you have in Isaiah 66:1, Acts 7:49, when it talks about God makes the earth his footstool, right? His footstool. So that's what he created. And now you guys know who that was. You know, it's Yahweh, it's Yahweh, is the God of darkness, the God that was created out of the darkness. Hence why he dwells in darkness and dark waters. After this ruler had a thought in accordance with his nature, and he created an androgynous being by means of the world. He opened his mouth and called to him. The child opened his eyes and saw his father, and he said to him, Ia or Yao. Yao means Yahweh. Again, another Yahweh. The ruler created a second son and called it to him, and cooed to him. The child opened his eyes and said to his father, Eloi, Eloi, or El or Alayam, basically, like gods. The ruler created a third son and called to him, and called to him. The child opened his eyes and said to his father, As, like as. So his father called him Astaphios, Astaphios, Astaphios. These are the three sons of their father. You see, seven androgynous beings appear in chaos, and they have masculine names and feminine names. The first one is Yaldabaoth's feminine name is forethought, Sambathas. Sambathas. Kind of like means kind of like goes back into the word Shabbat or like rest, you know, which designates the week. So what I'm about to give you guys is like the seven original names of the week are basically like the seven gods or the seven rulers of this planet, the Elohim, right? His son is called Yao, and his feminine name is mastery. Sabaoth, Sabaoth's feminine name is divinity. Adonai's or Adonai's feminine name is kingship. Eloios feminine name is envy. Orio's feminine name is wealth. Estaphio's feminine name is Sophia. You see, so these are basically the seven, like the seven rulers that answer below Yaldabaoth, because Yaldabaoth is the king of the Archons. He's the god of this world. But below God and the god of this world, the god of darkness, right? Yaldabaoth, Yahweh, Yahweh, Jehovah, Jehovah, whatever you guys want to call him. It's he was produced out of darkness. So these are the seven powers of the seven heavens of chaos. Since the chief creator Yaldabaoth had great authorities at his disposal, he created beautiful heavens by means of the word, as dwelling places for each of his sons. You see, so we're talking about now the seven dimensions that I always mentioned, right? These seven dimensions are basically like the seven dimensions which your soul has to go through in order to get to the other side, to get to source, to get to where we're from, right? Because we're just here to experience this planet. We are the sons of light. We are the ancient spirits of all that have traversed time and space and come into this planet to experience this world in order to give you guys the message, right? To let you know, like, yo, the gods of this world, they're not the real gods. They're not the prime creators. That's all we're saying. And a lot of people are getting upset because we're telling you the truth. Yaldabaoth had great authority at his disposal. He created beautiful heavens by means of the word, as dwelling places for each of his sons, and each heaven he created great glories, 7 times glorious. Each son has within his heaven thrones, mansions, temples, chariots, virgin spirits, and their glories, extending up to an invisible realm. See, like we're talking about interdimensional travel. We're talking about other dimensions at a quantic level, bro. This is not anything material. This is why we're saying that, like, in Ephesians 6:12, it's letting you know that we're at war with these cosmic entities, these archons, these parasitical entities that rule this planet at a mental and spiritual levels. We are at war with the gods and the deities that dwell in darkness, which Yahweh is one of them, the God of the Israelites, right? Yeah. So each son has within his heaven thrones, mansions, temples, chariots, virgin spirits, and their glories extending up to an invisible realm, as well as armies of the divine Lord, lordly, angelic, and archangelic powers, myriads without numbers, so they might serve. You see that? And so this is how you take over a planet. You create your top 7 guys, and then, and below those your top 7 guys, you have like other myriads of angels and lordly like armies, bro. Armies of divine, lordly, angelic, and arch archangelic powers. See that, bro? After the heavens, their powers and their entire governments were established. Now, I want you to guys keep in mind, I'm giving you guys the understanding on how the God of the Bible came about. Where does his existence come from? Because everything has been created. Even Yaldabaoth, even Yahweh, even Yahweh. The God of the Old Testament was a created being. Therefore, he is a creature. He is a creature that claims to be the prime creator. Now, mind you, these individuals are powerful. Let's not forget that. You know, these individuals, these beings, these gods, they're very powerful to the point that they're creating other dimensions. They're creating like armies of angels and whatnot. So we're talking about beings that are powerful. But the sons of light, they also, we also draw our power from source, straight from source. And this is why, you know, like they come attack us, because they really want our light. And later on it's gonna show you, bro. It's not, I'm not making it up. This is part of like the war that we're part of right now. Ephesians 6:12, for we don't wrestle against blood or flesh and blood, but against principalities and cosmic powers and powers that live in darkness. That's basically what Ephesians 6:12 says. Now the question is, who lives in darkness? Well, we already read it. Who lives in darkness? Yahweh. 2 Samuel 22:10, Yahweh lives in darkness. Psalms 18:11, Yahweh dwells in thick darkness. Exodus 20:21, Yahweh dwells in thick darkness. Psalms 97:2, Yahweh dwells in thick darkness and in dark waters. Deuteronomy chapter 5:22, Yahweh, Yaldabaoth, Enlil, Yahweh, Yahuwah dwells in thick darkness. 1 Kings 8:12, 2 Chronicles 6:1 and 2, Yahweh dwells in darkness. Yahweh dwells in darkness. Why? Because he was created, he is a being that was created out of darkness. And that's the God of the entire planet today. After the heavens, their powers and their entire government were established, the chief creator exalted himself, and he was glorified by the whole army of angels that he created himself. Remember that? All the gods, see? All the gods, the Elohim. The word Elohim in the Hebrew, it's plural for gods and goddesses, right? So when Jeremiah was over here saying like, oh, that's not talking about gods and goddesses, brother. Either you guys deny your own Torah and their own original language that you claim that the Torah was written in, which is Hebrew. Either you guys deny all of that and the facts, or someone's lying. And the problem is that you guys do not want to accept the facts. All the gods and their angels praised and glorified him. Who? Yaldabaoth, the god of darkness. He was delighted. He boasted over and over again and said to them, I don't need anything. He said, I am God, and there's no other but me. When he said these, he sinned against all the immortals who speak forth, and they watch him carefully. See the other, like the sons of light that are like they're in the other dimensions. They witnessed this whole thing. They knew like how this came about and how this basically guy try to boast himself as the God and the creator when he is not. He's an angel. Right, right. They deny when it's convenient. Uh, he said, I am God and there's no other but me. When he said this, he sinned against all the immortals who speak forth, and they watch him carefully. See that? Uh, um, when he said, when Pistis saw the impiety of the supreme ruler, meaning Yahweh, right? She became angry. Without being seen, she said, you are wrong, Samael. See? Now, Samael, who is Samael? According to the book of Enoch, Samael was one of the 200 angels that came down to Mount Hermon, and basically like they made a vow that they were gonna do like this and that and the third. And all those 200 angels basically like admitted to all of that. But I think one of the leaders, it was Asazel or Samael, right? Which is the same thing. You are wrong, Samael, Shamael, which means blind God. See? And this is what, bro, this is why Christ said in the New Testament, like, let the blind lead the blind. Why? Because a lot of the Israelites were following blindly, like these lower entities, these like entities, these lords, these parasitical entities, bro. That's exactly what they were following. You are wrong, Samael, which means blind God, quote unquote. An enlightened, immortal human exists before you and will appear within the forms you have shaped. What is he talking about? It's like Mother Wisdom was telling him, like, yo, like you already created your creation, right? Well, like one of the sons of light is gonna appear amongst your own creation that you created, right? That's what he's saying. It says an enlightened, immortal human exists before you and will appear within the forms you have shaped. The human will trample upon you as a potter's clay is trampled, and you will descend with those who are yours to your mother and the abyss. And when your work comes to an end, all the deficiency that appeared from truth will be dissolved. It will cease to be, and it will be like what never was. See? So that's basically the birth of the God of the Old Testament. That's how he was born, right? That's how he came to be. And this is how he took over this planet, right? When he created angels, myriads and thousands of armies of angels, archangels that were basically like doing his bidding. This is why you guys read in the book of Psalms, chapter 82. Let's read that. Yeah, let's read that. Psalms 82, basically like a glimpse of the counsel of Yahweh, right? Counsel of Yahweh. It lets you know, like, it's clear as day, bro, right there. And a lot of people don't want to see that because they're like, they know partially the truth. They don't know the whole truth. They just partially know, and they speak from that perspective. The book of Psalms, chapter 82. God standeth in the congregation of the mighty. See, we're gonna read it in the Hebrew in a minute. As a matter of fact, let's read it in the Hebrew. Yeah, let's. I like reading stuff in the Hebrew because it gives you like a broader sense of what they're trying to say. You know what I mean? Blue Letter Bible. I'm gonna go to the book of Psalms 82. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. 82. Yeah, so again, we reading like information that completely like goes against like status quo, information that goes against the narrative, information that goes against the current narrative, the current rhetoric that is being pushed out for thousands of years. It's not just now. I'm not talking about now. I'm talking about thousands of years. 2,000 years have gone, and within those 2,000 years, there has been so much indoctrination to the masses by these ideologies. You see that? All right, so that's in the Hebrew, right? The Hebrew, because in the Hebrew, bro, it's better to like when it talks about God standeth in the congregation of the mighty. Like, who's the mighty talking about, right? He's in the mighty. See, the word is L. Now, when we click the word the word L, we're gonna see who this mighty. Oh shoot, man, sorry. All right. So Psalms 82 verse 1, it says, God God standeth in the congregation of the mighty. Who are the mighty? We're gonna see. We're gonna click on that. We're gonna go to Strong's. It says it's Hebrews 4:10. All or L, right? Uh it means strength, mighty, especially almighty, but also of any deity. God, godly, idol, might, power, strong, right? Right there it says God, lowercase, God like one, mighty man, men of rank, angels. You see that? Angels, God, false God. Oh man. God, false God, demons, imaginations. God, the one true God, Jehovah. See? So and again, a lot of people are gonna see, well, you're cherry picking. Well, no, I'm not cherry picking, because the character of the God of the Old Testament basically exposes him for who he is. So if he's not the true God, God, the one, the true God, then he must be either an angel, a false God, or a demon, or some sort of like a mighty one that's pretending to be the God or the prime creator, which is exactly what he's doing, right? So Yahweh stands against what? In the midst of angels and the false gods and demons, right? That's basically what the Torah is telling you. It's telling you that God, right? God standing in the congregation of the mighty, meaning the angels, the false gods, and the demons. This is why in the council of 2 Kings chapter 22, 1 Kings chapter 22, there's a council of Yahweh in which he has like demons and spirits of deception in his cabinet. How can you follow that God that has like God, angels of deception? It's like, who are you really serving? So God stands in the congregation of the mighty, or the El, right? Which means God, gods and angels. He judgeth among the gods. You see that? He judgeth among the gods. Now, who are these gods that he's judging, right? He judgeth among the gods. Who are these gods? Well, we're going to read it in the Gnostics in a minute, right? So it'll be Hebrews 4:30, Alayam, right? Or Elohim, plural of Hebrews 4:33, which is gods in the ordinary sense, but specifically used in the plural, thus especially with the article of the supreme God, occasionally applied by the way of defense to magistrates, and sometimes as a superlative, angels exceeding God, gods, goddesses, right? The outline, again, the rulers. Now, the word rulers and judges goes back into the word archons, which means what? The gods that rule this planet. See, the divine ones, the angels, the gods and goddesses, godlike, this and that and third. So Yahweh, Yaldabaoth, stands in the midst of the false gods and demons, meaning the mighty, the El, which we went into the word. It also means demons, because he even allows Satan to go into his throne. You guys understand that? The book of Job chapter 1 is a clear example how Yahweh allows Satan to be part of the council of his cabinet, right? Of his government. So that's why in the book of Psalms, in the Hebrew, it's letting you know, book of Psalms chapter 82:1, letting you know that God standeth in the congregation of the mighty, meaning the gods and the angels and the demons and the lower gods and the false gods. That's basically what the Hebrew says. Of the mighty, he judges among the gods. You see that? Plural. Gods, angels. So it's not like I'm lying. Many gods there, exactly. Plural gods, not creator, angels, deities, right? Exactly. And this is exactly what people follow today, man. The thing is sad already. It's just sad that a lot of people are not able to grasp the reality of things. The reality of their own belief systems, because they're so proud, because their God is proud. He's a jealous God, and he thinks that he's it, and when he's not, Like, yo, all right, so I give you guys kind of like a glimpse on the cosmogony and cosmology on how your God came about. I'm talking about all the Hebrew Israelites out there, and I'm talking about all Christianity, all main Christianity as a whole. Because once again, the entire world of Christianity follows the same God of the Bible, which is Yahweh, which is El, which is all these lower entities, these angels, bro, these lower gods that have taken over the planet and have caused destruction, chaos, genocide, slavery all throughout the planet, throughout the ages. And this is the byproduct of their inspiration to humanity, right? Check this out. Let us return to the rulers of whom we spoke, right? This is basically Christ having a conversation with the disciples. Like, this is the true Christ. This is not the Christ that died for nobody's sin. This is the Christ that basically, like, ascended as an ascended master or teacher, bro, and became like a spiritual being. Like, we are spiritual beings. We're not this carnal self. Like, we're not this black skin, this white skin, this brown skin, this yellow skin, this purple skin, this green screen with skin. We're not none of that. We're not our appearance. This is basically like, this is like a meat suit, bro. This is not it. Like, a lot of people put so much emphasis in their looks and whatnot. Like, this is not it. Like our true beauty is inside, like inside of our hearts, our minds, how we treat others, how we go about reacting to like the suffering of the world and our own suffering, and what you go through in life. You know what I'm saying? So all right, we're almost done, guys. We're almost done, man. Stick around. Yeah, I know we are going a little deep, but it's necessary for you guys to understand these concepts, right? So you guys are able to like grab the information, be like, whoa, like, I don't know, man, something's not right. Something's not right, bro. Something's not right, bro. Yeah, if you guys cannot read that, you guys can always pause the video later on when I post this video on my channel, and then you can read the little videos that I be posting. So, but I hope you guys are following. I hope things that I've been bringing out is clear. For those who are listening, thank you for being here. Again, there's a lot of people that disagree with this information, and I don't care. I'm not here to be liked. I'm not here to like win a you know um popularity contest. I don't care about none of that. Okay, all I care is just bringing this information out. Whoever's ready to hear the information, so be it. I'm grateful for you. If others don't want to listen to the information, you guys want to remain in darkness like your God, You guys want to remain following darkness like your God, right? Since he loves to dwell in darkness. Hence why 2 Corinthians chapter 3 verse 15 tells you that every time you guys read your Torah, you guys read Mosaic laws, there's darkness upon your minds. That's what 2 Corinthians 3:15 says. It's not coming out of my mouth, it's coming out of your own book. The disciples knew this information way back in the day. This is why they had to codify the information within it. And this is why we find glimpses of Gnostic thought within the New Testament right now. But not all of it is like, not all Gnostic thought that is injected in the New Testament, New Gospels is like true, because there was a lot of additions and revised versions of your Bible. But yeah, there are three. We're gonna go into this understanding because this is gonna make sense as well, right? Right. This is gonna make sense, right? Because again, if the God of the Bible, right, if Yaldabaoth, aka Yahweh, the God of the Israelites, created like this world, or partially, he created this world partially, right? Not completely, partially. And I'm gonna explain later why it's not Yahweh didn't create this entire planet completely. If he created his own planet, he also created his own people, his own humanity, right? This is why you find that concept in the Bible when it talks about let us create men in our image after our likeness. Well, they themselves created their own creation. And I'm gonna show you. Watch this. The creation of humanity, right? Oh, all right. Let's all right, so it says, when the chief creator saw the reflection of Pistis in the waters, right? Because he heard the voice saying, like, yo, like, you're not the only God on these realms. What are you talking about? You gotta come down, son. Like, this is not it. You're not it. You're a creation. You were created. You're not the God. Stop it. Right? It says, when the chief creator saw the reflection of Pistis and in the waters, he was deeply distressed. You see that? Especially when he heard her voice, which was like the first voice that called to him out of the waters. When he knew that she was the one who gave him his name, he groaned. He was ashamed because of his transgression. And when he knew for certain that an enlightened, immortal human existed before him, he was greatly disturbed because earlier he had said to all the gods and their angels. You see that? This God, the chief creator, right? Yahweh, he said to the other gods and their angels, quote, I am God and there's no other but me, end quote. For he feared that they might know another existed before him and condemn him, because he was afraid that the other gods that he had created will find out that he was not he was not the prime creator. And then he was afraid that when they found out that he was not it, like, they were gonna go against him. But the chief creator was a fool. He had contempt for condemnation and acted rashly, and he said, if anything existed before me, let it appear so that we may see its light. And at once, look, light shone out of the eighth heaven, meaning the eighth dimension, above, and passed through all the heavens of the earth, meaning the rest of the other dimensions, all the way down to this earthly plane of existence, right? Like the three-dimensional world. So he saw that light. Now we're gonna find out who this light is, right? And this is basically where everything begins. This is basically the beginning of the cosmic war between the God of the Old Testament and the God of this world that has humanity enslaved on this planet. This is basically where everything, all these kingdoms began to be created, because he just wanted to like completely suppress the light of the sons of light that exists within us all throughout the world in various races of people. white, Chinese, African, Vietnamese, whatever you want it. It's all there. All the sons of light are scattered abroad. So, and see, this is why I'm gonna give you guys the understanding of the three races on the planet. You know, because there's actually three races on the planet. We think that there are many races, bro. Like, oh, you Chinese, African, Japanese, Korean. You know, like Norse people, European people, Norwegian people, whatever. Da 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 da. You know, the different races, Australians, da 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 da. Da. Bro, no, there's only three races of people, right? We have different shades of brown and textures of hair and in different flavors. Some are tall, some are short, some are skinny, some are thick, and this and that and the third, bro. You know, but none of that matters. That's just the shell. You know, the true essence of ourselves is found within our, like who we are divinely within us. That's who we are, right? If you claim to be the son of Yahweh, well, that makes you a son of darkness. Because he's a god of darkness. He came out of darkness. He was created out of darkness. So anybody that claims to be the son of Yahweh, like the Israelites are, you know, they claim Yahweh to be their God. Well, they have been enslaved, and maybe they're not the real sons of light. They're just, you know, we're gonna find out who they are. When the chief creator saw that the light was beautiful as it shone forth, he was amazed at very much ashamed. The light appeared, and a human likeness was visible within it, and it was marvelous. No one saw it except the chief creator and forethought who was with him. See, so forethought is basically like a god that comes from like the real gods, like the real, you know, the real creator, like the prime creator, basically. You know, the prime creator has their spirits, you know, like the good ones, like truth, compassion, love, light, you know, honesty, this and that and the third. Like that's all the spirits that work with the prime creator. But the spirits that are about deception, lies, murder, death, like I'm gonna give you an example. Like the only reason why the nation of Israel came about is because of a lie and deception given that was taking place when Rebecca was lying and deceiving her own husband, right? Because Isaac was in an old age, he couldn't see, he was blind, he was very old, and he wanted to pass down the vibration of the first blessing of the firstborn to his son, which was Esau, right? Esau was the first son. He was the first son. Now remember, according to the Torah, now Esau was born in a house where they practiced Torah, so Esau knows the Torah like left and right. So um Esau know that he was the prime receiver for that blessing, right? He knew he was, and the Torah itself tells you that everybody that opens the womb, right, is what? It belongs to who? It belongs to Yahweh. It belongs to Yahweh. So in actuality, the true chosen people is basically the Edomites, because the Edomites were basically given the vibration of the firstborn blessing, but because of the deception that Rebecca played and they deceived her husband. Now, according to the Torah, it says that thou shalt not deal deceitfully with thy neighbor. Yet, Rebecca dealt deceitfully with her own husband, bro. Like, are you guys kidding me? She deceived her own husband in order to steal the blessing that was supposed to be passed down to Esau, to the Edomites, and was given to Jacob instead. And look at what happened. So from the get-go, from the start, the nation of Israel began in deception and lies, genocide, slavery, bro. All the shebang, the whole shebang is what the nation of Israel did throughout the ages, right? But you know, they want to claim that they follow a God of truth. You guys want to claim that you guys follow a God of truth when we just witnessed in First Kings chapter 22, Yahweh having a council, sending lying spirits to his own people, right? When forethought saw this messenger of light, messenger of light, she fell in love with him, but he hated her because she was in darkness. She desired to mate with him, but she was not able. When she was unable to satisfy her desires, she poured out her light upon the earth. You see that? Since then, this messenger has been called Adam of Light, which means the enlightened person of blood. right? Because the word blood in the Hebrew means Adama. And you guys break down the word Adama means red clay. The red clay ones, the red ones. The red, I don't know, the redheads, I guess, or enlightened person of blood. The earth upon which the light of forethought spread was called Holy Adamas, which means the holy adamantine earth. And this is basically where we begin to see like all the ancient civilizations that were super advanced for their time. You guys call the pre-Adamite civilizations that existed prior to the second creation of the Adamites themselves. Like later on, there was a second creation, and that was basically like a bunch of clones that were created by the God of the Bible, the so-called Elohim, the Council of Creation. I'm gonna tell you that also in a minute. Where is it at? Yeah, so so forethought basically, when it talks about like forethought saw his messenger, she fell in love with him, but um so this is basically going into like the first creation, the first creation of the Adamites. The Adamites, and they were called the adamantine earth, the holy adamantine earth. That was basically like a kingdom that was scattered all throughout the world, where they had like super advanced civilizations with like crystal technology, and like like free energy for everybody. Like it was like a utopian world, bro, until the flood came in, and that's just another story in itself, bro. But from the time and all the authorities have honored the blood of the Virgin, and the earth was purified because of the blood of the Virgin. And this is basically where you get the idea about the Torah, when it talks about the tokens of virginity. When you marry a Hebrew woman, she has to be a virgin, bro, right? That was the whole idea. And this is the problem today, bro. Like the problem today with these relationships nowadays, they're just like, they're McDonald's relationships, meaning like fast food. They want everything fast, bro. Like fast sex, fast these, fast love. If and it's all selfishness, bro. It's like, everybody's basically passing around themselves to each other. It's sad, bro. And it's just sad that like the dating pool has been tainted with dark waters. Like there's really, I mean, this is why like I had to be celibate. I took on a celibacy, 5 years of being celibate, because like it's sad means to see, it's sad to see like how modern society has become like, it's just like relationships are not sacred anymore. Marriage is not sacred, and I'm not talking about the marriage that you do like with the government. Nobody should be doing like any connections with the government when it comes to your relationships and love. That's just it's a completely separate thing. It should be a separate thing. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, so it's crazy, it's sad, man. So I don't know where I was going with that, but I don't know, I'm just displeased with like dating pool out there, and it is what it is, bro. At the end of the day, I'm just like, if you're working for the Lord, if you're working for God, if you're working for the prime creator, then you'll know that you're here for a mission, and I know these earthly desires or whatever the like, they're not as important as like what's ahead of you. You know what I'm saying? When you guys understand like the mission at hand. Bro. Yeah, man, the Gnostics go in, just like I'm excited to have Sila Shalom to come and like share like part of the WASP Bible and what type of knowledge. I know I've back in the day I used to like bring now a lot of the WASP Bible, and a lot of people didn't understand, bro. You know? There it is. So I was sharing these 3 years ago, right? A brother Sila Shalom. That's brother Sheila Shalom. I shared his post 3 years ago, and when it talks about this is the WASPI Bible, Book of the Wars Against Jehovah, chapter 17, verse 18. It says, Jehovah said, and thy preacher shall travel constantly in the lowest kingdoms, which is this planet, teaching and explaining my boundless world. See, exactly what I brought out earlier. The boundless worlds and other dimensions and kingdoms that exist in different places. Kind of like the world, right? And you guys got to understand, right, the analogy. This world is not just the United States. There's Mexico, there's South America, there's Central America, there's Canada, they have Russia, you have Europe, Australia, Africa, North Europe, Spain. Exactly, right? So when we travel abroad this world, we have different flavors and places that we can go visit, right? Right? And just in this world alone. Now imagine the different dimensions that exist in beyond these realms, right? You guys don't think that other worlds exist and other beings, they might not be bipedal or they might not look like us or whatever, like, who knows, right? I mean, who are we to say that God only creates like humans that are walk on 2 feet and whatever the like? I mean, I don't know, bro. Like, there's just life is beautiful and strange and complex in every shape, way, and form, bro. So for us to like try to compress creation in some sort of like one way, like one view, one point of view, one vantage point, like that's just completely ignorance. So, anyways, so yeah, the I was sharing this post way back in the day, Um, there's another one. That's 4 years ago when we were battling the Black Hebrew Israelites. That was 4 years ago, right there. And this is why we're moving to the next stage of this war. Which is basically exposing the gods that rule this world, and that's why I'm here. This is why this is happening. See that right there? That was 3 years ago. Again, I was sharing the Nag Hammadi even 3 years ago, and a lot of people didn't understand, so they try to like crucify me and try to stone me to death, and try to slander my name because I was bringing information now that basically completely clash with their ideology. You see that, bro? And I like this one right here. It says, um, this is the WASPI Bible. I shared this 3 years ago. WASPI Bible, God's first book, chapter 10, verse 11 and verse 11. It says, as God is captain of heaven and earth unto all righteous soul, so is there a Satan who is captain over the evil spirits. Bro, and that's exactly what we read in the first book of Kings, chapter 22. It says, and the Lord said to him, with which, and he said, I will go forth and I will be a lying spirit in the mouth of all his prophets. And he said, ye shall persuade him and prevail also. Go forth and do so. I'm pretty sure that's how he was laughing when he was sitting on his throne in the midst of the council that they had. See that? And so that was 3 years. So even the WASPI Bible, like, lets you know, like, as God is captain of heaven and earth unto all righteous souls, so is there a Satan who is captain over the evil spirits. Kind of like 1 Kings 22:22. See that? So, the time that I've spent kind of like studying a little bit of the WASPI Bible, I haven't really dived deep into it like completely like I would like to. But one of these days I'm gonna buy an WASPI Bible and I'm gonna dive deep into that and when I bring that out as well. So so yeah, yeah. me get some water. I'm gonna get some water, something to drink, and then we're gonna continue on. Oh man, yeah, they follow a god of war, you know, because their god basically delights in bloodshed and genocide. He loves suffering, you know, he loves seeing humanity suffer to the point that he basically instigates nations to go to war with each other. He invites the Israelites to go to war with the other nations and slaughter them, kind of like the commandment that was given to King Saul to go and slaughter the Amalekites, the child, the children, the suckling, the babes, the mother with like the pregnant women, the elderly, even the animals, even paid. Like they, like the animals were just wondering, like, what do we do? Like, you know, what is it that we do to deserve these? You know, so it's like these God are basically kind of like energetic vampires. You know, they feed off of the suffering of humanity, and this is why they had to instigate wars like World War wars, so that they could feed off of the sacrifice of all the soldiers that die, because that they steal their souls. That's basically what it is. The Gnostics speak about that. You know, that's how they feed themselves. All right, I'm gonna show you the creation of humanity, like in detail again, and then we're gonna jump into like the three types of creations of humanity that live on this planet as we speak right now. And then I don't know, we're jump around and show you all the stuff, and then we're gonna close it, all right? Because it's getting late. But you know, thank you for sticking around. um you know, I love when I have company and you know you guys are listening. I know that if nobody's here, I know that people will also listen later on when the video is posted, so I'm not even worried about that. But I'm grateful that you guys are here though, and those that are in the background that are just like trying to spy on what I say, what I teach, bro. Like, you guys can bring yourselves in, you know, like those that, especially like the Black Hebrew Israelites, you know, they're like sometimes they come and spy on my channel, or they like stalk me and like they try to listen without liking anything or making a comment because they don't want me to find out that they're here. But you guys are here, you know, and thank you for being here. Oh man. All right. The creation of humankind. Before Adam of light made his return to made his return. Now, when it's talking about making the return, it's talking about Adam coming back to where he comes from, right? From source, the planet or the frequency or the dimension or the place or the kingdom that he comes from, right? Because every single one of us that claim to like be spirits, right? You would claim to be children of God. We all come from different places, kind of like, you know, I live in a different place. You guys are watching. You guys can live in Florida. You guys live in Texas. You guys live in Tennessee. You guys live in Kentucky, Georgia, whatever the like, right? All of us live in different places. That's the point. And so, even though we live in different places, we live in the same country, but we have other people that live in different countries, like in Mexico, South America, Europe, China, whatever the like. So in the spiritual realms, it's the same aspect, right? The same concept. The same concept applies to the spirit realms, right? Where you have different cities, different countries, different kingdoms, bro, where everybody's from. And then we all come here, bro, and on this planet. And then we, you know, embody our spirit in these flesh bags that we call bodies. And we look black, we look Chinese, we look black, white, we look Hispanic, we look short and tall and big and small and whatever the like. and it's just different forms of and shapes of the three-dimensional self. But that's not our reality. That's not who we are, bro. That's not who we are. So it says, but before all these, when Adam of light appeared unto the first day, he remained upon the earth upon 2 days. He left the lower forethought in heaven and ascended toward his light, and at once darkness covered the whole world. See that? So this is basically like the Adam of light. This is like the original creation. These individuals were basically highly intuitive, psychic, with psychic powers and abilities, like literally a superhuman, bro. Okay, and that was basically like how Yaldabaoth and God, the God of the Old Testament, was jealous against the humans, right? They were jealous against the human, like the original humans, like the pre-Adamites, the Adamites, the true sons of light, because they all had the light and the spark of the Creator, like the prime Creator. It was within them, and that's why, like, I'm gonna read you guys later on that the watch this. Before Adam of light made his return, meaning before he left this planet, the authorities saw him in chaos. They laughed at the chief creator because he lied when he said, "I am God. No one exists before me." See? So even the pre-Adamites knew that the God of the God the God that was claiming to be the only God was a liar, bro. When they came to the chief creator, they said, "Is this being not the God who ruined our work?" He answered and said, "Yes. If you do not want him to be able to ruin our work, come, let us create human beings out of the earth." See, this is basically your creation. This is what you guys read in the book of Genesis when it says, "Let us create men in our image after our likeness," ladies and gentlemen. You know, and they took a counsel and they began creating. Well, this is it right here. Because the first Adamites were already created. So because they were jealous of what this atom of light was and what he possessed within himself, which is the light of the prime creator, he was jealous. So he said, he they said, "Let's create a human being out of the earth in the image of our body and with the likeness to this being." You see? So they basically wanted to create a carbon copy of the first atom of light, right? Now, this is gonna begin to make sense of why I'm saying there's only three, uh, kind of like three types of humans on this planet, right? There's three types of humans on this planet, right? Regardless of the races, right? The Chinese, Japanese, regardless of all that, there's only three spiritual or like three like types of humans, if you let's put it that way, right? And I'm gonna explain. So these guys, the Elohim, these Archons, these authorities, right? These lower gods, these entities that people follow, they said, "Let's create human beings out of the earth in the image of our body and with the likeness to this being to serve us, so that when this being sees his likeness, he may fall in love with it." See that? So that was the idea. The idea is that these Archons, these Elohim, began to counsel amongst themselves, brainstorm ideas how to destroy the sons of light. So they're like, why don't we create clones, right? In accordance to the likeness of this being, and just create a carbon copy of it, and see where we go from there. Because the whole point it was that the sons of light would mix themselves with the sons of darkness, and the light will begin to diminish as the generations begin to come into this planet because of the union between the sons of light and the sons of darkness, meaning the pre-Adamites and the creation that the Elohim created later on. I mean, later on. So it says, um, "Let's create human being out of the earth in the image of our body and with the likeness to this being to serve us, so that when this being sees his likeness, he may fall in love with it. Then he will no longer ruin our work, and we shall make the children of light our slaves for the entire age." See that? So that was the whole point and the idea of the Elohim creating a second creation or a carbon copy of the first creation, which was the pre-Adamites. The pre-Adamites were the original creation, and it's not like what you guys learn in school or like in in the Bible scholars when they say that the pre-Adamites were just a bunch of just like a bunch of monkeys and like, just dumb individuals. That wasn't it. That was the narrative that they paint you to believe, but it's not. So the whole idea is that they will create like a second creation that will basically destroy the sons of light and make the sons of light their slaves throughout the entire age, meaning all this time until now, which is happening now. All this happened in accordance with Pistis forethought, so that the humanity might appear in this likeness and condemn the authorities because of their mortal bodies. See, the mortal bodies is talking about like the clones that they created by carbon copying the like the concept of the first atom of light. See, for their mortal bodies contain the light. See, that was the whole idea. The whole idea is that all the pre-atomites, all the atomites, what they call it, they call it the holy adamantine earth. The whole adamantine earth was full of all these like higher beings, bro, on this planet. Literally gods on this planet. Like all connected to the cons, the cycles of this planet at a symbiotic level, bro. It was magical, bro. Way back in the day, it was magical until all of it was destroyed because of the jealousy, that of the rulers of this planet. They didn't like that. Uh, the authorities received knowledge they needed to create humanity. See that? They had the knowledge, meaning they had the genetic information to like inseminate, their own humans. That's basically what's going on. The authorities received knowledge they needed to create humanity. Sophia Zoe, who is with Sabaoth, anticipated them. See, she laughed at their decision because they are blind and they created humanity in ignorance and against their own interest. You see that? They did not know what they were doing. See that? Why? Because even though the the Elohim created like, let us create man in our image after our likeness, even though they thought they were, trying to like have the upper hand against like the sons of light, they really messed up because uh watch this. It says, so she anticipated them. See, so Mother Wisdom, this goddess, right? She knew what these dudes were gonna do, like the rulers of this planet. She knew what they were up to, which was what they were copying. They were doing a carbon copy of the sons of light, like similar, right? They look like humans. You would see them walking around the planet right now. You see them on the streets. You see them driving. You see them in the at Walmart. You see them at the Starbucks. They're everywhere, but they're really not reality humans, bro. They're just like background, background people in the back, but with an agenda. But there's a twist, right? There's a twist. It says, so she anticipated them. She created her own human being first, so that they might tell the mortal bodies of the authorities how to despise them and how to escape them. See? So the whole idea is that Mother Wisdom was like, now, like the first, like I'm gonna create my first creation, right? So that I'm able to like download this information, this mission onto like their psychic at a quantic level in their soul, so that when they wake up, they know that they have to go, and basically expose the gods that rule this planet. And that was the idea about the creation, that Mother Wisdom created the first Adamites, the first Adamites. Uh, it says, so that she might tell the model bodies. See, the model bodies is basically the clone copies from the Elohim, because the Elohim created like a carbon copy of the Adamites. They're like, let us create man in our image. Well, they had their own creation. So Mother Wisdom was like, no, like I'm gonna create first creation according to the model of light, and they're gonna be the ones that are gonna tell the model bodies, meaning those clones that were created by the Elohim, right? They're gonna tell those clones like, listen, man, you guys are following a false god. You guys are following deities. You guys are following angels. You guys are following fallen angels. And this is our job exactly. This is what we're here to do, to tell the model bodies, the ones that are really not like it, but you're gonna find out later who they are, though. Uh, uh, yeah. So Mother Wisdom creates those Adamites in order to basically expose the gods of the authorities of this world, the Elohim, the Archons, whatever you want to call them, the cosmic powers that rule this planet. And one of them calls himself the God, the creator. There's no one like me, which we know that he was a liar. Like, again, just like the scripture says, he was a liar from the beginning. So the same way he acts, he claims to be the God and he claims to be it. But when we look at his record, bro, it's all genocide, it's murder. He's a man of war, just like his followers are also, like, they claim to be, like, they want to be men of war, but they're really not. Because at the end of the day, a lot of these individuals, they're like, they're blindly following. All right, it says, since then, the seven archons have formed humanity with a body resembling their own body. You see that? So this is their creation. This is not the creation of the sons of light. This is the creation of the Elohim. So now we're having like two different creations, right? You have the creation of the Adamites, the sons of light, and you have the other creation of the model bodies, meaning the carbon copy from the original. So it says, since then, the seven archons. Now, who are the seven archons? I gave you guys the names earlier, right? Yaldabaoth, Yao, Sabaoth, Adonaios, Eloios, Orios, Astaphios. Those are the seven archons that basically created. This is the council of creation in the book of Genesis. Let us create men in our image. What's right here? These are you guys. These are your gods. Since the seven archons have formed humanity with a body resembling their own body, but the likeness of humankind reflects the human being who appeared to them. You see that? This is the light that came down from, like, the other dimensions, and came down, passed through other dimensions, and landed on this planet. He came down on this planet to basically, like, yo, what is going on here? And the Arkansas is like, wait a minute, why is there a more powerful being than us? Like, I thought that I was it. Like, thought I was the God. I am God, and there's no like me, and that's basically like the rhetoric of the God of the Old Testament, that he was it and there was no other God like me. But if that was the point, like, if you are the only God, like, why would you even say to the other people, like, hey, there's no other God by me, implying that there's other gods that are also more powerful than him? And that's what people, like, people get lost in that conversation right there, because they're not able to grasp the idea that their God is not as powerful as they think. Since then, the seven archons have formed humanity with a body resembling their own body, but the likeness of humankind reflects the human being who appeared to them. The model body, meaning the carbon copy that they created, came into being part by part from each of the rulers. You see that? Each of the rulers, and the leader of the rulers created the brain and marrow. Afterward, the person appeared like the one before him. He became a person with soul, and he was called what? Adam, which means father, after the name of the one who was before him. So these guys are clones. They look like humans, they act like humans, they're animated, they have a soul, right? Uh, After Adam was made, the chief creator abandoned him as a lifeless vessel. You see that? So now, why is it a lifeless vessel? We're gonna find out. Watch this. So they created their own creation, their Adam, but they didn't do they did a poor job. After Adam was made, the chief creator abandoned him as a lifeless vessel, since Adam was formed like an aborted fetus. You see, he was made in a lab, bro. Like when you guys inseminate like an egg with sperm, like with a syringe, right, and a needle, you inject the semen into the egg in order to fertilize the egg, right? And then all of a sudden it becomes like a dot, and from that it moves to like different stages of the embryo, and it becomes an embryo and becomes like a fetus. Well, that's exactly what was going on. It says, uh, after Adam was made, the chief creator abandoned him as a lifeless vessel, since Adam was formed like an aborted fetus with no spirit. You see that? When the chief ruler recalled the word of pistis, he was afraid that the true human might enter his mortal body and rule over it. So they were even afraid that, that like the goddess, like Sophia, Mother Wisdom, was gonna like try to steal those bodies, and try to like put the source, like the spark of the creator within them. So they were so the god was afraid. The god of this world was afraid. He was afraid that the true human being might enter his mortal body and rule over it. He was thinking crazy stuff. He thought that Adam was basically gonna like possess like the other Adamite. It's like that's not how it works, bro. Chill out. So he left his mortal body 40 days without soul, and he withdrew and left him. You see, so there was like like a corpse. Literally, there was like a corpse right there, like a fetus, right? It was like a genetic experiment gone wrong. That's basically what it is, right? And so on the 40th day, Sophia Zoe blew breath into Adam. You see that? So now this is like Zoe Sophia is basically like Mother Wisdom, right? She breathed into Adam, in whom there was no soul. He began to crawl on the ground, but he could not stand up. But the seven rulers, meaning the seven gods of this planet, came and saw him. They were greatly troubled. They approached him and grabbed him. And the chief ruler said to the breath within him, "Who are you?" They were talking to the spirit that was within him, because remember, he was a fetus. He was like just like bodiless. He was just there laying down dead, like literally, like there was no soul or spirit within him. So now that he's up and he's like aware of what's going on, they were trying to like tap into the spirit of that man and be like, "Who are you?" Right? "Who are you? Where are you come from?" See, they were like wondering, like, "Why are you alive? Like, we didn't give you a breath of life. Mother Wisdom gave you the breath of life," right? He answered and said, "I have come through the power of the human to destroy your work." Bro. Adam, bro, badass, bro. Like, he challenged these guys. He's like, "I have come through the power of the human to destroy your work." When they heard these, they glorified him, because he gave them rest from their fear and concern. They called that day the day of the rest, meaning the day of Shabbat. See, and this is basically where your Shabbat comes from, bro. A lot of you guys are over there like, "Oh, are you keeping the Shabbat, brother? You keeping the Shabbat?" Well, your Shabbats come from these Archons. Your Shabbat dates and celebrations come from when the Archons basically rested from their troubles and agony, because they thought that the first Adam that they had created was gonna basically like attack them and stuff and try to destroy them. And so when they asked him like, "Who are you? Like, where you come from?" And like Adam was like, "Yo, like I'm just here to destroy you guys." And they thought that he was playing. That's why they were laughing and playing it lightly, bro. But they were really in trouble. And so that's basically, they call that day the day of rest, because they rested themselves from their troubles. When they saw that Adam would not stand up, they were glad. They took him and put him in paradise and withdrew up to their heavens. You see, they went back to their dimensions, because these individuals can come and basically like shape shift into different forms. They can shape shift into different forms, bro. So after the day of rest, Sophia sent her daughter Zoe, called Eve, as an instructor to raise Adam, in whom there was no soul, so that the children he would engender might be vessels of light. You see, and so that's why the only way like Mother Wisdom was able to use that body is so that through that body all his descendants, the descendants of the second Adamites, right, the second creation, the model bodies, the clones that the Elohim created, let us create many in our image. Well, that creation, Mother Wisdom basically took us like, well, out of his bloodline, out of his descendants, like we can use those vessels so that the sons of light and the ancient spirits of all can come and transmigrate into this planet, and basically like possess these bodies in which we can talk, which can communicate this message to you guys. This is why we're here. See, this is how like the ancient spirits of all have inhabited the bodies, or the model bodies of the Elohim. These bodies, that's why they're not perfect, bro, because they were created by an imperfect God. right? That they were created by an imperfect God, a God of darkness. This is why we decay, we die. You know, the telomeres within our genome and chromosomes like decay, and they begin to like layer off, and that's how you guys, we become wrinkle and stuff, because there's a deficiency at a cosmic and like biological level, quantic level, which basically there's like a clock within you, like as we age. That was the clock, you know. So that's basically the whole purpose of like why well, we're gonna read. It says, when Eve saw her male partner on the ground, she felt sorry for him and said, Adam, live, get up from the ground. At once her word became an accomplished deed. When Adam got up, at once he opened his eyes, and he saw her and said, you will be called the mother of the living, because you have given me life. And this is where you guys have the idea of Eve. Eve in the Hebrew, Hawa, which means giver of life, right? Or Ninma in the Sumerians, they call her Ninma or Ninhursag, right? So it's basically like the same aspect, bro, about like the like Sophia and Mother Wisdom. She's the one that basically like helped the first Adam, like the second Adam, because the first creation of Adam, she created the first Adam, perfect in all the ways. Uh, so the Archons were watching this whole concept. They were jealous of the power that Adam was given, because Mother Wisdom, the Zoe, one of the goddess of wisdom, gave the breath of life and understanding, wisdom and knowledge into Adam. That's why he was like, you will be called the mother of the living, because you have given me life. Like like when we know the truth, right, you become alive, bro. You are aware of a lot of stuff, a lot of things, and a lot of people don't understand you, bro. It's nuts, it's sad. um the authorities were told that their mortal body was alive and had gotten up, and they were glad, and they were greatly troubled, you see, because they dropped him off in the Garden of Eden, and he was just there, just kind of like a bro. It was sad. They sent 7 archangels to see what had happened, you see. They came to Adam, and when they saw Eve speaking with him, they said to each other, who is this enlightened woman? You see, because they understood that this individual called Eve was a goddess herself, and the idea that, well, watch this, you guys are gonna find out. You guys are gonna find out, bro. So a lot of the stories that you guys read in your Bibles is not what it is, bro. Like right now, we're reading like the original idea about the cosmogony and cosmology of the creation of Adam and Eve, and creation of the world and all that stuff, according to the Gnostic thoughts, right? Not according to the New Testament and what the Roman Empire wrote down, and fed it to the entire world today. This is why everybody follows the same doctrine today, regardless of their regardless of their religious institutions. Catholic, Christian, Jehovah Witness, all the same. They all follow the same gods, deities, and idols. Uh, so they were wondering, it's like, who is this enlightened woman? She looks like what appeared to us in the light. So they were able to recognize that she was not a regular one. She was like a powerful one. Come, let us seize her and ejaculate our semen into her. So they were basically trying to rape her. This is basically what you guys got the same idea about the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 25, I believe, or whatever, 28, 23, 22, when it talks about, like, if you see a damsel and then you like her and you rape her, well, all you gotta do is pay some shekels, right? And you gotta marry that woman. Well, that's how it's according to the Torah. Well, guess what they come from this idea. Like a lot of the rapists today, a lot of, like, I don't want to say everybody, but a lot of these gods inspire like a lot of these evil that's in the world today, all this darkness. This is why, like, when the true Adamites left this planet and went back to Source, they went back to their kingdoms. It says that this planet was filled with darkness, right, until this very day. And that's where we find ourselves in. We're inside the lion's den. We're inside the lion's mouth right now. Why? Well, the lion represents who? We read that earlier. I hope you guys follow. We read that earlier. So they were basically like lusting after her, you know, kind of like, you know, whatever. She looks like see, so I said, so they were like plotting against her. It's like, come, let's seize her and ejaculate our semen into her, so that she may be unclean and unable to ascend to her light, and her children will serve us. You see. But let's not tell Adam, because he's not one of us. Instead, let's put him to sleep and suggest to him in his sleep that Eve came from his rib, so that the woman may serve. And see that, see, and so this is how they lie. And the Bible tells you that, yeah, man, like Eve comes from Adam, because like he was put into sleep, and he came out of your rib. But that was a lie. That was a lie. Now check this out. It says, um so they were, plotting to like rape her and stuff, so that they were like, ejaculate on her, and like she will be unclean, so that she will not be like ascending to her light, and her children will serve us. That was the whole plan about the Elohim. And they were saying like, but let's not tell Adam, because he's not one of us. Instead, let's put him to sleep and suggest to him in his sleep. See that? Now, in the book of Proverbs, I believe chapter 18 or 13, it talks about that the Bible, basically, this is how he puts ideas in the mind. When you guys are sleeping, it tells you that. As a matter of fact, let me read it. Let me read it for you, so you guys know what I'm talking about. There it is. My bad. It's the book of Job. Yeah, it's the book of Job, chapter 33, verse 15. It says, in a dream, in a vision of the night, when deep sleep falls upon men, while slumbering upon their beds, then he, the God of the Bible, opens the ears of men and seals their instruction. You see that? So it's the same thing that the Archons were doing over here when they basically made Adam sleep. She's like, he's like, but let's not tell Adam, because he's not one of us. Instead, let's put him to sleep and suggest to him in his sleep that Eve came from his rib, so that the woman may serve and he may rule over her. See, this is how the whole concept about like patriarchy systems began, right? Oppressing the woman, right? Because the woman is highly intuitive, bro. Women are magical, right? They're givers of life, bro. You guys impregnate a woman, they're gonna give you a child. So they're literally creators. So they're like the vessels and the portals in which the sons of light use, so that we all can come here onto this planet. There's no other way that we can come into this planet through but through the portal of the woman. And so that's why that was the whole idea behind the Archons, the Elohim, basically like creating all this deception against the women, against humanity, against the sons of light. uh since Eve was a heavenly power, you see that? Since Eve, see, again, Eve is not what you guys learned in your Bibles. Like Eve was just a woman that was oppressed, and she was like under the foot of Adam. That wasn't it, bro. Eve was a goddess. Her name was Zoe Sophia, right? She was one of the daughters of Mother Wisdom herself. Kind of like what you guys read in the book of Proverbs, chapter 9. Let's see. Hold on. Let me see if I'm quoting the Bible right, because sometimes I forget. Let's see. All right, what I was see, what was I? I forgot what I was gonna look, man. I forgot. I was doing something else. Okay. It says, since Eve was a heavenly power, she laughed at what they had in mind. She blinded their eyes and secretly left something that resembled her with Adam. See that? She She entered the tree of knowledge and stayed there. The rulers chased her, and she revealed to them that she had entered the tree and had become a tree. The blind powers fell into a great fear and ran away because they found out that she was one of the daughters of Mother Wisdom, right? And then Mother Wisdom has seven daughters, bro. I'm gonna show you in a minute. Watch this. I'm gonna go to the book of Proverbs, chapter 9, I think. Chapter 9. Let's see, chapter 9. Chapter 7, I think. Yeah, I'm looking for it. I don't remember the scripture, on top of my head. Um, let's see. The 7 pillars. There's like 7 pillars when it talks about the 7 pillars. Chapter 9. Oh, there it is right there. All right, the Proverbs, book of Proverbs, chapter 9, verse 1. It says, wisdom had builded her house. See, wisdom had builded her house. She had hewn out of her 7 pillars. Now, the 7 pillars are basically like the 7 spirits of wisdom, knowledge, understanding, and all those other things. And that's basically what you read in the Gnostics when you have a Zoe Sophia. She was one of those 7, one of the 7 pillars of wisdom, right? Since Eve was a heavenly power, she laughed, and she knew what they were doing. They were plotting against her to rape her, this and that and a third. But she ran away. And when it says that that she entered the tree of knowledge, she was letting them know, like, my mother is like the tree of wisdom, like the mother wisdom that created the first atom of light. Like, come down. And that's basically what they say. Like, they're like, the blind powers fell into great fear and ran away. See that? Later, when they recovered their sight, they came to Adam. They saw a female like the woman with him, like that woman with him, and they were troubled, and thought that these woman that was with Adam, which was not the real one, that was not the real mother wisdom, it was like another image of her, was the true Eve. They acted rashly. They came to her, seized her, and ejaculated their semen upon her. The powers acted wickedly. See that these archons, these gods, right? They defile her. They defile her in ways natural and obscene. First, they defile the seal of her voice, which had said to them, "What exists before you?" See, that was how you test spirits. Like, in this way, they meant also to defile those who say that they were born at the end of the age through the word, through the true human. You see that? Which is the true human, is like the first Adamites. The authorities and their angels erred. They made a mistake. They did not know that they defile their own body and likeness in all these ways, because, like, the woman that was Eve. It wasn't Eve. It was kind of like a clone that Mother Wisdom created, so that they thought that they had Mother Wisdom, so that they could, like, take advantage of her, so that she would be defiled, like, at a spiritual level, and not be able to ascend. She first became pregnant with Abel from the first ruler. You see, so this is goes into the story of Cain and Abel. This is where it all comes from. You know what I'm saying? She first became pregnant with Abel from the first ruler, and then she gave birth to the other children from the 7 authorities and their angels. You see that? So now we're like diving into like something really strange, something that just completely, it's kind of like kind of like a sci-fi movie, and a lot of people are not gonna be able to grasp these concepts, because it's too much. But those who understand, like, this is the truth of the matter. This is the cosmogony according to the Gnostics. Uh, all these happen in accordance with the chief creator's forethought. You see, so the chief creator is talking about Yaldabaoth, the false god, right? The god that was created out of darkness. It says, all these happen in accordance with the chief creator's forethought, so that the first mother might bear with herself every seed, every one mixed and joined with the fate of the world in its configuration and justice, talking about all the races. A plan for Eve emerged that the model bodies of the authorities might contain the light. See that the light would condemn the authorities through their own model bodies. And this is why, earlier we were reading that, we're gonna give the second Adam that was created by the Elohim, the let us create many in our image after our likeness. Well, they created their own creation, and that creation didn't work out. You guys remember when he was laying down lifeless, and this and that and third, and all of a sudden, like, Mother Wisdom sent her own daughter, one of the seven pillars that we read in the book of Proverbs, and and she was able to breathe life and wisdom, knowledge, and understanding to that man. And he came to life. He was awakened. His soul was awakened. His spirit was active, and there was a spark of the Creator within us to be able to understand, like, what is going on, right? And this is why I'm able to speak about these things. This is why all the people are able to speak about these things, because they have that spark of God, the spark of the Creator, the prime Creator within them, right? To be able to speak against the injustice of this world, the injustice of the kingdoms of this planet, and the injustice of the gods that rule this planet in every age, right? So a plan for Eve emerged that the model bodies of the authorities might contain the light. See that? That was the whole point of allowing Adam, the second Adam, to come alive and with no wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, so that his sons and daughters will also know, like, what's going on this planet. And that was the whole idea about the second Adam, because the first Adamites, the first Adam, he left to the other world, like he left to the other kingdom, and this planet was full of darkness. But the light would condemn the authorities through their own mortal bodies. The first Adam of light is spiritual and appear on the first day. The second Adam is physical and appear on the sixth day, called Aphrodite. The third Adam is earthly, a person of law, who appeared on the eighth day, called Sunday, the after the poor day of rest. You see that, after the Shabbat. That's why they call it the poor day of rest, the Shabbat, because this is talking about the Archons, And a lot of people are out there saying, well, thou shalt keep my Shabbats holy, this and that and third. Well, that comes from the Archons. They're the ones that created this concept about the rest, because they were freaking out about what they did and what they've done. And so they had to rest. The offspring of earthly Adam multiplied and filled the earth. See, the earthly Adam, because there's a spiritual Adam, right? What we read. The first Adam of light is spiritual and appear on the first day. That was the first creation that Mother Wisdom created. The second Adam is physical and appear on the sixth day. This is the Elohim created their creation, and they rested on the seventh day, because they're like, finally we created, like, genetically engineered, like a living organism. But that living organism didn't have light, kind of like what geneticists are doing today. Geneticists are creating life right now, but guess what happens to those clones? They're just lifeless there. I mean, they're able to preserve those clones, right? But unless those clones have a spirit of God or spark of the Creator, or the souls, or any type of soul, like, inhabiting that host, those bodies are just going to remain lifeless there, even though their bodies are working, their organs are working, the brain is working, the nervous system, all the organs, all the systems of the body are working, but to the exception of the soul and the spirit, they're not there. So that's exactly what Adam was going on back in those days. Adam was just a clone, the second Adam that was created, not the first Adam, the second Adam, because that's the earthly Adam, and that's basically what everybody comes from. The offspring of earthly Adam multiplied and filled the earth, and they acquired all the technical skills physical Adam had, but they were all in ignorance. You see that? And that's basically how how this whole conception of this world and the lies and the deception and those religions came about, because that was the whole concept and point, is that you cannot know the truth. If you know the truth, well, you guys know what happened in the physical world, when people speak their minds like completely, and there's opposition, and you have like the gatekeepers trying to shut you down, and they're trying to persecute you because they want to take you out, because they know what we know is true. And so they're convicted in their at a spiritual level, at a mental level, in the spirit, and in the spirit and in the mind and in the soul, and they know that what we're saying is true. But what we're saying is true, they can't grasp it, because either they're earthly humans, they're earthly Adamites, and they're not spiritual Adamites, right? um the first Adam of light is spiritual and appear on the first day. The second Adam is physical and appear on the sixth day, called Aphrodite. The third Adam is earthly. Oh, my bad, the third Adam is earthly, a person of law, who appear on the eighth day, called Sunday, after the poor day of rest. The offspring of earthly Adam, see, multiply and fill the earth, and they acquire all the technical skills physical Adam had, but they all were in ignorance. See that? All right, and so this is what I was guys telling you, right, about the three human beings, right? It says there are three human beings and their descendants in the world until the end of the age. See that? So this is what you guys have to understand. This is how we can like completely dissolve this idea about borders and races and so the stuff, bro. Because at the end of the day, like, there's three forms of human races on this planet, right? There are the three human beings and their descendants in the world until the end of the age: the spiritual, right? The physical, and the earthly. The circumstances like the three kinds of phoenixes of paradise. The first is immortal. The second lives 1,000 years. See, and that was the whole idea about the second, like the second human being, which is physical. You have Methuselah that almost lives 1,000 years, right? He only lived what, 969 years. He was literally like short of like 100 years to, going into 1,000, which is 1,000 equals 1 day, right? So the physical Adamites, or the physical Adamites way back in the day, this is why they were able to live longer, like 900 years. Like the longest that's recorded according to the text is Methuselah, that lived 996 or something, or 69 or whatever. So that's basically like some sort of 100 plus years short of 1,000. So that's why it says that the first immortal, the circumstances is like the three kinds of phoenixes, right, of paradise. The first is immortal, right? The spiritual, like the spiritual Adamites, the first one is immortal. The second lives 1,000 years, which is the physical Adamites. And the third is consumed according to what is written in the holy book. Likewise, there are three baptisms, you see. So so again, and this is why like humanity is dying faster and faster, because of there's like the three types of humans. There's spirituals, the ones that already ascended way back in the day, the physical ones, the ones that were able to live like you know you know uh 500, 600, 700, 800 years, 900 years. They're gone. That generation is gone. Now what's left on this planet is the earthly Adamites, just right here. It's just right here. But all right, I'm gonna close with these, because it's getting late. We're going into 7 hours, so I'm gonna close with this and when you call it a night. But thank you for watching and staying with me. It says, "Let us return to the rulers of whom we spoke, that we may offer an explanation of them. when the seven rulers were cast from the heavens down to the earth. You see the rulers. Who are the rulers? The seven rulers, the sons of Yahweh, the sons of Yahweh, the sons of Yaldabaoth. He had seven sons, which he gave them kingdoms and angels. And each of these gods, each of these rulers, which are gods, they created their own kingdoms, their own mansions, their own myriads and hosts of armies of angels out there in the other realms, right? It says, when the seven rulers were cast from the heavens down to the earth. See, this is your story about the 200 angels that came down on Mount Hermon in the book of Enoch, right? This whole idea about the angels, doing all this type of things on the planet. But in reality, these are the sons of God, right? The stars of God, the B'nai Elohim, B'nai Halayim, B'nai Halayim, the sons of God, literally the direct creation. Well, these are the guys right here. When the seven rulers were cast from their heavens down to the earth, they created for themselves angels, numerous and demonic, to serve them. These angels taught people much about air, magic, potions, idolatry, bloodshed, altars, temples, sacrifices, and libations to all the demons of the earth. The angels worked with fate, which came into being by agreement of the gods of injustice and justice. You see that? So that was whole plot against like humanity. These seven rulers came down and began to like take over the world, and they began to pose as gods to like all the civilizations, right? The physical, like the earthly Adamites, all the descendants of the earthly Adamite, the third one. And so they came down and basically posed as gods all throughout every single civilization. This is why you have like different gods and different like cosmogonies, but they're all the same. They're all the same. All these cosmogonies that you find in the Greek mythology, they're all part of family of gods. They're all just, they know each other. It's just that like kind of like president. The president of the United States, they know the president of like, I don't know, France, or the president of, or the king of England, or whatever they like. So they all talk to each other, even though they have their own respective kingdoms on this planet, right? Joe Biden, which nobody likes, he's the ruler of this place, America, right? You have, the what's his name? The guy from Korea, that guy, he's the kingdom of that realm, right? The Queen of England, which died, she was the Queen of England, and she was in charge of that realm of London and England, whatever they like. Well, these Archons came down to this planet and basically took over, and this is basically what you got, and this is where this whole idea about tribal gods come from, right? This is where the idea of tribal gods come from, because these gods came down and they played to be gods and creators when they were not. They were just angels created by Yaldabaoth, even though Yaldabaoth is also a created being. These are creatures, bro. These are the creatures that have taken over this planet, and a lot of people are willing to die for these gods. A lot of people are willing to kill for these gods, and that's completely like demonic in itself. Why? Because this is what the angels came down to inspire, and this is why you guys feel inspired to like, talk all this crap and shit against us, because your foundation is being destroyed. When the seven rulers were cast from their heavens down to the earth, they created for themselves angels, numerous and demonic, to serve them. These angels taught people much about error, ERROR, magic, potions, idolatry, bloodshed. You see that? Hence, you guys have many of the bloodshed that took place in the Old Testament by the God of the Old Testament, which is Yaldabaoth, which is a God of darkness, which dwells in dark waters and dark clouds, according to your own Torah. I give you guys the scriptures earlier, so it's not like I'm making this up. So when the world came into being, it went about in error and confusion all the time. All the people on earth serve the demons from the creation until the end of the age, both the angels of injustice and the people of injustice. Thus the word was in confusion, ignorance, and stupor. All erred until the appearance of the true human. See that? I'm gonna read this last part and then we're gonna call it a night. He sent the blessed little innocent spirits who are like you down to the world of perdition. They are not strangers to knowledge. You see, so this is why we came into this planet. When we were born into the womb of our mothers, there were the portals in which the spirits of ancient times came down, inhabited these bodies, these model bodies that the physical, that the earthly Adamites, uh, the when the earthly Adamites were created, when Mother Wisdom gave breath to the earthly Adam, right? The model bodies, the clones that the Elohim created themselves, which again, they didn't do a proper job because they couldn't even create. They, it's like the Adam, the earthly Adam was lifeless, just laying down there, just not moving and anything, not creating thoughts, until Mother Wisdom came in and her daughter Zoe Sophia gave breath, knowledge, wisdom, and understanding to that man, and then he was awakened. He became alive, right? Nashamahaya, it's the breath of life, right? So he sent the blessed little innocent spirits who are like you down to the world of perdition. They are not strangers to knowledge. All knowledge is one angel who appears to them. This angel stands before the Father and is not incapable of giving them knowledge. You see that? When the blessed spirits appear in the model bodies, meaning when we come into this planet where we come to reincarnate, we reincarnate into like certain sperms, right? Because the sperms are full of life. They carry genetics information, right? So when we come, bro, like literally like when a sperm is able to penetrate the egg of a woman, you know what it's created? There's like an implosion going on, like very fast, like in a microsecond. You can see like the sperm basically coming into this planet. And this is why you have like the lightning, the light coming into this planet, right? This is what we read earlier about, the Archons seeing a light that was coming and traversing the planes of existence and in the other dimensions, and all of a sudden it came down into the womb of a woman and it sparked life, boom, right? And then all of a sudden we start forming, right? Because we come here for a mission, and then we're born, and then all of a sudden, obviously, we don't come with instructions. So like we go about our lives and religion, and we signed up for these, we signed up for that religion, we're part of these religion and in these dogmas and whatnot. And so the sons of light, basically, like, sometimes they forget who they are, right? They forget who they are, and so they get entrapped into these ideologies, like a lot of people are, and they're like, nah, nah, this is the truth, this is the truth. Well, like, how how can you guys follow like a God that commands you to commit murder and genocide and slavery unto the human beings, right? And so this is the problem right now. And this is why the sons of light are continue to come onto this planet and continue to sign contracts to come into this planet and help you guys out. That's the whole point of us being here. When the blessed spirits appear into the model bodies of the authorities, meaning these gods of this world, right? False gods, these angels, the authorities were jealous of them. Out of envy, the authorities mixed their semen with them in order to defile them, but they were not able. See, the book of Daniel, chapter 2, verse 43 tells you that they shall mingle with the seed of men, but they shall not mingle with one another, just like iron does not mix with clay. Well, who's the clay? The earthly atoms, right? The earthly atom. Who's the iron? The iron is referring to these gods that are powerful, bro. They're like literally powerful enough to like decimate an entire city, like they did in Sodom and Gomorrah. So they're powerful, bro, but they're not as powerful as the prime creators and Mother Wisdom, right? And the Spirit of Truth, right? And the Spirit of and all those good spirits, bro, that are out there assisting the sons of light on this planet at spiritual levels through dreams and prophecy and whatnot. When the blessed spirits appear into the model bodies of the authorities were jealous of them. Out of them, out of envy, the authorities mixed their semen with them in order to defile them, but they were not able. When the blessed spirits appear in an enlightened form, They appear in different ways. You see that? This is us coming into this planet and being born, you know, into the womb of our mothers. Uh, they came from different realms. You see that? Again, like we all come from different realms, bro. This is why I'm saying, like, even in the physical realms, like, you guys come from Chicago, you guys come from Tennessee, you guys come from Georgia, you guys come from Texas, you guys come from Florida, you guys come from Las Vegas, bro. We all come from different places, but even though we all come from different places, this is not our place. You know, we're just passing through. We're just pilgrims on this planet, right? We're just here. We're just here right now. You know what I'm saying? So, um, when the blessed spirits appear in an enlightened form, they appear in different ways. See, different ways, different shapes and forms. Blacks, Hispanics, natives, Chinese, Japanese, Korean, Hindu, European, whites, bro. All the sons of light come in different shapes and forms, bro. They came from different realms and reveal their knowledge to the church. See that? This is exactly what we're doing. The ecclesia. The word ecclesia means, in the Greek, it means congregation. And so, like, who is the congregation of God? The congregation of God is the congregation of Israel, according to the book of Psalms, right? So watch this. I know, bro. I'm almost done. I said it was gonna be the last one, but I could be here all night, bro. It's just a lot of information, you know, and just I always think about this stuff all the time, bro. And you know, I have to give the message. You know, I have to, like, bring it out. I gotta bring it out, bro. So where is it at? There's a scripture that talks about, like, God stands in the congregation of the Israelites. You know what I mean? 70. Yeah, bro. Where is it at? Bro, I can't find it. I'm always going on top of my head, bro. Sometimes I forget, so you guys gotta apologize. You know, I mean, not you. You guys gotta apologize. I apologize to everybody, bro. But yeah, Daniel, I'm surprised you're still here, bro. Yeah, you know, I gotta bring this out, bro, because it's important. You know, since a lot of people want to claim that they follow, like, the true God. You know, but let's see. Oh, yeah, so when the blessed spirits appear in an enlightened form, they appear in different ways. They came from different realms and reveal their knowledge to the church, to the congregation, ecclesia, that appear in the model bodies of perdition. You see? The church was found to have all kinds of seed because of the seed of the authorities mixed with it, you see? So the seed is talking about, like, all that nonsense and knowledge about, well, I am God, there's no one like me. And well, if you don't do this, well, this is what's gonna happen, or the curses of Deuteronomy chapter 28, right? If you don't do this, this, not a third, well, you are gonna be eating your own babies, you're gonna practice cannibalism, I'm gonna send you the Edomites, and then basically gonna slaughter your ass and bring you into slavery, this and that and third. And that's basically what the nation of Israel came about. They became completely destroyed mentally, spiritually, physically, that they couldn't even fight. This is why you have the Gnostics basically, like, separating from the nation of Israel and basically exposing the God of the Old Testament for who he is, right? So when this so where are we? Well, all right. Let's see where we think we're done. Bro, check this out, right? This is basically Christ. Now, Christ didn't die for nobody's sin. Uh, Michael Cortez, what's your understanding on how the pre-Adamites looked like? Well, they were beings of light. I mean, I'm not sure that if they were like literally like beings of light, but they were like heightened individuals, gifted ones. And a lot of this information has been lost through the ages because of the many destructions and the many layers of destruction that this planet has gone throughout the ages, right? And so, even like you have like auto place objects, right, in the archaeological record, right? When you guys study archaeology, right? Like, I'm not talking about the main archaeology. I'm talking about like the forbidden archaeology. When you guys study forbidden archaeology, you guys are gonna find out that within various layers of strata, right? Strata is basically layers of rock, sediment that was cemented, when the flood took place, and a lot of dirt and was moved from one place to another, rocks and animals and corpses and all that stuff. Well, when you guys study auto place objects, right? All auto place OPO. It's called OPO, auto place objects. When you study that, you guys are gonna find out that there was many civilizations that were way more advanced than what we are today. Way more advanced in every aspect of the word, and then the mythologies, the wisdom, it's already been laid out in their ancient scrolls. You have the Hindu, they have the Vedas. What's up, Nazarite Faith is? Yeah, we're still here, man. I don't know if you left and now you back, but I'm still here, bro. But I'm almost done. So sometimes I can get carried away. So check this out. It says, and this is Christ, and again, Christ is not like the guy that's in your Bibles, the guy that's in the Torah, or the Torah or the whatever. These books that people have today, these Christ is completely Christ. It's just like us, and he's having a conversation with James, and he tells him these, right? And it's very interesting to understand. He says, he said to me, "Don't be afraid, James. You too will be arrested. Leave Jerusalem, for this city always gives the cup of bitterness to the children of light." You see that? Why? Because a lot of people were being slaughtered by the Israelites themselves. Because, like, imagine, like, bro, imagine me, right, bringing all this information out to the nation of Israel back in those days. You know what was gonna happen to me if I did this back in those days? Exactly. So this is why Christ is saying to James, like, listen, this is like, leave Jerusalem, for this city always gives the cup of bitterness to the children of light. This is the dwelling place of many archons, right? But your deliverance will deliver you from them. See that? So um, Jerusalem has always been like a place where a lot of archon, a lot of spiritual activity has taken place way back in times of antiquity, right? One of the greatest examples is like you have many civilizations of ancient times that basically lived among the Levant, among Syria, Iraq, the Green Crescent, they call it, according to archaeology, in which you have a lot of settlements of very advanced civilizations, which predate, like, our modern understanding of what was going on way back in those days. Peace out, peace out. Yeah, we're almost done. I'm just like, touching up on a few things, and we're gonna call it a night. All right, now check this out. And this is how you know, like, a lot of these gods that people follow, they're just completely false, right? They're like unrighteous gods, bro, right? Let's see. It says all the angels and demons work together until they fashion the physical body. See, this is what you guys when you guys talk about, let us create man in our image after our likeness. Okay, well, who's that talking about? The angels and demons that basically like genetically engineer like the second human, right? The second human, according to the likeness of themselves, but according to the likeness of the first Adam as well. All the angels and demons work together until they fashion the physical body, but for a long time their creation did not stir or move at all. When the mother wanted to take back the power she had relinquished to the first ruler, she prayed to the most merciful mother father of the all. With a sacred command, the mother father, talking about mother wisdom, and the reason why they call her mother father is because she was the mother and the father of Adam. The first Adam that was created, she was the one that created it. According to the Gnostics, if you guys wanna like debate me on the matter, like, well, the Gnostics are basically more accurate than the Bible itself that you guys follow, right? You guys don't want to accept that because you guys are proud of following like the God of darkness, Yahweh, which was created out of darkness. The God that the Bible, like you guys follow in the Bible, was a God created. He is a creature. If he is created, he's a creature. Adam was more intelligent than the creators and the first ruler. Talking about the first Adam, you gotta remember that because there's three types of human. The spiritual, which already left its place way back in times of antiquity. The second one, which is physical, the ones that live 1,000 years, 600, all that generation is gone. All those genes like remain like very like very scattered here and there in various populations. This is why like there's certain individuals that like you know we don't age as much. Oh man. Yeah, man. So I think that's pretty much it on what I wanted to bring out. I mean, there's a lot more that I would have loved to bring out, but man, we're probably gonna be here for another 5 hours because there's just a lot of stuff that I would like to bring out. Um, anyways, I think the Angkor, what ancient Egyptians and Mayans are all pre-Adamites. Yeah, I'm not sure about that, brother. I know that the Egyptians were basically like they were like cave dwellers way back in the day until like according to the Sumerian tablets, it tells you um that one of the gods of the Sumerians, his name was what was his name? Ningishida. Ningishida was the one that basically went and brought civilization, technology, writing systems, uh, uh, hieroglyphic systems, architecture, mathematics, astronomy to the people or the black-headed people, right? That's what they call them, the black-headed people that live in the caves. And so when I mean, it's gonna sound like a movie, bro. This all sounds like a science fiction movie that like this is what I'm saying. This is like I'm just sharing like the information, but like there's certain things that like go beyond our human understanding, right? There's certain aspects, like for example, the aspect of you guys like belonging to other realms. Like, how do you guys feel about that? Like they don't teach you this in the Bible. They don't teach you this in the Christian schools or the world. You know, they don't teach you none of this stuff, right? They don't teach you none of it, right? Which is the most important things and aspects of your being and your existence is knowing, like, first of all, your own divinity. Second, you have to know, like, what happens to the soul after it dies, like after you leave this body, right? After your body decays, right? And then you die or whatever. What happens to the transmutation of the soul? Like, where does it go, right? You guys got to understand you're traveling, right? This is kind of like the bus stop right now, like the school. This is what you're learning. And all of a sudden, like when we die, like we have to traverse, and the traversing is not easy, bro, because like, and this is what I'm saying, like if you've been here in the United States for so long and whatever, like, and you don't know where your roots are, and then the moment that you go and visit your roots, whatever that country might be, whether it be Africa, Italy, Europe, Mexico, South America, whatever, right? And you goes back to your country, bro. When you get there, it's all strange, right? It's like you don't know where to go, you get lost. Like, this is not a third world. The same concept takes place at a cosmic level, meaning when we talk about the soul, right? Because now we're talking about quantic physics, right? Quantum physics, which is like other dimensions that exist beyond our understanding, bro. Like it's like, and this is kind of like one of the glimpses that humanity experiences when we go to sleep. When we go to sleep, like you have the body system shuts down except the brain and some other functions, right? But the brain activity is there in which like the mind or the subconscious body, right, is able to tap into other different realms. Like, then this is why you guys call vivid dreams and lucid dreaming or prophetic dreaming, which you go into other realms and you're able to tap in different timelines, and you're able to see other people even though you're not there, because you're like witnessing all that at a spiritual level, at a quantic level. And when you go into those realms, you guys think that those places are more exciting, bro, because like when you guys go into like lucid dreaming or you guys do out of body experience, like naturally, like to me it happens naturally. Like I don't have to induce, none of that. It just happens naturally. So when it happens, bro, like it catches me off guard all the time because I never know when it's gonna happen. But when it happens, bro, you go into those worlds, bro, and you basically like you're like a superhuman there. You're like flying, and you have superpowers and energy coming out of your hands, and bro, it's like wild. So those are the realms that I'm telling you about, that your mind is able to at least like have a glimpse and tap into the glimpse of it, right? So the spirit realms is real. People that do not want to, they don't want to understand those concepts, but it's like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Let's see, what else can I bring out before I close? And then we're gonna call it a night. All right. I think I found the scripture that I'm gonna close with. You even see dinosaurs on their stuff. Like, what do you mean? I don't understand. Can you rephrase that statement, or I don't understand what you're saying, brother? Michael Cortez. Natsari Yahoo 77, Nazarene Faith is 77, Daniel Shebrew Faith is BLMM, and everybody else that came on the show, man. I just want to thank you guys. G Shy, with the mushrooms and all that. Man, Gisha is a good brother, man. I know a lot of people misunderstand like his message. I understand completely, but a lot of the brothers like the Torah onlys, they completely like make fun of the brother because like the brother is in a different level. But shout out to everybody, Crumbs on the Master's Table, and everybody else that came on the show. I'm gonna read this last part, but I hope you guys were able to grasp at least like some of the main points of this presentation or this conversation or this monologue that I had with you guys. Yeah, out of body experiences are not for everybody, man, but a lot of people get freaked out. A lot of people get freaked out because a lot of people don't know what to do when you guys are in those realms, you guys, and you guys cannot, what would you call it, wander off too far, from the main place where your body's laying down, because like you don't know what's out there, like a lot of people are not trained into like experiencing like other realms, other dimensions, visions and whatnot, and so people get freaked out. So yeah, the testimony of truth, according to the Nahamadi scriptures. Now I shall speak to those who understand. See that? On their walls and tablets you see creatures that are clearly dinosaurs, but they might as oh yeah, I mean, you look into the Inca stones. The Inca stones basically tell a story of like dinosaurs and humans living like cohabiting each other, like living. They were contemporaries. Basically, humans were contemporaries of the dinosaurs. All dinosaurs were contemporary of humans. So if you look into the Inca stones, you'll be able to see like, I mean, who knows? I mean, like really, like this is what I'm saying. Like, there's so much stuff that humanity is just it's in the darkness. It's just in the darkness because of what's going on and the manipulation of the human race in various levels. The information, the censorship that's going on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram. Yeah, man. So this is why I'm gonna talk about Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate. You guys look him up. Search for him, bro, because he means well, bro. He's got a great head on his shoulders, bro. He's very smart. He's sending a message to the cabal and Triad Matrix, and that's why they took him out, and that's why they didn't take him out. They just canceled his accounts on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, um, Twitter, because he was like spitting facts. He was spitting truth, bro. He was spitting the facts against the entire system, bro. That's a bait right now. And they don't like it when you speak the truth, bro. They try to shut you down, just kind of like why they took down like a lot of videos that I posted before where I speak about this information, bro. One time I did a video about Christ not basically being like the Christ that everybody knows, and I posted that class, and it was like a 3-hour class or whatever, and they took it down, all because I was telling everybody else that the Christ that you guys know about is not even the real one. That was just an invention of Rome. You know what I'm saying? So the testimony of truth, the book, the testimony of truth according to the Nahamadi scrolls. Now I shall speak to those who understand how to listen with spiritual ears and not with their physical ones. For many have sought for the truth but not have been able to find it, because the old leaven of the Pharisees and scribes of the law has overcome them. You see that? And this is exactly what I was telling you guys in 2 Corinthians chapter 3, verse 15. Tells you that every single time they read their Torah, they read the Mosaic law, they read the statutes and commandments, there's darkness, there's a veil of darkness upon their minds. Why? Because they're following the old leaven of the Pharisees and scribes of the law, right? By leaven, quote unquote, leaven, by leaven is meant desire for the error of the angels and demons and stars. You see that? So the leaven of the Pharisees is basically they were following the doctrines of the angels and the demons and the stars, right? That's all they were following. Uh, as for the Pharisees and scribes, they belong to the Archons who have the authority over them. See that? This is why they were always trying to go against Christ back in those days. Like, why you, bro? Like, what are you trying to teach? No, no, no. You're not teaching righteousness and commandments of the Mosaic law. Like, you're a Beelzebub, bro. You're Beelzebub. You guys know? Remember that when the Pharisees basically accused Christ of being a prince of demons, which is Baal-Zebub, which is the prince of demons. So every time they come against Christ, they wanted to like try to spoil his name, try to destroy his character, try to say that he was a demon, that he was possessed, bro. That his speech was weird, the teaching that he was teaching was weird. Well, and it's exactly, bro, like the same rhetoric that I go through with a lot of these people. So as for the Pharisees and scribes, they belong to the Archons who have authority over them. You see that? That's who the Pharisees and scribes were inspired to. That's why they wanted to kill Christ. It was death and destruction and genocide and bloodshed was in their minds. Why? Because their God is the same way. For no one living under the law is able to lift his gaze to the truth. You see that? Why? Because the law is basically what enslaves you. And the law is basically those commandments that are bloody and genocidal in nature, right? Where the God of the Bible tells you to go and enslave like people, and they go and the God of the Bible inspires you to go and basically slaughter another woman's parents so that you can take her and take it with you and shave her head and cut her nails, and she can only have like 1 month in order to mourn her parents, and after that she has to marry you and love you and bear your children, right? So those are the type of commandments that were given to the nation of Israel to go and practice, and supposedly according to the Torah, the book of Deuteronomy chapter 4 tells you that, and these shall be your righteousness. As a matter of fact, let me read it. Let me read it, bro. Let me read it. Since I don't want to be like, oh, yeah, she's making it up as he goes. Yeah, she's making it up as he goes. Bro, check this out. The book of Deuteronomy chapter 4, it says, behold, I have taught you statutes and judgments, even as the Lord my God commanded me, that ye should do so in the land whither you go to possess it. This is basically the mental preparation for the Israelites to go and slaughter the Canaanites, right? The Africans that claim to be that they're Shemitic when they're not. That's another subject in itself. But it says, keep therefore and do them, for this is your wisdom and your understanding in the sight of the nations, which shall hear all the statutes and say, surely this great nation is a wise and understanding people. Really? When you guys were commanded to go and blindly follow orders to go and kill and slaughter babies and suckling and mothers that were pregnant, right? And kill like children. As a matter of fact, later on in this book, it tells you that, like they were killing like all the parents and everybody else, but they kept the little girls for themselves. Why would grown men keep the little girls for themselves? You guys want me to show you that? I'm gonna show you that. Since you guys want to claim that this is your righteousness, right? This is our righteousness, brother. What are you talking about? Hold on. We're almost done, guys. We're almost done. All right, we're almost done. They shall be our righteousness. Yeah, the book of Deuteronomy chapter 6 verse 25. It says, and it shall be our righteousness if we observe to do all these commandments before the Lord our God, as he commanded us. Ooh, that sounds so righteous, brother. Whoa, all praise to the Most High. You have a lot of these brothers that ignorantly blindly follow in this bullshit, right? And it shall be our righteousness. What is our righteousness, brothers and sisters, right? If we observe to do all these commandments before the Lord our God, as he commanded us. That's the book of Deuteronomy chapter 6, when we go and move forward 14 chapters later, we're gonna see what happens. Watch this. Watch this. The book of Deuteronomy chapter 20, right? 20. We're gonna jump 14 chapters later, right? Because we just read in the book of Deuteronomy chapter 6:25, and it shall be our righteousness if we observe to do all these commandments. Now, we're gonna, out of all these commandments, this is one of the commandments that Yahweh commanded the Israelites. Watch this. The book of Deuteronomy chapter 20, verse 12. And if we'll make no peace with thee, but will make war against thee, then thou shalt besiege it. Besiege it. And when the Lord thy God hath delivered unto thine hands, thou shalt smite every male thereof with the edge of the sword. But the woman, pay attention, ladies and gentlemen, but the women and the little ones, what, and the cattle, and all that is in the city, even all the spoil thereof, shalt thou take unto thyself, and thou shalt eat the spoil of thy enemies, which the Lord thy God hath given thee. See that? See? So basically, like, all the other nations except the Canaanites, right? Because the Canaanites, according to the Torah, they were supposed to be completely be destroyed, utterly destroyed completely from the face of the earth, according to the Torah. I'm gonna read verse 15. It says, "Thus shalt thou do unto all the cities which are far off from thee, which are not of the cities of these nations." See that? What nations was he talking about? The nations that were living in the land of the Levant, in Jerusalem, in Israel, which were the Canaanites, the seven greater nations and mightier than the Israelites, right? So everybody else was, you were supposed to do what? You were supposed to slaughter all the males, but keep for yourselves the little ones and the women, right? And the cattle. That was the spoils of war, right? That was the commandments, ladies and gentlemen. We read earlier in the book, in the same book, chapter 4, chapter 6, right? Let's see. Let's see. Hold on. Yeah, the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 6:25, it says, "And it shall be our righteousness if we observe to do all these commandments." Well, one of those commandments is what we're reading right now in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 20, meaning 14 chapters later. You have this event where you have Yahweh commanding the Israelites to go and slaughter all the males of the other nations, right? And then keep the women and the little ones for yourselves and the cattle. That was spoils of war. That was one of the commandments. The other commandment was in the same chapter, chapter 20, verse 15 and down. It says, "Thus shalt thou do unto all the cities which are very far off from thee, which are not of the cities of these nations, but of the cities of these people, which the Lord God doth give thee for an inheritance." Meaning the Canaanites are the inheritance of the Israelites, meaning they were supposed to be their slaves for all generations to come, right? It says, man, come on. Come on. All right, sorry. All right, so it says, "But of the cities of these people, which the Lord thy God doth give thee for an inheritance, thou shalt save alive nothing that breatheth." Who are these people that the Israelites were supposed to do this to? "But thou shalt utterly destroy them, namely the Hittites, Canaanite nations, the Amorites, Canaanite nations, the Canaanites, the Canaanites, right? And the Perizzites, the Hivites, which are also Canaanite nations, and the Jebusites, as the Lord thy God had commanded thee, that they teach you not to do after all their abominations which they have done unto their gods. So should you sin against the Lord your God." But they were sinning against their own people anyway, right? Earlier, like in the very beginning of this podcast, we went into like the details on how the God of the Old Testament basically commanded Moses, commanded the Levites, commanded all the people in the Bible to go and slaughter their own people, their own Israelites, the Israelites themselves. So among themselves, they were killing each other. I mean, I didn't even bring out the slavery aspect of the Bible, bro, because we're gonna be here another 3 hours. But I'm gonna save that for another day. But the whole point, bro, is that when you guys read the Torah, it tells you like, well, you know This shall be your righteousness, to observe all the statutes and commandments that the Lord your God commanded you. Well, when you guys study like in detail these commandments, you guys are gonna find out that these commandments are nothing more than carnal commandments that are based on genocide, bloodshed, and slavery and racism against the other nations because they don't subscribe to the God of the Old Testament. Therefore, well, get rid of them. And this is why God is just the God of the Old Testament is just like a punk. He's a racist. He's a racist. He's a punk. He's a genocidal maniac that has created havoc, HAVOC, upon the entire planet for eons, for thousands of years, until this very day. But he's the God. He's the God. He's your God. He's your God. Huh. Pretty interesting. Yeah, man. So as for the Pharisees and scribes, they belong to the Archons who have authority over them. See, these guys are possessed already. They're like they can't get out because they hate the truth. For no one living under the law is able to lift his gaze to the truth, for they cannot serve two masters, right? They cannot serve the truth. They either serve the truth or they serve their God, their demons, their angels, the ones that they were serving for thousands of years, inspire them to like commit genocide and murder and rape unto other people, right? Kill babies and killing suckling, killing elderly and animals for sacrifice and shedding blood of innocent. And bro, it's all a fucking mess. For the law's defilement is clear, but undefilement belongs to the light. The law commands one to take a husband or take a wife, and to produce children, to multiply like the sand of the sea. But passion, which is their delight, control their souls of those who are begotten down here. See that? The earthly ones. Those who defile and are defiled in return, so that the law might be fulfilled by them. They show that they are helping the world and turning away from the light. For them, it will be impossible to pass the archons of darkness until they have paid the last cent. You see? So a lot of these people that are completely bought into these ideologies by the God of the Old Testament, bro, like they literally like they're enslaved, bro. It will be hard for them to get out because their minds have been seared with the hot iron. You guys know that scripture when it talks about in the book of Timothy, when it talks about some people's minds had been seared with the hot iron. Now that the way I understand that scripture is that when you guys have cattle, right? You guys have cattle. Let's say you have 100 cows, right? And then you need to basically tell the world that these cows are yours. Like, how do you do it? Well, you brand them, right? How do you brand them? Well, you basically grab a piece of metal with your symbol, your sigil, or your name on it, or your last name, or your face, or whatever, and then you heat it to the point that it turns into like hot, like red hot. The metal becomes red hot to the point when you put it into the skin of the cow, it leaves a mark right there that stays there forever. When we talk about that scripture in the book of in the book of Timothy, that there's certain individuals that their minds have been seared with the hot iron, meaning the lies and the deception of the God of this world has already left a mark in your minds, bro. That's actually the mark of the beast, because the God of the Bible is a beast. The Bible, the Gnostic scrolls describes Yahweh, Yahweh, Yahweh as a beast. He's basically, he looks like a lion, like he has different faces. But that was kind of like the presentation that I want to bring out, bro. And it's I hope you guys were able to follow and understand. Thank you for watching, man. Hopefully next Friday night, Mayam, Sila Shalom is able to comment to the panel, and we just we're gonna bring it out. Well, Sila Shalom is gonna bring it out. You know what I'm saying? But I'm excited for that podcast. Hopefully you guys were able to tune in. Once again, thanks for watching. Thanks for staying with me all the way to 7 hours and 22 minutes. Wow, nuts. Yeah. Anybody has any questions? Anybody wanna click that link and chat it about? Chat. I'm gonna share the link if anybody wants to just say anything else, say some words, bro. Other than that, we're gonna call it a night. Thanks for watching, everybody. We'll see you guys around on the next one. Big shout out to everybody that showed up and were able to stuck around all the way to the end. It's a long podcast, but I think it was worth it to bring the information now that I brought out. And before I leave, I'd like to read what is it, the Copyright Act, because I don't want my video to be taken down, because I've been sharing like clips with like music that is copyrighted, and so all right. So I'm a disclose these for Facebook. I mean, for YouTube algorithms and the little nanobots that are listening to this conversation, and then AI systems, right? Since you guys want to go to war against me too. The copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright of Act 1976. Allowance is made for, quote, fair use, end quote, for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Non-profit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use. And that's exactly what I've been doing all this time, just in case the algorithms on YouTube are trying to be like, oh, well, you're using someone else's music, therefore, yeah, we're gonna take your video down. Kind of like what you guys did with my other videos, right? Because I guess YouTube also hates the truth, and Instagram and all those places. All right, peace, everybody. Peace. Anybody has any questions? Anybody would like to add anything else? The link is right there. Jeremiah, if you're still watching, you want to have a conversation, bro, we can have a conversation, right? Other than that, man, yeah, we'll see you on the next one. Stay tuned. Hopefully, brother Sila Shalom is able to come and join, the panel, and then we'll go from there. But I just want to appreciate everybody that came on. Don't forget to check us out on YouTube. I mean, on Facebook and Instagram, and we're on TikTok as well. You can find me as Ancient Watchman on TikTok. That's like a place where I drop like information, like more current information. But even TikTok, girl, is garbage. Everything is garbage. Like they don't really let you speak your mind. This is why like sometimes I hold back a lot because there's like just a lot of information that I would like to bring out, but there's information that I'm not able to bring out because like if I bring it out, like my channel will be like completely like, you know, it will get flagged. It will get a strike, and I don't want to strike, bro, because yeah, I'm not trying to get banned. All right, everybody. I think we're done. Anybody else have any questions, man? Type it in before I leave. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Shalom, everybody. Peace. Have a great night. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Keep me in thy prayers if you guys can. Whoever would like to, keep me in thy prayers. Keep me in thy prayers, bro. I appreciate that. Thank you. We'll see you guys around.
And you're not thinking right now. You're following orders. You're not thinking for yourself. You're not in touch with your soul. Because if you were, you would take that bullshit off and you would breathe freely, which is the #1 form of nutrition. And if you don't have proper oxygen, you can't have cognitive function. And if you can't think right, you're easily pushed around and controlled and manipulated.
All right, everybody. So once again, this was your brother Shamar with Ancient Watchmen. Thanks for watching. Thanks for staying around, sticking around with me. I hope you guys were able to learn something, or I hope you guys were able to follow the thread of information that was brought out tonight. Yeah. Have a great night. You guys don't want to leave, huh? You guys don't want to leave, bro. You guys can go to bed, bro. It's late. It's like we're about to go on 7:30 hours, 7 hours and 30 minutes. Nuts.